Everyone was startled, including the few people who just entered, because he had never cried from a fight to being scolded by the teacher before. Although Lu Buguang was young, he didn't cry often. When he was little, he usually played with his older sisters and younger siblings. The girls were more gentle and rarely fought or made trouble. In the past year or so, I have spent more time with my brothers. Since he is younger, the others also take care of him, so it's rare to see him cry loudly. Li Wanning and Du Rua each hold one of his arms and start checking him from front to back. They ask anxiously, "Where does it hurt? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Seeing Lu Bofiai crying only, Lu Buqing says nearby, "Today he fought with a classmate. They fell into the pond." Xiao Wu bit the other boy's shoulder. Later, the teacher scolded both of them and told them to write apology letters tomorrow. After looking him over, they didn't see any obvious injuries, just some scratches on his hand. Since he's still crying hard, they decide to wash him and change his clothes first. While taking off his clothes, they check for any hidden injuries. Luckily, they were about to cook dinner, and the pot has hot water. They change his muddy, torn clothes, and Lu Bofiai's mood calms down. Li Wanning brings him tea she prepared while he's taking a bath. "Here, drink some to warm up. Don't catch a cold." After a few sips, Lu Bofiai starts talking more openly. Lu Dachui said I am the son of a criminal. He said I can't go to school and will be a criminal too. Just as he says this, Lu Bachin can't hold back. He slams his fist on the table and angrily curses, "Who is Lu Dachui? Tell me later. I'll beat him so badly he won't recognize his own face." Seeing Li Wanning turn to look at him, his voice softens. Li Wanyu quietly asks, "And then? Did you fight?" I told him my dad was innocent. My dad is a hero. I said I go to school to learn right from wrong. People like him, who judge without knowing, are the ones who shouldn't go to school, Lu Bofiai says proudly. That's very good, Li Wanning praises. And then he called my dad a traitor. Said I, his son, am not fit to go to school. His eyes turn red again as he talks about it. Then I went to hit him. I couldn't beat him, so I bit him. We both fell into the pond. He looks a little pitiful, with a sad face. Li Wanning finds it hard to imagine him rushing into a fight. Lu Buqing adds that Lu Dachui is taller than him. Li Wanning couldn't hold back anymore. She reached out her hand, and Lu Bo Hui was scared and dodged. Unexpectedly, she patted his head and gave him a thumbs up. Well done, son. Seeing others looking at her strangely, Li Wanning smiled and said, Boys, fighting is normal. Also, this fight wasn't started by us. The most important thing is that Xiao Wu faces someone taller than him without backing down. What does that show? It shows that the bravery of our Zhen Nan Marquis family is deep in our bones. She then changed the topic, but Xiao Wu is still young, and he didn't handle one thing well. Do you think there's something imperfect about it? Everyone thought for a moment. Lu Bo Chun at the back quickly jumped up. Xiao Wu, he's stronger than you. Next time, don't fight him. Tell fourth brother and fourth brother will help you. The other three looked at Li Wanning with bright eyes. She nodded and said, Yes, I'm not telling you to fight or hit people. You are still kids and can't protect yourselves well. When you face someone stronger, first make sure you don't get hurt, then find other ways to solve the problem. Of course, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Xiao Wu fighting. This time, the person he faced was taller than him. He could risk getting hurt to make the other person hurt too. That's right. If someone bullies you, you must not show weakness. If you do, they will bully you even more next time, but if there are many of them, or they are much taller, 2 or 3 heads taller, then it's like an ant trying to shake a tree. Can you still rush forward like that? Of course not. There are many ways to solve problems. You can tell your teacher at school, or the principal, or even your parents when you go home. We will help you coordinate and find a solution. After saying that, she looked at the others and said, Now that you are in the academy, the people you meet are mostly students or teachers. But as you grow up and enter society, you'll meet more and different kinds of people. Some may have power or influence that you can't fight. You need to plan carefully and not rush in blindly. Do you understand? Li Wanning thought it was necessary to write down the 30 strategies for the children. This was a picture book her father bought for her when she was young. Although a long time has passed, and she doesn't remember everything clearly. She still remembers the main ideas. Although the bloodline of military families has weakened due to the current focus on literature over martial skills, it is still important for them to learn basic military strategies. Even if they do not go to war, these skills can be useful. Huir, how is Lu Dachu's reading? Is he a good student? Li Wanning suddenly asked. Last time, he scored third in our class on the monthly exam. The results for this time haven't come out yet, so I don't know how he did, Lu Buhui replied thoughtfully. Then what was your rank last time? Li Wanning suddenly remembered she hadn't asked about his previous results. She felt she had been negligent. I ranked 20th. Lu Buhui lowered his head. How many students are in your class? Although his rank wasn't very good, Li Wanning continued to ask. 21, he said, lowering his head even more. Li Wanning thought this was normal. Not all children in a family can always do well. There are good days and bad days. She encouraged him. Xiao Wu just started, so he might need some time to get used to it. He'll get better gradually. Also, look at Lu Dachu. He might be a bit annoying, but he's a good student. He's now third, which he must be proud of. If you don't want him to feel good about himself, you could try to beat him in his strong areas. That will make him really upset. Lu Buhui suddenly looked up sharply. Really? Then he lowered his head again. But he's third. At this moment, Lu Boli spoke up. So what if he's third? Are you scared? He's big, and you're not afraid of him. Are you afraid of exams? With our help, you can definitely beat him. Third brother is the best at studying. If he says so, Lu Buhui gained confidence immediately. Okay, I will beat him in his strongest area. Let him bully me again, huh? Three people looked at each other and Lu Buyuan spoke. We're doing okay. The three of us are in the same class, usually going in and out together. Even if others talk behind our backs, they don't openly say things in front of us. Sometimes they tease us, but we ignore it. It seems that as children grow older, they become more mature in their words and actions. The kids in their class are generally a few years older and understand more. Unless they are bullies, they tend to hold back a little. That's good. But I forgot to tell you before, you will definitely face such things at school. Our current status is undeniable, and it's understandable that some children might have such thoughts. Still, I hope these things won't affect your studies. Remember, getting into this school is not easy. You're still young and can't do everything. At this stage, the most important thing, and almost the only thing you can do, is to learn more. It doesn't matter what you learn, whether it's academic subjects or life skills. The more you learn, the better. What seems insignificant now might be useful someday. Of course, with our family's current situation, sending you to school is very difficult. I really hope you work harder and don't waste our efforts and hard work. The school is just a short stage in your growth, but it can influence how you act and think for the rest of your life. I don't expect each of you to be the top student, but at least you should try your best and work hard so that your future life can be more respectable. Remember, the freedom you have in doing things and the respect from others depend on how much power or social status you hold. This meaningful speech moved Li Wanning deeply. She started to miss the good teachers she had growing up. She realized they gave advice with such sincere feelings. The older children were almost at the age to start middle school. Since they grew up early in ancient times and experienced big life changes, they understood things more deeply and thought long-term. When they looked at Li Wanning now, their eyes had changed. Lu Bachan also listened carefully. Three older brothers, you must work hard. I believe in you. No one even made eye contact with him. Hong Xiu quietly glared at him. Don't think we don't see your little tricks in your mind. The three older brothers worked hard, and you just want to slack off and go along, right? Such a unlucky kid. Teaching someone takes time and patience. Sometimes you need to keep guiding them. After a while, they will think it's just how things are supposed to be. Today, I've already taught enough, so I think it's time to stop. Go and tidy up the things. Today, we're having meat-filled pancakes with lots of meat, she said. Food is a great way to lift the mood, especially in times when supplies are scarce and everyone is pretty poor. Now, the family isn't short of flour and vegetables. They often eat plain buns and dumplings, but not much with meat. When delicious food is around, all the unhappy things and serious problems can be put aside for now. Today's pancakes had plenty of soy sauce and lots of meat. Li Wanning once again enjoyed the feeling of biting into a juicy, greasy piece. People who say it's greasy are wrong. When someone is craving something, all they feel is delicious. Today's pancakes are so tasty, Mother. Next time Aunt Dura makes them, I want to learn how to make them, Lu Yuru said, wiping her mouth with a cloth, her eyes shining, and her lips curling into a smile. Li Wanning saw right through her plan. Are you asking when you can learn? Lu Yuro was a little shy. Yes. I want to learn soon so I can make it for Mother. That's a good reason, and Li Wanning was very pleased. Let's wait until the next exam results come out, and then we'll celebrate. But this month's test doesn't count. Their recent monthly exam just finished, and they're waiting for the scores. Those are past achievements. Li Wanning wanted to see their efforts starting now. Can it be any of the brothers who improve? Lu Yuro was a very serious girl. She wanted to understand all the rules clearly. Yes, any brother who improves is fine, Li Wanning answered positively. What if all the brothers get first place? Then no one will be better than them. The brothers immediately looked at this surprising little sister. If they all get first, then we'll treat you all to something every time the results come out, Li Wanning said, not correcting her unlikely idea. I didn't expect Lu Yar to shift her gaze from her brothers' faces and finally stare intensely at Lu Bofei. She said, Fifth brother, you will work hard, right? Whether we can eat such delicious stuffed pancakes, next time depends on you. Lu Bofei suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He looked around and asked confusedly, Why me? Lu Yar looked confident and said, The other three brothers are already near the top of the rankings. Not many can surpass them. Fourth brother hasn't been to school for a long time, so we can't count on him. There are 21 students in your class, and you're in 21st place. Just surpass one of the other 19 students, and you'll be fine. The combined number of the other three brothers is less than yours. After this analysis, Lu Bofei felt that the stuffed pancake in his mouth didn't taste as good anymore. The knife that his dear little sister had just stabbed into his heart made him feel very sad. But this child, who dared to fight with someone taller than him, would never give up. Moreover, he now believed he was the most important brother to his little sister. Okay, little sister, don't worry. Next time during the monthly exam, fifth brother will work hard and make sure you can eat such delicious stuffed pancakes again. Yes, fifth brother is the best. I believe you can do it, she said, giving a big thumbs up. Li Wanning couldn't help but smile again. If Lu Bofei was the little pain in the neck for Lu Boken, then Lu Yara was the little pain in the neck for Lu Bofei. The key was it wasn't just a small poke, it required more effort to deal with. Soon, their second monthly exam results came out. Lu Boli still gave Li Wanning 10 cents, feeling a bit shy. Mother, I didn't get second place this time. I was 1 point short. I will work harder next time. For children who are a bit nervous and eager to improve, parents shouldn't keep pressuring them but should help them relax. It's okay. You do things at your own pace. The higher your rank, the harder it is to improve. It's a gradual process, so there's no need to rush. After saying that, he looked at the other two. Lu Buyuan said, I got 5th this time. Lu Buqing added, I got 7th. One improved by 1 place, the other by 2. Any progress is good. Li Wanning nodded and said, Good job. Keep working hard. There is only 5th grade left. Li Wanning felt embarrassed that she had overlooked him last time, so this time she wanted to give him the same attention. But she also knew his grades might not be very good, so she was a bit unsure how to handle it. She softly asked, Where is 5th grade? Lu Bosui felt his face flush and quietly said, I haven't fallen behind. I'm still 21st. Li Wanning was unsure whether to praise him or not. While others remained silent, Lu Yaru happily jumped up and said, Really? That's great, 5th brother. Seeing her excitement, Lu Bosui was confused and looked with a hint of uncertainty. Lu Yar's excitement was genuine. Anyway, this score doesn't count. If you improve a lot this time, it will be hard to improve again next time. Oh, so her brother's grades in her mind are less important than a tasty snack. Lu Bosui felt a little hurt. Although her words made sense, Li Wanning glared at her. Lu Yara stuck out her tongue and quickly changed the subject. It's okay, 5th brother. Don't feel bad about not doing well this time.
No one can do well every time.
Third brother also didn't improve last time. There's always a next time if you don't do well now. We just need to do better next time. Come on, fifth brother, let's go study. From now on, I will study with you every day. I love reading the most. This example was very good. Luckily, third brother isn't the top student yet. If little sister had used first place as an example, Lu Bosui thought he might faint. Why are you leaving? Your fifth brother hasn't eaten yet, Li Wanning said, feeling that if she delayed even a second longer, Lu Bosui would be taken away. Yes, let's eat first. Only after we're full can we have the strength to study. Lu Yaru released Lu Bosui and pushed him toward the dining table. Li Wanning felt a bit helpless. It's too dark at night. After dinner, you can't read anymore or you'll hurt your eyes. Lu Yaru sat opposite Lu Bosui. Mother, don't worry. We won't read. I just want fifth brother to tell me what he learned during the day. There's no girls' school here, so I can't read. If fifth brother teaches me everything he learns every day, it's like I'm going to school with them. I won't need to study formal lessons. You make a very good point, but I don't believe you. Li Wanning rolled her eyes silently and thought to herself. However, this wasn't a bad thing. First, the young girl could learn a little, and second, it could help supervise Lu Bo Hui. So, she didn't expose her. Li Wanning noticed that since she arrived, the biggest change was in her little daughter. In the past, she didn't seem to have much presence in the stories. Girls are often overlooked in this world. If they are written about extensively, it usually means tragedy. But this girl, although tragic, didn't take up too much space in the story. Now, it seems she is a lively, cute girl with a bit of cleverness. Li Wanning liked her very much. Since then, Lu Bo Hui felt like he was living in a difficult situation every day. Other children start studying when they arrive at school and stop when they leave. But he was different. He left home in the morning, and the end time was unknown, depending entirely on his little sister's mood. On the way to school, his three brothers took turns explaining things, even faster than the teacher. On the way back, what they talked about was uncertain. Sometimes they reviewed the key points of the day, sometimes they went over what they discussed in the morning. In short, he couldn't let his mind rest. After school, while other classmates went home, he couldn't. When his brothers copied books, he also copied texts nearby. The more he copied, the more he remembered. That good memory. After dinner at night, before the food settled, he had to explain what he learned that day to his little sister. She was eager to learn, sometimes asking about topics from days before. He couldn't forget even if he wanted to. Later, Luya Ro felt that listening alone wasn't enough, so she called Luya Ting and Luya Qin to join. She said it was to learn together as good sisters, so no one would fall behind. With more people, there were naturally more questions. He had to study seriously every day, or else he would be asked questions by his sisters who hadn't gone to school, which would be embarrassing. Of course, he was sometimes caught off guard. When that happened, he would pretend to think hard and say, "This question is quite difficult. I need to think carefully. I'll tell you the full answer tomorrow." What about tomorrow? You can't learn everything in one night. Of course, he would ask for help. Among his three brothers, surely one could help. If not, the teacher was always there to support him. In short, the brothers managed the preview, and the sisters managed the review. The whole learning process was carefully planned and well organized. Lu Bohui sometimes feels very sad. Why did things turn out like this? He doesn't dare to argue with his older brothers, but he can't bear to refuse his younger sisters. So he keeps being pushed around, and pushed around. The main problem is he doesn't understand why his sisters' questions are getting harder. He wonders if he's not good at studying. Maybe because his sisters haven't gone to school, their questions are so deep. He feels he's been studying very hard but still can't keep up. Lu Bohui even has a strange feeling that if he doesn't improve next time, he might not have the courage to go home. But this poor boy goes out every day feeling hopeless, not noticing that his third brother always leaves last in the morning. His brother secretly places something on the windowsill. After they leave, Lu Yaru comes to eat breakfast and happily takes that thing away. The adults see these small actions between the siblings and quietly keep silent. Sometimes, When Lu Buhui forgets something and comes back to get it, they help hide it. Don't ask what it is. If Lu Buhui finds out, he will cry. Right now, Lu Buhui's studies are quite simple. Many things are just memorizing and writing, with not much need for deep understanding. He's in a stage where as long as he studies seriously, he can improve. After the third monthly exam, Lu Buhui and Lu Yaru eagerly wait for the results. Fifth brother, do you think I did well this time? Did I improve? Lu Yaru is very eager to see the results of her efforts this month. Lu Buhui also hopes so. Thinking about the exam, he says, I think I did okay. I think I answered most questions. Before he finishes, Lu Yara happily exclaims, That's great. I knew fifth brother is amazing. Lu Buhui's words, I just don't know if I answered correctly, are swallowed back. But it turns out that the extra training really helped. After 2 consecutive times being in the top 20, Lu Buhui suddenly jumped to 10th place. Holding his exam paper, Lu Buhui feels refreshed. He walks with his chest out and his head high, trying to catch up with his own confidence. As soon as they entered the door, he slapped the test paper in front of Lu Yaru and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Here, take this, your stuffed pancake. Really? Fifth brother, you're the best, she exclaimed, then picked up the paper and looked at it. She immediately shouted, Mom, guess what place fifth brother got this time? Without waiting for everyone to guess, she excitedly announced, Fifth brother is actually 10th. 10th place. He surpassed 10 people at once. Fifth brother is the best. I think your stuffed pancake must smell really good, came Lu Bachen's calm voice from behind. Although he had a splint, it didn't stop him from jumping around. He spent more time in bed each day, but was starting to walk around a little, planning to gradually recover his movement. His current condition didn't require him to stay in bed all the time, but the main issue was that this child couldn't control himself. If you let him get up, he'd dance and run around wildly, causing chaos. Maybe because he had been sitting for a long time recently, his legs felt weak and sore. Standing for too long made him tired, and if he got too excited, he might fall. So they limited him and let him take it slow. Then, do you think the stuffed pancake smells good? Lu Yaru asked back, feeling a bit stubborn. Are you asking if it's stupid? Of course, it smells very good. Lu Bachen chuckled softly. Lu Yaru, feeling proud, saw her older brother Lu Buyuan nearby and called for help. Brother, fourth brother is bullying me. Lu Buyuan was her real older brother and always sided with her. He's wrong. Let him copy the lesson twice tomorrow. Lu Yaru nodded happily and looked at Lu Bachen provocatively. Did you hear that? Twice. Before Lu Bachen could speak, Lu Buching, standing nearby, said, Big brother, that's not right. His firm opposition drew everyone's attention. Lu Bachen started to get excited, but Lu Buching slowly added, at least 3 times. Lu Bachen leaned back dramatically. Do you have a brother too? I do, he said to Lu Boli. Third brother, Lu Boli looked at him. You don't want to. Lu Bachen nodded pitifully. Lu Boli hesitated and looked at the 2 older brothers. He doesn't want to. Maybe. Lu Bachen's eyes lit up. He was happy to have a real brother. For times? Lu Boli asked cautiously. Lu Bachen felt like he was about to burst. Lu Yaru giggled uncontrollably beside him. All right, stop teasing him. Hurry up and get ready to eat. Although the group was joking and lively, they still ate their meal as planned. Before eating, Lu Boli handed Li Wanning 50 coins, and Lu Buyuan also gave 10 coins. The meaning was clear: first and third place. Only Lu Buching scratched his head. I'm fourth. Li Wanning praised them again and told them she was very happy. She encouraged them to do their best without feeling pressured. Li Wanning knew how talented Lu Boli was. Not just first place, but consistently winning first was normal for him. She believed that even in a few years in the whole country, talented students would compete, and he could still be at the top. Now, seeing everyone still had some talent, even the youngest, Wu Wu, was improving quickly. Oh, and Xiao Si hadn't taken the monthly exam yet, so she didn't know how he was doing. He looked smart and quick-witted, but she wasn't sure if he would use that in studying. She put Lu Boli's money into his special money pouch and found a new pouch for Lu Buyuan's 10 coins. If this were modern times, she thought she would be invited to give advice on stage. She was truly a proud mom of such talented children. Since Li Wanning arrived, she had gradually changed the family rules. They no longer ate in silence. When the family ate together, everyone was present and they liked to chat. But they used a shared dish system. Each dish had a serving spoon or chopsticks, and everyone scooped food into their own bowl. Except during festivals, most of the time, there weren't many dishes. They just scooped a full bowl from the pot and ate at the table. Li Wanning didn't think this was unhygienic. She liked this atmosphere because it brought people closer. The good relationship they now had was largely thanks to the dining table. Unfortunately, since the children started school, they could only eat together during holidays. During the week, they didn't come home for lunch, and they waited too late at night to eat dinner, so they ate in two groups. But every time they returned, the others would stay in the same room, keeping the good habit of sharing daily stories and fun. Even from the next room, Li Wanning could hear the laughter and chatter from the dining area. Although their family currently has little money, Li Wanning thinks that these are probably the days the children will remember as warm and happy. It is also the time when siblings are closest and get along well. Right now, there are no conflicts of interest or complicated relationships. They are a family, and each person holds a high place in each other's hearts. Their parents are the most important and siblings are second. But as they grow up, things change. They get married, have children, and develop their own lives. They become more concerned with other things, and their siblings' importance in their hearts decreases. Over time, many close siblings drift apart and lose the pure closeness they once had. Although thinking about this makes her uncomfortable, she knows it is a natural result. Lu Bosch's leg is getting better, and the other children are doing steadily well in school. The crops in the fields are growing nicely, and the land clearing is progressing steadily. Li Wanning feels her life is becoming smoother. The only thing missing is earning money. Fortunately, the Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. Based on last year's experience, there will be enough supplies, and she expects to make a good profit. Since the big market on April 30th, Li Wanning has been going to town every day. Lu Buhui is very happy. His leg is the shortest, and he often has to keep up with his older brothers, thinking hard and talking a lot, which makes the journey very tiring. But these days, it's much better. Every morning, Li Wanning drives a cow cart over, saving him a lot of effort. Since the big market at the end of April, some people have started buying their scented pouches. However, this year, a problem is that others are copying their patchwork scented pouches. So, after their first sale, Li Wanning plans to create some new designs. They have made many patchwork pouches, but now they can only focus on plain colored ones. She picks up a brush and quickly sketches 3 patterns. Others gather around. Lu Yara looks at them for a while and curiously asks, "Mother, what are you drawing?" "Can you tell?" "Dumplings, dragon boats, and little pigs," Li Wanning replies, also feeling a bit surprised. She looks back at the others and asks, "Did you recognize them?" They look a bit embarrassed. Hongxiu looks at the drawings for a while, then takes the brush from Li Wanning and starts drawing beside her. Capturing Li Wanning's charm, she painted according to her own taste, and others nodded in agreement. Li Wanning saw this and realized she was slightly better than herself, but the reactions of the people around seemed a bit too exaggerated. Watching Lu Yuru happily admiring the chubby, cute pig, Li Wanning's competitive side surfaced. "Ruar, do you think my painting or Aunt Hongxiu's is more beautiful?" Even with her motherly bias, Lu Yuru hesitated for a moment and thought carefully. Both have their own charm. "Oh, tell me more." Li Wanning didn't let her go. Looking at the paper in her hand, she brainstormed wildly. "Mother's painting is very unique, Aunt Hongxiu's is very cute, and the charm comes from my mother's style, borrowing her essence. Both are good in their own way." After thinking hard, the child finally chose the word, unique, to praise her, and Li Wanning kindly let her go. "We'll cut these patterns from different colored fabrics and sew them onto the sachets. Let's see how they look," Li Wanning said, pointing at the drawings and a few little helpers. Du Ruo took scissors, matching colors with Hongxiu, and Jianxiao sewed. Li Wanning directed, and soon a small pig sachet was finished. Noticing something was off, Li Wanning instructed Jian Xiao to add a few stitches, and the pattern's three-dimensional effect immediately appeared. Now Lu Yuro was very happy, tying the sachet around her waist. "Mother, this little pig is so adorable. I like it so much. Why did you think of drawing a pig?" "Of course, because this year is the year of the pig, and pigs are easier to draw." Thinking about Li Wanning's painting skills, Lu Yuru nodded thoughtfully. I've never seen a pig like this before, but I can recognize what it is at a glance. Since someone liked it, they quickly made a batch to test in the market." Du Rua picked up a piece of fabric to cut, and Li Wanning quickly reminded her, "Try cutting 2 or 3 pieces of fabric at once. It will be much faster." This was mostly Du Rua's area. She skillfully cut out a cute pig shape, then added black circles for eyes and a red mouth. A few people worked together quickly, doing repetitive tasks. In a short time, they made several styles. They had made many plain sachets before, but now they took out some to make decorative sachets. The next day, they tried selling them. Although it wasn't a big market, the new sachets were very popular. They sold out all the ones made the day before in half a day, and many other styles also sold well. It seems that for future years, they need to prepare new ideas early. Otherwise, being copied could greatly hurt their competitiveness. On the day before the Dragon Boat Festival, Li Wanning and a few others were having dinner. Suddenly, Lu Buiyuan remembered something and asked, "Mother, tomorrow is the festival. What should we do with the mugwort? Should we sell it again?" "Of course. Last year, we sold quite a lot during the festival. We need to continue this year. Who will go to pick the fresh mugwort?" "Maybe I should take a day off today," Lu Buiyuan asked again. "It's okay. You go to school and we will handle the rest. If there's anything we can't manage, we'll ask for your help," Li Wanning said. She didn't want the small task of gathering mugwort to interfere with the children's studies. "Madam, I will go up the mountain to pick mugwort later," said Zhua, looking around. Others seemed busy with important things, so Qiao volunteered to go. Li Wanning looked at her and said, "Thank you. Du Rua, go with her. You two can keep each other company, and you'll need quite a lot for tomorrow, so prepare a bit more." "Okay, madam. Before I go, I will cut some fabric, so it doesn't affect Hongxiu's sachet making," Du Rua said. She could cut several pieces at once, and her speed was faster than Hongxiu and Lu Yuting combined. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, except for Hongxiu, who stayed home to take care of the children, everyone else went out. To gain more market share, they set up separate stalls. The prices had been agreed on before, so there was no undercutting. Since it was a festival day, people who liked to observe traditions bought a sachet for themselves and also brought some for their families. Mugwort, a very profitable item with no cost, was Li Wanning's best-selling product. Unfortunately, such seasonal items could only be sold for one day. If they sold it every day, the price probably wouldn't be so high. In the end, they earned over 2 taels of silver just from this Dragon Boat Festival. Looking at the row of 8 money bags in the cash box, Li Wanning happily squinted her eyes. If things continued like this, by autumn they might have enough money to pay for the kids' school fees. Even if they still needed a little more, the harvest would come back by then. They had planted more crops this year, and selling some of them would be enough. Life felt more and more comfortable. From having no money at all to now sending 5 children to school, it was not something many people could do.
Li Wanning proudly praised herself.
After another monthly exam, it was time to harvest the wheat at Li Wanning's home. Their wheat was about 10 days earlier than others because their land was larger. Since they had a lot of land, planting and harvesting were big jobs. So, since the wheat harvest started, the children stopped going to school to copy books. They hurried home after school and then went to help in the fields. They finished school around 5 o'clock and returned by about 6. It was already late, but luckily it stayed light quite late here, so they could work in the fields for about another hour. Because there weren't enough workers, everyone in the family helped. Except Hongxiu, who stayed at home to cook, fetch water, and take care of the children. Li Wanning, Lian Xiao, and Durua worked in the fields every day. At noon, when it was hottest, everyone took a break, including Wang Ziyuan, to avoid heatstroke. Hongxiu brought them water made from honeysuckle, which helped prevent heatstroke and cooled the body. perfect for their current needs. Because the work was hard, after a few days, Li Wanning and the others looked tired. They even lost their appetite. Lu Buyuan noticed and suggested, "Mother, maybe we should take a few days off." Li Wanning supported her aching back and said, "You're probably about to have a break soon, right? Let's just get by for a few days. Since the kids are in school, it's better not to take leave if we can avoid it." Lu Boying finished unloading the last batch of wheat from the cart. "Or maybe we can skip the last class. That class is mostly self-study, so we could come back half an hour earlier." This time, Li Wanning didn't oppose. Missing one self-study session wasn't a big problem, and working in the fields would go much faster. She nodded and agreed. "All right, go ask the teacher for leave tomorrow. Our land is large, and we're a bit pressed for time." Wang Ziyuan heard this and praised. "The young masters of the lady's family will surely become great people in the future." Li Wanning smiled and said, "The children are sensible from a young age," but inside, she felt a little proud of these attentive little jackets. Wang Ziyuan usually returns home around 5 in the afternoon, but recently, due to the busy harvest, he has been staying until after 7. Originally, Li Wanning asked him to stay for dinner, but he was worried about his mother at home. So, she simply packed him some steamed buns, dumplings, and cakes, enough for 2 people, so he could go back and have some porridge. Cooking so much food for many people is not easy, so although Hongxiu was at home, she was quite busy. Luckily, there were a few girls at home to help, especially Lu Yiting, who can now make buns and dumplings. Lu Yakin can also make dumplings. Only Lu Yaru is still kneading dough. But now, everyone is quite skilled at washing vegetables, chopping, and lighting fires. Besides cooking, Hongxiu also needs to thresh grains when she has free time. However, she and Lu Yiting can't handle it alone, and after dinner, a few boys still need to help. This is quite interesting, and they all enjoy it. Everyone is busy except for one person, Lu Bachan, who is still recovering. He also wants to help out, but Li Wanning forbids him, strictly telling him to protect his leg. If it gets hurt again, she might have to bandage the other one too. Although he can tell that Li Wanning is scaring him, her strict attitude still scared him. So, even though she is often not at home, he doesn't dare to be too reckless. He can only do some light chores nearby. After 5 days of this, the school finally had a holiday. During the holiday, although there were only a few more children, Li Wanning clearly felt the difference. The work in the fields was done faster, and even threshing was catching up. They no longer needed to work night shifts. After 2 more days of effort, everything was finally gathered in. Once the grain was collected, Wang Ziyuan also went back to harvest his wheat. He promised to come over after his own harvest was finished. Li Wanning's family continued to work hard. After drying, threshing, and winnowing, the wheat could be stored. Li Wanning thought everything was fine except for the dust from winnowing, which she disliked the most. The grains that fell on the ground were gathered into a basket. Then, in a windy place, they used the basket to toss the grains into the air, allowing the wind to away dust and small bits of leaves or debris that accidentally got mixed in. This made the grains somewhat cleaner. Every time they tossed the grains, they could see a lot of dust flying around. Sometimes, when the wind stopped or changed direction, the dust would back onto them. Although Li Wanning wore a scarf on her head, she still felt like she was covered in dirt after finishing. Every day was the same, and she couldn't be very careful. Her clothes would get dusty, so she would pat or shake them out and keep wearing them. There was no point in changing into new clothes because they would get dirty again quickly. Why bother making someone wash them? When it was time to weigh the grains, Li Wanning felt very happy. She was glad because she had a good harvest, and also because she could finally wash her hair thoroughly and clean the clothes covered in dirt. This year, they planted about 17 acres of wheat, all on newly cleared land. The soil might not be very fertile, and the land and crops didn't adapt well to each other, so the harvest was a bit low. They weighed about 2,050 jin, around 1,025 kilograms. The average yield was about 120 jin, around 60 kilograms per acre. After paying taxes, they kept about 820 jin, around 410 kilograms. The village chief recorded the amount and praised, "Madam Li, Your family is very capable. You've cleared so much land so quickly, completing the reclamation early. It would be great if everyone was like you. The village chief thought this was a good amount, but for Li Wanning, it still wasn't enough. It sounded like a lot, but with the new land, they could plant nearly 40 acres of wheat in the fall. Most of the 800 gene would need to be saved as seeds. Fortunately, after harvesting the second crop of wheat last season, they didn't have to pay taxes, so they had enough food for the whole year. The high taxes were really hard to bear. Li Wanning understood why many exiled people were so poor. Growing only one season of crops wasn't enough to last through the year. Their family had many children, some very young and eating little. If it were just adults, the harvest from 3 acres of land, after taxes, wouldn't last more than half a year. That's enough. That's enough. Let's consider the spring wheat each year as being planted for the court. Contributing to the country is also the duty of every citizen. After finishing the entire wheat harvest, Li Wanning felt drained and decided to give everyone a day off. You all have worked very hard these days. Let's rest well tomorrow. No more manual work, no need to copy books. Most importantly, everyone should sleep in and relax. No one is allowed to get up early. Li Wanning thought she could sleep until noon the next day. Hongxiu, are there any leftover steamed buns from tonight? Hongxiu nodded. Yes, madam, there's 6 or 7 left. All right, if anyone is hungry tomorrow morning, go to the kitchen and get a bun yourself. Don't ask Aunt Waru to make breakfast for you. To ensure a good rest, Li Wanning first eliminated any possible disturbances. She mainly noticed that everyone was very diligent. In her modern life, she was someone who would rather lie down than sit, but after coming here, she was motivated to work hard. She guessed that once she returned, she would be the most outstanding worker, and others might not have much to do. Mother, if we don't do manual work or copy books tomorrow, what will you all do? Lu Yuru now found it hard to imagine everyone not working, especially since their family even worked on New Year's Day. Just do what you like sleeping, daydreaming, or... After thinking for a while, she realized she couldn't think of many relaxing activities. Her ways of entertainment seemed so simple. Li Wanning deeply felt her leisure activities were too plain. She looked at the children and asked, "What about you? What do you want to do?" Hearing this, Lu Bakshin was very eager. "Mother, I want to go to the mountains. I haven't been up there for a long time." Looking at his leg, Li Wanning had to remind him, "Based on my judgment, you probably won't be able to go to the mountains within a month. Just forget about it." At this moment, Lu Buhui, standing nearby, brightened his eyes. "Mother, can we go to the seaside? Catch some shells. Not only can we eat them, but we can also help improve the lives of the chicks." Lu Buhui had also been feeding chickens before, and his affection for the chicks was second only to Lu Yuru. Hearing about food and chicks, Lu Yuru immediately agreed. Yes, yes, mother. Let's go to the seaside. Maybe we'll be lucky and catch some." She even secretly swallowed her saliva as she spoke. Traveling up mountains and down seas, Li Wanning really wanted to go. She had been here for so long but had only visited the mountains and the seaside a few times. She felt that if she didn't get to enjoy more of these places before returning, she would regret it. All right, let's see the schedule tomorrow and plan accordingly. The most important thing now is to go to bed. Li Wanning felt that right now, she didn't want to see anything except her bed. Without the pressure of harvesting crops, Li Wanning decided to sleep deeply until it was dark. She didn't even have a dream. But unfortunately, she woke up early the next morning. It wasn't as early as usual. She had planned to sleep until 9 or 10, but she woke up around 7. She didn't get out of bed immediately. In the past, she loved lying in bed before sleep and right after waking up, looking at her phone. She thought those were the happiest moments of the day. Even after a tiring day of work, she would lie in bed holding her phone and refuse to sleep, staying up late into the night. This made it hard to get up the next morning, creating a vicious cycle. On weekends, she would indulge even more. If she didn't need to go out, she would sleep until noon. She wasn't always asleep. She just stayed in bed, scrolling her phone, feeling very happy. But now, her hand unconsciously reached to the pillow. Sigh, there was nothing there. No phone and worse, no novel either. Thinking of novels, Li Wanning suddenly sat up quickly. There must have been storybooks in ancient times too. Although they were poor now and couldn't afford them, she had read some before. Comparing those stories to modern ones, whether in content or style, they were far inferior. With her experience of over 10 years as a bookworm, she wondered if she could just mix and match the stories she had read, make some changes, and create something new and interesting. Li Wanning suddenly couldn't sleep. She thought she had been a bit silly before, wasting such good resources, just working hard in the fields and doing manual labor.
It was so unfair.
She was about to get out of bed, but then stopped herself. She seemed to have forgotten an important thing. Although she was good at calligraphy, she had only practiced in modern times. So, she had never dared to write much because she was afraid of revealing her true skills. Of course, she recognized the characters, but her handwriting was not good. She was troubled for a moment, but then smiled happily. Her maids all attended classes with her at that time and could read and write. Among them, Hongxiu seemed to write quite well. Maybe I should just tell them a story casually, then let them use their usual language style to refine it. The storybook will be out soon, after all. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. But at this moment, Li Wanning became a bit more rational. She decided to ask about the price of storybooks at the bookstore next time before making a decision. Maybe she could find a new path easily. She lay back on the bed, thought for a while, and enjoyed herself. Hearing others get up, Li Wanning also got up. Without a phone, lying around still made her too dependent on the bed. When she stepped outside, she saw that except for Lu Biao, everyone else seemed to have already gotten up, quietly doing their own things. Since everyone was already awake, and it seemed boring not to do anything, Li Wanning tentatively asked, "How about we go pick some fruit on the mountain after breakfast? There should be plenty of fruit this season. Who wants to go?" Everyone raised their hands eagerly. Lu Yaru even raised both hands. "Yaru, why are you raising both hands?" "Just raise your right hand," Li Wanning said with a smile. "My left hand is for fifth brother. He probably wants to go too," Lu Yaru explained. "Oh, I see."
Li Wanning nudda.
It seems the friendship formed from feeding chickens together is quite deep. Just going up the mountain, Lu Yaru is worried about missing her fifth brother. "All right, we'll wait for him. If he's still not awake after a while, we'll go wake him up. Otherwise, if we leave too late, we won't make it back by noon," she said. Since everyone was still sleeping in the morning, Li Wanning thought it was too early to get up, so she let them continue to be lazy. Just then, Lu Biao rubbed his eyes and came out of the room. "Where are you going?" "We're going to hike the mountain later." "Will fifth brother come with us?" "I just raised my hand for you," Lu Yaru asked happily. "Of course I will go," he replied without hesitation. Lu Buqin, standing nearby, weakly said, "Mother, I actually raised my hand too just now." He raised his hand, but his request was still not approved. Lu Buqin looked very disappointed. "Yesterday, I was the one who suggested going up the mountain, but I can't go this time." Lu Buhui happily patted his shoulder and said, "Fourth brother, don't be sad. When I find tasty fruits, I will pick some for you," because they were with a lot of children, they couldn't climb too high. They walked and played along the way, picking beautiful flowers and tasty wild vegetables. Lu Yaru saw the chicks liked to eat, and Xiao Huang liked to eat, so she picked some for them. This time, they mainly came to have fun, so they chose a path they didn't usually walk to see different scenery. Sure enough, when they saw an apple tree, Li Wanning felt it was worth the trip. "Come on, kids, let's start picking the fruit." These apples weren't the usual kind. They were what some rural folks called old apples. Lu Yaru was very obedient. As soon as she was told to pick fruit, she reached for one within her reach, wiped it with a cloth, and took a big bite. Since coming here, they had never bought fruit or eaten apples. Sometimes, the brothers would pick wild fruits when they went up the mountain, but not many. So when Lu Yaru saw the apples, she was a little eager. "Yuck, spit, spit." Before anyone else could react, Lu Yaru spat out the apple she just ate. "It's sour and astringent," she explained with a grin after spitting it out. "Ah, why did you bite such a big piece? Why didn't you try it first?" "Luckily, I was faster than you," Lu Buhui said, stopping the apple he was about to put in his mouth, looking amused. "I told you I wouldn't raise my hand to help you," Lu Yuru said, pouting. "It was my fault, my fault. I should have tried it first." Lu Bohue quickly comforted her, acting very skillfully. Li Wanning also picked a fruit, took a small bite. It was a little sour and astringent, but it tasted like home. She remembered that when she was a child, eating this kind of fruit felt like this. But the ones she ate later were probably cultivated, so the sourness was stronger now. No wonder there are so many unpicked fruits on this tree. Lu Buqing looked at the full tree. It wasn't far from the village. If the fruit was really good, it would have been picked already. "It's okay. We can pick them and dry them in slices. They will taste good," Li Wanning said, eating small bites and putting the reachable fruits into her basket. "Dry them? Will they really taste good? The current taste is really a bit challenging." Lu Boshui also took a bite slowly. "Let's go back and try it. I bet you'll want to eat it again next year." "Why is that?" Lu Yara was very curious. Li Wanning decided to give them a brief explanation, even if it might not be very clear and they might not understand completely. The fruit is sour because it contains some sour-tasting components, but these ingredients tend to evaporate at high temperatures, so they become less over time. However, sugar usually doesn't evaporate much, so when the fruit dries and loses weight, the sugar content becomes more concentrated, making it taste sweeter. At this moment, Li Wanning added, "Of course, I don't know exactly how sweet the dried fruit can get, but it will definitely be much sweeter than now. Since we're here, let's pick some more just in case they taste good." The family worked together. Lu Buqing even climbed the tree to pick the higher fruit. Meanwhile, Lu Boshui at home kept sneezing repeatedly. It turned out Lu Yaro was muttering about him. If fourth brother comes, that tree might turn into a bald old man. Alright, in her little sister's eyes, Lu Boshui is like a monkey. Looking at the sun already high in the sky and thinking about heading to the seaside in the afternoon, after filling their baskets with apples, Li Wanning suggested, "We've gathered a good harvest. Shall we head back now?" Although Lu Yara felt a bit tired, she still felt a little reluctant to leave. But she was a considerate girl. Seeing everyone's baskets full, she nodded slightly. Li Wanning patted her head. "We can come back to play when we have more time. If we leave early today, we can still go to the seaside. Soon we'll dry the apples and you'll be able to eat dried apples." Li Wanning also wanted to go back early because today the adults had come out and only the little chickens, calves, and Lu Boshui were left at home. She was worried he couldn't take good care of the animals and couldn't rely on him to cook lunch, so they had to return before mealtime. The apples were a bit heavy, but since there were many people, they took turns carrying the baskets, and it didn't feel too tiring. They arrived after a while. From a distance, they saw smoke rising from their kitchen area. The adults exchanged glances and then quickened their steps. Upon entering the yard, everyone felt relieved. Everything was normal. Chickens were eating chopped wild vegetables, the calf was lying there eating grass, and the kitchen was intact and not on fire. "Mother, you're back?" Everyone was distracted by a voice at the kitchen door. They turned to see a rough-looking young man holding a rice scoop, smiling broadly with his white teeth. They were momentarily stunned. "Who is this dirty kid? How did he get into our yard?" "Mother, mother," he called again when no one responded. Only then did they realize this was Lu Bachin. "Are you cooking?" Hongxiu asked as she headed toward the kitchen. "Yes, I thought you might be thirsty after going up the mountain today, so I made a big pot of cornmeal porridge. The vegetables are prepared, so it can be cooked quickly," Lu Bachin said eagerly, hoping for praise. But because of his appearance, no one paid much attention. Du Rua put down her basket and quickly took the scoop from him. "Fourth young master, go wash your face. I'll handle the rest." "I already washed my face today," Lu Bachin said, touching his face. Well, he had scrubbed it until it was smooth and even. Lu Yaro ran into the house, took out a small mirror from Li Wanning, and held it up to Lu Bachin. Fourth brother, look." Lu Bachin was startled at first, thinking about how he would look in the mirror. Then he started admiring himself. "Wow, even if my skin has darkened, I still think I look pretty. Don't you think so?" He was so pleased with himself that he wanted others to agree. "Yes, yes, yes," everyone responded, rolling their eyes openly at his vanity. After lunch, Li Wanning told everyone they could relax freely. She went to rest for a while. When she used to work, she always took a lunch break. Everyone in her workplace had folding chairs, and during lunch, people would lie around in the room. Those were the happiest moments of the day. Since coming here, she had lost that habit. Now, after eating, she just kept working, at most standing to rest for a little while. Today, I didn't have much to do. This morning, I went up the mountain and felt a bit tired, so I decided to lie down and rest. Even though I didn't have my phone or a novel, it was nice to clear my mind and relax. I only planned to lie down for a little while, but I ended up falling asleep. When Li Wanning woke up, 2 hours had already passed. I stretched lazily and sat up slowly. It felt great to have no tasks piling up behind me, no one rushing me, and to just relax and sleep as long as I wanted. Li Wanning thought everyone else was like her, but when she stepped outside, she saw everyone busy working, copying books, and weaving nets. The apple she brought back today had already been washed and sliced, left out to dry. Lu Yaru, the little snack lover, had asked about this on the way. "Hey, haven't you all taken a break at noon? Didn't we agree not to work today?" Lu Wanning looked at everyone working so eagerly and suddenly felt like she was the fool. Hongxiu smiled and said, "We didn't plan to do anything, but since the kids are busy, we didn't want to just sit around. So we decided to do a little work too." The others nodded in agreement. Well, Li Wanning thought deeply that ancient entertainment options were too few, which made everyone unsure of what to do. Maybe in the future, when we become more prosperous, we can make a set of mahjong tiles and let everyone experience the charm of this traditional game. The 4 of us could just sit at one table. "Have you finished your work? Once you're done, we can pack up and go to the beach," Lin Wanning said, feeling busy with her day of mountain and sea adventures. Du Ruo kept flipping her hands quickly. "Madam, I still need some time. Why don't you go ahead? I can catch up later. Just do your thing." "We're not in a rush," she replied, picking up a piece of dried apple and taking a bite. Suddenly, her hazy consciousness cleared completely. Meanwhile, the children had already copied a set of books and were preparing their things, waiting to leave. Lu Bachan looked a little pitiful. "Mother, I behaved so well today. Can I go to the beach too?" Oh, Li Wanning suddenly realized. "So, all this morning you were busy with this and that, and it turns out it was for this." Anyway, collecting seafood is on flat ground and not too far away, so Li Wanning simply agreed, saying, "If you want to go, you can. You need to listen to me and not run around. Just stay on the shore and watch our shoes." Their family isn't used to wearing straw sandals, usually wearing cloth shoes. But at the beach or on the sand, it's not very comfortable, so they took off their shoes when they went collecting seafood. "All right, thank you, Mother. I promise not to lose any of our shoes." Having been stuck at home for so long, Lu Bachan didn't mind even if they just went to look at shoes by the sea. This time, the whole family went out. Before leaving, they gave the cows a big bunch of grass, chopped enough wild vegetables for the chickens, and filled their water tanks. Only then did they feel ready to go. Maybe because many people have been harvesting grains these days, there weren't many people at the beach. Li Wanning and the others had been there a few times and figured out some patterns. After the tide started to go out, they began collecting things. Worried about the story and the author causing trouble again, Li Wanning asked Du Ruo to follow Lu Bofiai and not let him go alone. She stayed with Lu Yaru, who had grown quite a bit and had been there more often, so Li Wanning felt more at ease. Because it was less crowded today, they found more things. Soon, the bucket was filled with a lot of items. Everyone didn't pick carefully, they just collected common things, whatever they found. In the end, they could cook everything together as a seafood hot pot. The luckiest part was that they found a fat fish today, though Li Wanning couldn't name it. There are so many fish in the sea that she didn't recognize most of them. "Today, we can have fish soup, right, Mother?" Lu Yara looked happily at the fish. She hadn't eaten fish in a long time, and this one looked very tasty, because it was so fat. "Yes, when we get back, I'll ask Aunt Du Ruo to cook it," Li Wanning replied. Honestly, she also wanted to eat some. She hadn't had fish in a long time either. In the past, Li Wanning might not have eaten fish for a long time, but here, she couldn't get any, so she started craving it. Sometimes, the things you can't have seem the best, that's just how it is. Today, whether going up the mountain or down to the sea, they felt they had good luck. When they got home, they cleaned the fish, changed the water to help them spit out the sand, and even added some vinegar to speed up the process, though she wasn't sure if it worked. Tonight, we had a seafood stew and I made a braised fish dish mainly for eating meat. Today was really happy, Lu Yuru said, putting down her chopsticks and wiping her mouth with a napkin. She couldn't help but express her joy. Li Wanning smiled and said, "From now on, I'll try to make you happier." Seeing everyone's happiness, Li Wanning began to reflect on herself. She wondered if she had been too focused on earning money and not spending enough quality time with her children. Modern parents often play with their kids, but since she arrived, she has been busy working and rarely played with her children. This was only the second or third time, and she thought she should improve this in the future. Today, we've played everything we wanted to. Starting tomorrow, everyone should go back to normal. Do what you need to do and don't waste any more time. After saying this, Li Wanning felt like she was just talking nonsense because, in fact, she was the only one who had rested from start to finish today. The others had already broken their rest after lunch, and she had already broken her own promise while sleeping. All right, she thought, I'll just consider this as talking to myself. Still, she added, if anyone wants to sleep in tomorrow, they can. There's still time before school starts. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Wanning felt touched by herself. Other parents are busy pushing their children to study hard, but she was surprisingly relaxed, open-minded, and understanding. The children are on summer vacation now, but only for a month. After harvesting the wheat, they rested for a day, and now there are about 20 days left. Li Wanning thinks they should rest well because before the holiday ends, they need to harvest corn again. Their holiday is basically split between work at both ends. But the children are very sensible and continue with their daily routines. As their skills improve, they spend more time copying books, and they earn more money. Even after covering their daily expenses, they still make a good amount. Plus, with discounts on wholesale purchases, Li Wanning feels quite satisfied with this income. In the past few days, besides copying books, they also take their oxen to plow the fields in the early morning and evening. Recently, Wang Ziyuan has been harvesting his own wheat, so Xiao Huang and Bai can rest during the day. Apart from that, they also do chores like fetching water, chopping firewood, and sweeping the yard, all done easily. Li Wanning and a few others, aside from doing some handcrafts and cooking, didn't need to worry about anything else. It felt like their days off had become a real break for them. During the small gathering, Li Wanning wanted to go see her drawing book, so she packed her things and planned to go to the market. "Mother, my leg is almost better. Today, I want to go to the town with you. While you're handling your errands, I can also sell some goods," Lu Bochen said. He felt he hadn't contributed much lately, just spending money, which made him feel guilty. He really wanted to do something useful. Seeing how eager he was to go out, Li Wanning agreed easily. "All right, let's set up a stall tomorrow. Bring 2 stools. When there's no one around, we can sit and rest." Next to them, Lu Yuro was eating dried fruit. When she heard about selling goods, she raised her hand and took a bite of her dried fruit. "Mother, can we sell these delicious apple chips? They're so tasty." After drying, these apple chips became even better, sweet and sour, very popular with the children. Now they wanted to eat a few handfuls every day. Eating more fruit is good, and these don't cost anything. Li Wanning supported them and said they could pick more fruit from the trees once they finished what they had. "We're selling them, but won't you run out of food?" Lu Yuro asked, protective of her snacks. Li Wanning couldn't help but tease her. "But if I want to eat more, I can go pick some from the mountain. The last tree we picked from still has some fruit left. Maybe there are other apple trees nearby," Lu Yuro said, glancing at her brothers. Her brothers nodded in agreement, especially Lu Bochen, who cheered happily. "No problem. Sister, once you finish your snacks, 4th brother will go pick some for you." You know 4th brother can climb trees. Actually, when Lu Yuro mentioned it, Li Wanning was already thinking about trying it. They had picked a lot last time, and dried some. She could try selling a few. It didn't cost much, and the tree wasn't far away. Going to pick more wouldn't be too troublesome. "All right, let's take some to try. If they don't sell, we can bring them back. Our family isn't short of food," she decided. So they added another item to sell. Li Waning's family sells a variety of items. They try selling anything they learn or find, like vases, baskets, sachets, paper cuttings, couplets, and sometimes bundles of firewood. They also sell vegetables from the yard that they can't eat, focusing on how much they can sell. To help Lu Bo-chen walk less, Li Wanning took a cart to the town. Besides Lu Bo-chen and the items to sell, she also brought some food for Xiao Huang. While they work, Xiao Huang can quietly eat grass nearby. They also brought a clip and a box to carry all the manure Xiao Huang produces. This helps protect the environment and prevents waste of good fertilizer. Li Wanning feels she is getting better at managing her life. In town, Li Wanning first set up her stall. Lu Bo-chen watched Xiao Huang and sold some items, then went to deliver goods. She brought a bundle of firewood to the Zhen Embroidery Workshop's owner and exchanged some handmade crafts. Then she went to the bookstore she had been thinking about for days. She earned 800 coins from copying books, but after receiving the money, she didn't leave right away. Instead, she looked around the bookshelves. The bookstore owner found it strange. Usually, Lady Li paid and left quickly, but today she was acting differently. He asked, "Madam Li, are you looking for a particular book?" Li Wanning thought she couldn't avoid asking the owner, so she said, "Sir, I want to see your storybooks. Storybooks are over here. If you tell me what type you're interested in, I can help you find one." The owner pointed to a shelf at the back. Why are they hidden like this? She wondered, realizing she hadn't found them earlier. The owner chuckled. Most people prefer to read storybooks secretly, so they are kept at the back for easy access. Currently, there are mainly two types of people reading storybooks: students in school and young ladies in the ladies' chambers. Students read for leisure, but their parents and teachers often oppose it, thinking they are wasting time. For young ladies dreaming of love, storybooks are very attractive. However, many parents don't want their daughters to read such books, fearing it might give them unrealistic ideas or affect their future lives. They also worry that reading these books might lead to bad behavior. So, reading storybooks became a secret activity. Young masters and misses didn't even want to do it openly, instead sending servants and maids to buy them. Some maids and servants couldn't read, so the shopkeeper would explain the general story, then decide whether to buy it. Because of this, the bookstore owner knew these storybooks very well. Which type of storybook sells the most? Li Wanning just wanted to know the current bestsellers so she could decide what to write. The shopkeeper eagerly explained, "There are many popular types, but the most popular ones are about wealthy young ladies who fall for talented poor scholars, secretly support them, meet in secret, get caught, and then the scholar becomes a top student and returns home to marry her proudly." The middle section of the shelves is full of this kind of story. Wow, so many, Li Wanning thought to herself, surprised. She casually picked up a book, flipped through it. It wasn't many words, maybe around 10,000 words. She asked, "How do you charge for these kinds of storybooks?" "Charge? Do you mean the writing fee?" The shopkeeper didn't quite understand. "Yes, how much do you pay for the writing?" "For stories of this length, if they're good, about 1 or 2 silver coins per story. But this story can't be sold to others afterward. Do you want to sell it?" The shopkeeper pointed at the book in Li Wanning's hand. 1 or 2 silver coins, she was stunned. She started to do the math in her head. A 10,000-word story, based on their experience copying books, would cost over 400 coins just for ink and paper. Plus, writing and editing would take more time, and copying it again would add more costs. In the end, the 1 or 2 silver coins might leave her with hardly any profit. Thinking this through, Li Wanning looked up, a bit surprised. If a story earns only 1 or 2 silver coins, there's not much profit. If I sell more, I might even lose money. "Are you joking, shopkeeper?" The shopkeeper replied, "I was talking about the commission-based income. If you bring in a story worth 1 or 2 coins, you get an extra 5 coins for each copy sold." "Oh, 5 coins per book. That means for 1,000 books, I'd get 5 taels. Honestly, that's a bit low. What if I just sell the stories directly without any commission?" The boss thought for a moment and said, "It depends on how good the story is. If it's a good story, I might pay 10 or 20 taels. If it's average, maybe 5 taels." Thinking about the silver at home, which won't last long into the next semester, and considering today's sales, they only had about 10 taels in total. They still needed a larger one-time income. Boss, I will bring a book next time for you to look at and set a price. But our writing might not be very good, so it might not meet the selling standards. You might need to find someone to copy it. Li Wanning decided to first create a book similar to current bestsellers to try. Her goal wasn't high. She just hoped that her first submission could earn 5 taels, enough to smoothly pay the autumn semester tuition. Someone provided a storybook, and the boss was naturally happy. Most people writing storybooks nowadays are usually down-and-out scholars, so they often include a wealthy young lady who stays with them through thick and thin. Even after many hardships, the scholar is sure to succeed and never forget the lady's kindness, and in the end, they end up together happily. Or it could be a love story between a courtesan and a poor scholar. The scholar falls in love at first sight with the courtesan, who sells her jewelry to support him in exams. He eventually succeeds, pays to free her, and they live happily ever after. In short, a poor scholar always meets a woman who helps him, and he always manages to turn his life around and return the kindness. The boss thought that if Li Wanning really wrote it, she might tell different stories from different angles. Li Wanning actually looked down on this. Men's stories always show men pursuing their ambitions and repaying kindness. If the ending isn't good, it's always the woman's fault. She didn't keep her promises or morals. Men, after forgiving everything, are forced to give up. She wouldn't write such things. While lost in thought, she returned to her stall. Lu Buxin had already sold many items. Dried fruits were very popular, selling for a penny a bunch. Children bought some, bit into them, found them tasty, and came back to buy more. Some bought several bunches because these fruits were rare on the market, and they were afraid they'd run out later. In just a short while, the small basket she brought was almost sold out, earning about 20 or 30 coins, which felt better than selling other things. Mother, let's go back and climb the mountain later. After seeing Li Wanning, Lu Buxin couldn't wait to share his recent achievements and future plans with her. That's fine. There are still about 10 days before school starts. Your brothers can go a few more times. Since it's quick to do, we can sell it in the next market, Li Wanning said. She never missed an opportunity to earn easy money. Today, luck was on their side. They sold one basket. Even though it was a small market, they made quite a bit from the scattered sales. After paying taxes, they had about 70 or 80 coins, the highest they had recently. On the way home, Lu Buxin was very happy. Mother, I think selling things is so fun. Maybe I shouldn't go to school anymore. I can stay here and help you sell. We can save on one-person allowance, and the money we earn can also help support my brothers. Li Wanning looked back at him. You don't want to go to school? Well, all right. You can stay at home and do chores. When your brothers become very talented and successful, you can still sell at a good spot. Your neighbors and fellow vendors admire you because your brothers are so capable. At first, Lu Buxin was happy to hear this, but gradually, he felt something was off. Mother, are you joking with me? How can our children become successful and famous? And what do you mean other vendors envy me? That sounds strange. Li Wanning gave him a gentle tap on the head. I've told you your father is innocent. He will be exonerated someday. You, on the other hand, haven't listened at all. Isn't that what you said to comfort us? To give us hope, so we won't lose motivation? I understand. My brothers also mentioned it quietly before, Lu Buxin blurted out, revealing some family secrets. Are you stupid? If I was just comforting you, have you thought about why your brothers are still so serious about studying? Li Wanning said sharply. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. If you don't plan ahead, you won't catch the chances when they come. While you're busy selling every day, your brothers are already preparing to seize opportunities. This made Lu Buxin speechless. Indeed, based on recent observations, his brothers worked very hard. The third brother had already come in first 3 times in a row, even earning 50 coins last time. The eldest and second brothers took second and third places, earning 30 coins each to bring home. Even little 5, who last time ranked 5th, might earn a scholarship if he works harder. Why are they all so determined? Lu Buxin thought deeply. Based on what he knew about them, Lu Boli is genuinely fond of studying. Even if he didn't have the chance to go to school now, or If he never had the chance, he would still find ways to learn. Riding the ox cart, they quickly arrived home chatting. As soon as they got off, Lu Bachan helped Li Wanning carry things and called out in the yard, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, hurry up. Let's go up the mountain." When they heard them return, everyone came out. Lu Buqing and Lu Boli helped unload the cart, while Lu Buyuan led the ox to the barn, gave it water, and put some grass in. They each did their own thing, ignoring Lu Bachan, who looked excited. Lu Bohue asked, "Fourth brother, are you going to the mountain now? Your leg isn't fully healed yet, right? Mother probably won't let you go. Will she? What are you going to do on the mountain?" A series of questions woke Lu Bachan up. He lowered his voice and answered the last one. "Picking fruit on the mountain. All the dried fruits we sold today, and it seems people liked them. We can pick a few more and sell them at the next market." Hearing this, the brothers became interested. "Did you sell everything today?" Lu Bachan, who had been ignored earlier, was a bit stubborn. He pretended not to hear and continued talking to Lu Bohue. "The ones we brought today sold out quickly. You should go to the mountain now and pick a few more while there's still some there." "Okay," Lu Bohue agreed, reaching for the basket. But when his hand was about to touch it, he suddenly pulled back, looked unhappy, and turned around. "But I can't pick them. I need the 3 older brothers to go." After speaking, she looked at her 3 brothers. It seemed unavoidable, but Lu Bachan was flexible and adaptable. Nothing had really happened just now, so he smiled and said, "Then it's a lot of trouble for you 3 brothers." Knowing that their tuition fees were still short, everyone felt a bit anxious. The only idea they had was to copy more books, but they had to keep their handwriting neat. They couldn't just copy as long as they wanted. When they heard that the fruit could be sold for money, they all got excited. "Are we leaving right after dinner?" Lu Buqing asked. Lu Boli thought for a moment. "Let's copy one more page first. By the time we go down the mountain, it'll be late in the day, and it won't be good to keep writing." Lu Buyuan disagreed. "Or, third brother, you can copy books at home. You've already copied quite a lot today. My brother and I will go up the mountain. We'll copy again this afternoon and leave afterward, then go again tomorrow morning. That works too. Overall, this plan seems to give us the most benefit," Lu Buqing agreed. "I want to go too and help my brothers carry apples," Lu Bahue volunteered. Although he was a bit younger, he could still carry some things, so his request was quickly approved. "Can I go too?" Lu Yaro, who was nearby, looked on eagerly. Last time, she didn't get to play enough before she had to leave. She wondered if she could make up for it this time. She was so small she didn't want to go, and everyone quickly brainstormed. It was Lu Boli's quick thinking that made the decision. "Third sister, going to pick fruit on the mountain, is very easy. But after we bring the fruit back, there's something very important you need to help with: cleaning. You know, the brothers aren't very good at washing and cleaning, so you need to stay alert. When we return, you'll start the most important cleaning work." Hearing this, Lu Yara thought it made a lot of sense. Last time, she and her sisters washed the apples together. It seemed none of the brothers helped. But if she didn't go up the mountain, she couldn't help with the cleaning. Lu Yara hesitated for a long time. She wanted to go up the mountain, but didn't want to delay the important work. In the end, her desire to earn money won out. "All right, I'll wait at home for you." At the dinner table, Lu Bachan animatedly described his experience selling dried fruit. "I tear a piece of dried fruit into several strips and invite passing children to taste. Each can take one for free. If they want more, they have to buy them." Many kids tasted and then came back to buy more. Everyone listened with interest. Li Wanning smiled as she watched him. It was clear he came up with this idea himself. After setting up her stall, she went to work. When she returned, quite a few dried fruits had already been sold. It has to be said, Lu Bachan's quick thinking is impressive. In the original story, after he becomes disabled, his personality changes a lot. But if he had stayed healthy, he probably would have been good at business in the future. Li Waning's words to him on the road weren't about discouraging him from doing business. She just thought he was still young and should focus on learning now. No matter what he wants to do later, reading more books is never a bad idea. She warned him not to lose sight of the bigger picture for small gains. Moreover, Li Waning has modern ideas and her own life experience. She remembers how school felt tough, but once she entered the workforce, she realized how hard real work was. She came to understand the importance of knowledge and regretted not studying harder. She wished she could go back and learn seriously to live a different life. Unfortunately, life doesn't give second chances. After leaving school, most people have to work for many years. With the recent policy of delaying retirement, it feels like people only get to rest in their 70s or 80s. So, a person's working life is already long enough. There's no need to artificially cut it short. When you can read, you should read as much as possible. But children might not understand why adults insist they study. Still, Lu Bachin will probably understand when he grows up and experiences some things. He will realize her good intentions. At the dinner table, some children also told Li Waning about their plans to go fruit picking in the mountains this afternoon and tomorrow morning. Li Waning was pleased with their arrangements and didn't stop them. She said, "You're all grown up now and can plan your own activities. But there are two things to remember. First, don't neglect your studies. Whether it's during the holidays or school days, studying should always be your top priority. Second, no matter what you do, always pay attention to safety. Whether climbing a mountain or going to the sea, the goal is to earn money. But if earning money costs you your health or safety, then it's not worth it. Remember, safety should always come first, regardless of the reason." A few people nodded and agreed, "Okay, mother." Except for Lu Buyuan, the others felt grateful. Maybe only Li Wanning would say such things to them. Thinking back to the times when they secretly resented Li Wanning, they now felt a bit regretful. If they had known how kind and caring she was, they wouldn't have secretly scolded her in their hearts. When the children went up the mountain, Li Wanning finally started her plan to tell stories to her little concubines. She had many stories in her mind. Besides novels, she also watched short dramas that lasted an hour or two. She had plenty of material, but some stories might not suit the current social environment, so she had to choose carefully and make some adjustments. Unlike male writers, she didn't want all women to be love-struck and unable to live without their lovers. So, her first story was based on the original story of the Jamia case. She modified the story a bit. In her version, Qin Xianglian married Chen Shimi. Because Chen Shimi needed to take exams, they didn't dare to have children that year. Qin Xianglian worked hard to earn money to help her husband live a decent life. When Chen Shimi took the exam again, he promised to make his wife live a wealthy life. But after he passed, he caught the eye of a noble lady. She didn't dare say she was a princess, as now the emperor's power was supreme and people's speech was limited. Li Wanning didn't dare to include royalty in her story. Chen Shimi then claimed he was unmarried and married the noble lady. Years later, Qin Xianglian traveled to the capital to find her husband. After many difficulties, she finally found him, but Chen Shimi, to hide his affair, sent people to chase her away. Fortunately, Qin Xianglian was saved by someone, and she went to complain. Since she was a commoner suing a nobleman's son-in-law, many people didn't dare to handle the case. Eventually, a wise official, known as the Clear Sky Judge, investigated and gathered evidence, ordering Chen Shimi to pay Qin Xianglian 100 taels of gold in compensation. Qin Xianglian used the compensation money given by Chen Shimi to open a small shop in the capital. She used her skills learned from working in a pastry shop to start a small business, and her life gradually improved. Chen Shimi, because he deceived a noble lady, was mercilessly divorced and lost his official position due to his bad character. In the end, he was left penniless and poor. One day, Chen Shimi and Qin Xianglian happened to pass by each other. Chen Shimi, feeling regretful, said, "Sorry, Xianglian." Qin Xianglian didn't even look at him and coldly replied, "No need to apologize. You don't deserve it." Of course, in the final scene, Qin Xianglian was dressed in fine clothes and jewelry, while Qin Shimi was in torn clothes. When Li Wanning finished telling the story, she looked at everyone's expressions and could tell they were very engaged and felt satisfied. That bad man, Qin Shimi, was really terrible. He deserved it. His life in the second half was full of hardship. Why didn't the righteous officials just punish him? Li Wanning smiled, realizing many people still wanted to see him punished. But, to avoid making her story too violent, she decided to change the ending a bit. "How do you all like this story?" she asked, even though the response seemed good. "I think it's very good. If we sell it, people will definitely want to buy it," said Du Rua. She thought that if the story was written better, it could be the best play she had ever seen. Yes, Qin Xianglian is very brave. She dared to complain and force that bad man to admit his wrongdoings. In the end, she was able to start her own small business, not relying on others or being controlled by anyone. "That kind of life is so free," said Lian Xiao. She felt that unlike them, who had contracts that took away all their freedom, marrying whoever, becoming concubines, they had no freedom at all. So, the word free described it very well. Li Wanning wanted to write a story about a woman's growth, teaching them the importance of financial independence. As long as you are financially independent, you can live a good life. After sharing the story briefly, everyone started giving suggestions to improve it. Once they revised the story a couple of times and made the plot more reasonable, Hong Xiu, who was the best at writing, was assigned to write the final version. The group continued discussing how to improve certain parts of the story, each giving ideas on what to write next. Li Wanning felt like she was opening her eyes to new things. It seemed that as long as she gave them some ideas, they could create a complete story, even without her actively participating. While everyone discussed and wrote, time seemed to pass very quickly. When they had written about half, the people who went up the mountain returned with a load of fruit. Li Wanning made a "sho" gesture to everyone. She didn't want them to know she was writing a storybook just yet. Today, the people who went up the mountain earned a lot. They carried many fruits, and although there were only 3 of them, their baskets were full. There are only a few fruits left on this tree. "Tomorrow, we plan to go a little further away," Lu Buyuan said while washing his face. "Okay, you all watch out.
Don't go too deep.
If it feels safe, pick a few fruits. If it seems risky, come back quickly," Li Wanning warned. "Got it, mother. We understand." After picking the fruits, the next important task, which Lu Yaru had been waiting for a long time, was to wash them thoroughly. Lu Yaru, who had been resting all day, finally got to do her part. She and Lu Yakin worked together. She washed, and Lu Yakin cut the fruits. After washing a few, Li Wanning looked outside and saw the sky. The sun is about to set. Maybe we should wait until tomorrow to cut the fruits. When the sun is bright and red, we can do it then. Li Wanning thought that since they wouldn't be able to sun the fruits today, cutting too many would leave nowhere to store them at night, which could cause spoilage. It was better to wait until tomorrow when the weather was better, let the fruits dry a bit, and evaporate some water for easier storage. Lu Yara looked up at Lu Borley. She felt like she was being tricked. Today, she didn't go up the mountain because she wanted to wash apples at home. But in the end, the apples didn't go into the water, and she waited all afternoon. It felt like a joke. Lu Borley noticed her gaze and pretended to be surprised. "Is it already late? I can't sun the fruits anymore?" "Oh, my mind isn't clear today. It really is too late to sun them. Sorry about that," Lu Yara muttered, "but I feel like third brother did it on purpose." She definitely couldn't admit that. Lu Borley quickly explained, "I didn't know before." "Third sister, look at the dried apples last time. You guys did that yourselves. None of us were involved, so we definitely don't know the details. Thinking about it, last time it was Annie and her 3 sisters doing it together. During that time, they didn't pay much attention, so it's understandable that they didn't know. Oh well. Who made me so cute and generous? I'll forgive third brother. All right, I believe you. But next time, don't lie to me." "Of course, I won't. You're my sister after all. I can't lie to you, right?" Seeing Lu Yara's mood shift from gloomy to bright, Lu Bolai relaxed. He's getting bigger now and is a bit harder to fool. The next morning, the boys went up the mountain again. This time, because they might go farther, Lu Bolhui didn't go, but Lu Bolai did. They left early so they could come back sooner and not delay copying books. After they left, Li Wanning and the others started talking about storybooks. Li Wanning didn't know why she felt this way, but she didn't want her sons to know she wrote such things. It's not really shameful, but she felt strange about it. Maybe it's like many online writers today who secretly write stories, doing it quietly and not telling anyone. They even use strange pen names to hide their identity. Li Wanning usually thought her little wives didn't talk much and were kind and easy to get along with. But she didn't expect that when they discussed storybooks, they got so passionate. One said to write it this way, another said differently, and sometimes their opinions didn't match at all. Sometimes, two could persuade one, or they'd settle with a majority. But other times, they just couldn't agree, and they'd come to Li Wanning to decide. I don't agree with this ending. Chun Shimi should end up begging on the streets, said Du Rua. Let him die from cold and hunger instead, said Lien Xiao. Death is too kind for him. Let him live miserably, maybe crippled, and watch Qin Xianglian be high and mighty, marry a rich and handsome man, and have children and grandchildren, said Hong Xiao. The term rich and handsome was something Li Wanning explained to them. At first, it sounded strange to put these three unrelated words together, but then she thought, tall, handsome, and rich. That's the best kind of man. So she sometimes used it herself. Qin Xianglian has her own money, a house, and a shop. Why does she have to get married? Even if she marries someone good, she still has to be a subordinate at home and maybe suffer from a bad mother-in-law. Isn't it better for her to live her own way? I didn't expect Du Rua to have such advanced ideas. How can a woman not get married? Without marriage, how can she have children? If she doesn't marry, she has nowhere to be buried when she dies. Hong Xiao couldn't understand. If she really wants children, she doesn't have to give birth herself. She can adopt. What do you mean by having nowhere to be buried after death? If she has money, she can buy a grave wherever she wants. The land is hers, and she can bury herself lying down or standing up. Li Wanning listened and felt the topic was drifting too far from Qin Xianglian. Why did it seem like they were talking about women's views on marriage and love? Stop, let's not go off topic. Let's first think about the ending. I prefer that the bad man doesn't die. Maybe he gets beaten badly by his former father-in-law and ends up begging. That would suit his bad character. As for Qin Xianglian, maybe we can write an open ending. We can introduce two handsome, wealthy men around her. Both admire her and are her business partners. Then, let everyone imagine what happens next. That way, everyone's wishes can be satisfied. When they heard this, they thought, that works? Then Qin Xianglian's ending can be whatever I want. It sounded very satisfying, and everyone was quite happy. So, a story about Qin Xianglian and Qin Shimi, heavily changed, was written. Li Wanning thought it was so different from the original that she decided to change the main characters' names as well. She asked everyone to use their imagination and gave them new names, Fu Xinhong and Wu Nizu. While they were discussing, only Lu Yiting was nearby. She was 12 years old now and could understand some words. She was absorbing information from around her. Although she didn't join the discussion, her ears were perked up, listening to everyone's opinions, and she was making her own judgments in her mind. As for Lu Yaru and Lu Yakin, they got up early to work on drying their apple slices. They had brought back quite a lot yesterday, so washing, slicing, and drying took some time. They were still young and didn't understand what their mother and aunties were arguing about. Sometimes, when the voices got louder, Lu Yaru was a bit worried. Second sister, what's wrong with them today? Are they going to fight? Lu Yakin paused while cutting the apple, then continued at her own pace. Probably not. With mother here, how could they fight? Maybe they are discussing something important. We are kids, so we don't need to worry about it. As long as we can earn lots of money, they won't argue. I don't think it's about money. Lu Yuru still looked confused. Lu Yakin looked normal. No matter what they are arguing about, it probably comes down to money. Think about it. If something in our lives isn't going well, having money can usually fix it. Lu Yuru thought for a moment. Yes, my second sister is right. I want to eat nice food, buy things, not do chores, and make sure everyone doesn't work so hard. Money can solve all that. Okay, then we won't bother them. We'll dry more apples and earn more money, so they won't argue anymore. As for Lu Boshui and Lu Bashan, Li Wanning sent them to herd cattle and also to gather some alfalfa and wild grass. She told them not to go up the mountain, only walk on flat ground. If the path was bad, Lu Bashan could ride on the little yellow donkey so their legs wouldn't get tired. Their argument stopped when the three young masters entered the yard. Li Wanning signaled Hongxiu to quickly put things away in the cabinet, to be continued next time. Although the story was mostly about this, it's not finished yet. Good stories are rewritten, so Li Wanning planned to wait until the children weren't around to discuss and revise the wording. Once the final version was ready, she would copy it. After the three young masters entered, they looked a bit curious. Usually, they weren't so quiet at home. They often chatted and sometimes laughed happily. Today, the atmosphere felt strange. Everyone was silent. They put the apples in the yard. Lu Buqing took the initiative to start a conversation. Mother, Auntie were back. Today, we went behind the apple tree from last time. Not far away, we found 2 more trees and a wild peach tree. We also picked some to see if we can dry peach slices. Oh, good. You're thoughtful. Are you tired? Wash your hands and rest. What do you want for lunch? Although they all spoke, it sounded a bit forced. They looked at each other, exchanged a few polite words, then went inside. The young masters returned to their rooms. Outside, no one was speaking. 3 heads leaned together, and Lu Buqing pointed outside, speaking softly. What's wrong with them? They seem a bit strange. Lu Boli observed carefully. I think my aunt's expression looks unusual, like she's a little nervous. Did she do something wrong and get scolded by our mother? Lu Buyuan shook his head. I don't think so. I feel like the other 2 aunts are also avoiding eye contact and our mother is deliberately not looking at us. Lu Buqing nodded. I agree. At least right now. If we had done something wrong, our mother wouldn't be so angry or look so worried. There must be something else going on, but I don't know what. Let's stop guessing and focus on our own work. Later, we can call 2nd and 3rd sisters to ask. Lu Buyuan thought it was better not to jump to conclusions. All right, let's rest a bit and continue copying books. School is about to start, and our mother and the others are probably feeling a lot of pressure. There wasn't much time left, and Lu Boli was worried about not earning enough money for his tuition. Although he believed that if the money was short, Li Wanning would find a way, as a family member, he also had his own share of the expenses. He had initially wanted to study, so Lu Boli was especially attentive to this matter. The more he appreciated Li Wanning's kindness, the more he wanted to help out. Fortunately, by the afternoon, everyone seemed to return to normal. They chatted when they should, smiled when they could, and the children finally relaxed, thinking they might have overthought things. The next day, Wang Ziyuan came back to work. Normally, they should till the land again, but lately, the weather had been too hot. Especially at noon, outdoor work was exhausting. Lin Wanning suggested working only half a day, starting a little earlier in the morning and finishing by noon. Wang Ziyuan agreed, but he felt a bit embarrassed to take advantage. Since we're working only half a day, let's also cut the wheat harvest in half. Over time, they got to know each other better and understood each other's character. Li Wanning wasn't so stingy. Brother Wang, even if we work only half a day, we need to start earlier in the morning, so let's not talk about wages anymore. Since they agreed not to discuss pay, Wang Ziyuan didn't insist. He just worked harder in the fields. Another day passed, and the children stayed at home, copying books. Hongxiu and a few others were eager to talk about the storybooks, but couldn't find a good chance to discuss, feeling a bit restless. Du Rua couldn't hold back and said, Madam, why don't we let the young masters go pick some fruit again tomorrow? The ones they picked before seemed to have been cut already, and some are already dried. Li Wanning had also been thinking about this lately, especially since they still hadn't saved enough for school fees. During dinner, she casually asked, Did you see 2 fruit trees last time? Are there still many fruits left? Lu Buyuan thought for a moment and replied, Yes, there are. We picked a bit more apples, but for the peach tree, we only took a little last time. Some are already dried, and they taste pretty good. My younger sister seems to like them quite a lot. The sun here is quite strong, and the drying process takes only 2 or 3 days. Then, how about you go pick a few more tomorrow morning? Even if no one buys them, they make good snacks. We don't have money to buy fruit now, and drying them will keep for a long time, Li Wanning suggested. Lu Yaro, perhaps hearing the word snacks, quickly agreed. Yes, yes. Dried fruit is delicious. Both apples and peaches taste great. The brothers should pick more. What could they do? Since their mother and younger sister asked, there was no other choice. Everyone nodded in agreement. Li Wanning added, tomorrow, Xiao Si and Xiao Wu can go to the foot of the mountain to gather some wild grass, the kind that cows and chickens love to eat. Our alfalfa might not be enough for them, so we need to be a bit more careful. They also need more energy to lay more eggs, and just alfalfa is too plain. To help the chickens lay more eggs, the 2 younger ones had no objections and nodded. This time, Lu Yara didn't insist on going because they had left early last time. She felt she couldn't get up early, and she had things to do at home. Every evening, the dried fruit needed to be collected to prevent mice from eating it, and then it would be laid out again when the sun rose. Because she had things to do, the children woke up very early. The 3 older ones went up the mountain to pick fruit, while the 2 younger ones went around gathering grass. Once they left, Hong Xiao and the others quickly took out their writing materials and started a new round of discussion. Because a few girls hadn't woken up yet, they deliberately spoke in a quiet voice. However, I wonder if anyone has experienced that the quieter you speak, the easier it is to wake someone up, especially in the morning when they are just about to wake up. So, not long after, the girls gradually got up. Lu Yiting noticed that they hadn't discussed anything in the past few days. After sending the brothers out this morning, she decided to do this again, which made her start to have some guesses in her mind. Fortunately, there were many chores at home in the morning, so she didn't need to find any excuses. Lu Yiting said to her 2 younger sisters, Big sister is going to embroider a handkerchief. Can you handle chopping vegetables, feeding the chickens, and sweeping the yard? Lu Yara patted her chest and said, Don't worry, big sister.
We can do it well.
Besides these, we also need to hang the dried fruits that haven't dried completely. I think today we can get more dried. You 2 are really capable. Then, let's each do our own work. She praised them and sent them away. She sat quietly beside them, embroidering a handkerchief while listening to their conversation. Lu Yaru and Lu Yakin were outside chopping vegetables, feeding chickens, and chatting. Second sister, why are they arguing again so early in the morning? Lu Yaru asked curiously. Lu Yakin chopped the vegetables hard and guessed, maybe it's because the new school term is about to start and they haven't saved enough money for the tuition. Lu Yaru was speechless. If you don't have money, shouldn't you think of ways to earn it? Wasting time arguing every day is pointless. Instead of arguing, you might as well do more work. Lu Yakin also felt that the adults didn't quite understand. Exactly. Last time they argued for so long, and now they're arguing again. It shows that arguing can't solve problems. It's better to earn money and let money solve the problem. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not care about them and focus on our own work. Yes, let's set an example for them. Let them see that even we, so young, are working hard to earn money. Why shouldn't they try too? Lu Yara mumbled while feeding the chickens. Thanks to the storybook, the brothers went up the mountain every day to find wild fruits. Lu Yaru and Lu Yakin spent their days washing, chopping, and drying. Their mother no longer had to worry about them being bored. Finally, the day to finalize the story arrived. Everyone agreed that there was no more arguing. The language was smooth, the logic clear, and it was not much worse than the popular storybooks on the market. So, Hongxiu took a stack of paper from the children's room and began her final copying task. Since this was for the boss to see, if he approved, someone else would do the copying later. Therefore, Hongxiu only needed clear handwriting, not necessarily beautiful, which made it easier for her. When she finished the last, the children who had gone up the mountain also returned. After washing up, they went inside to rest for a while, planning to start copying books. When Lu Bolai went to get more paper, he noticed something was wrong. Hey, did you guys notice? Why is the paper running out so fast? There were quite a few days ago, but now it's almost gone. Lu Buqing didn't look up. Maybe Xiao Si and Xiao have been studying more lately. Lu Bolai shook his head. They can only write so many words in a day. I feel like the paper is disappearing much faster than they could have used. Lu Buyuan stood up. Don't worry too much. It's just a few people using it. As long as it's our own, we can copy more and make up for it. His words made sense, and everyone nodded, no longer worrying. However, during dinner, Lu Buyuan brought up the paper issue. Mother, we don't have much paper left. When we go to the market tomorrow, can you help us buy some more? Li Wanning felt a bit guilty but nodded. All right, you can use it freely. I'll bring some back for you tomorrow. The next day was a big market day. Lu Buqing went with Li Wanning to the market. This time, Li Wanning was a little excited and secretly took her notebook to the bookstore. When they entered, the shopkeeper greeted her. Seeing others inside the bookstore, she felt shy about taking out her things. So, she first handed over the copied books from the children and bought 20 sheets of paper. But the shop was still crowded, and Li Wanning had to linger near the shelves. The shopkeeper noticed her unusual behavior and quietly asked, Madam Li, is there something you need? Li Wanning looked at the people inside and whispered, I brought a notebook with stories. I want to show it to you. Oh, the shopkeeper understood and called a young clerk to help inside. He made a welcoming gesture. Madam Li, if you don't mind, please come in and chat. They went to a room at the back of the bookstore, which had a table and several chairs, clearly meant for guests. The boss brought over a pot of tea, and for the first time, Li Wanning felt she was receiving special treatment here. She handed her notebook to the boss and focused on drinking tea nearby. Nowadays, on weekends, she sometimes went to tea houses with friends. Of course, it wasn't really for the tea but for chatting. Some tea houses even offered buffet meals, saving her from cooking. She never expected that now. She would be leisurely drinking tea in such a situation. Of course, she wasn't completely relaxed. She occasionally observed the boss's expressions and felt a little nervous because she wasn't sure if this plan would work, and it also related to her upcoming tuition fees. The boss's expressions changed often, frowning sometimes, smiling at others, appearing tense, then relaxed again. It was quite a colorful display. Finally, the boss closed her notebook, looking a bit hard to read. After a moment of thought, she said, Mrs. Li, your notebook has a unique style, different from the usual ones on the market. But I wonder if your approach will appeal to the market. Li Wanning knew her ending might not be popular with many men, but she believed young women would like it. Even if some students read it and felt uncomfortable, it could serve as a warning. She took a sip of tea and asked slowly, May I ask, who are the typical buyers of your notebooks? Are most of them women? The boss didn't deny it. Yes, they are. If most buyers are women, then it's worth trying. From my perspective, stories about growing women or career women can inspire many young girls and resonate with them. The boss thought for a moment. She believed that, in terms of writing style and story structure, it was worth a try. She asked cautiously, Mrs. Li, how do you plan to sell it? Li Wanning replied honestly, I'm short of money right now, so I want to sell this book outright. If I write more later, I might consider taking a commission. The boss nodded. If you sell it outright, how about 8 taels? Oh, this is after taxes. Hearing 8 taels, Li Wanning felt confident. She wouldn't have to worry about tuition anymore. But in business, who doesn't want to earn a little more? So she pretended to hesitate for a moment, then started to complain. Boss, you know our situation. The cost of sending several children to school is a big expense. I had no choice but to take this risky step. We have rewritten and revised this story many times, trying to improve it. It took a lot of effort and resources, including ink, paper, and brushes. I believe that from a woman's perspective, our story should be quite popular. So, I think 10 taels after tax is worth it. What do you think? After hearing her words, the boss also understood and thought that this story might really become a hit. He remembered that they would write more in the future. If those stories were as fresh and interesting as this one, giving them some confidence wouldn't be a problem. He smiled and said, Then, as Lady Li suggests, 10 taels after tax. I look forward to Lady Li's future works. Hearing the boss's reply, Li Wanning chuckled inside but maintained a polite smile on her face. Thank you, boss. I appreciate your kind words. She received 2 silver ingots of 5 taels each, then bid farewell to the boss. Just as she was about to leave, she heard him call her back. Madam, please wait. She turned around and saw the boss holding a stack of irregularly cut pieces of paper, some of different colors. These are damaged pieces. Lady Lee, if you don't mind, you can take them home to use as scrap paper. Thank you so much. This really helps us save a lot of costs. Thank you, boss. Li Wanning sincerely appreciated it, both for the paper and the kind gesture. Thinking about all this, although things had been tough, the children were so sensible, the concubine was so thoughtful, and the village head was kind. Plus, the cloth shop owner gave them scraps, and the bookstore owner gave them waste paper. In a way, it was also a kind of luck. Because today is a busy market day, there are many people coming and going. Business is pretty good, with scattered customers buying things, especially dried fruits, which are quite popular. It seems that no matter the era, the food industry is always lasting. When a person is happy, their surroundings seem different. When she first arrived at the stall, Lu Bachan looked up and asked, "Mother, is there something good happening?" Li Wanning thought this kid was quite thoughtful, but he didn't want to explain where the money came from, so she decided to brush it off. Good days and bad days both pass, so we should smile at each day. Lu Bachan seemed to have a sudden realization. Mother is right. Worrying about tomorrow's problems can wait until tomorrow. If I start worrying today, I won't enjoy today either. Seeing that he was implying something, Li Wanning asked, and then, so, the thing about going to school, I'll worry about it when the day comes. Now, I want to be happy every day. Li Wanning felt she couldn't argue with that. Sometimes, whether a person is happy or not depends on their financial situation, but it's not always the case. 2 people with the same financial condition might have different attitudes. One might want to improve and get better things, working hard but feeling unhappy if they don't succeed or compare poorly to others. The other might think, I already have so much, I am satisfied and happy. So a mindset like Lu Bachan's, besides possibly neglecting studies, isn't necessarily a bad thing. By noon, most of the dried fruits were sold out. Li Wanning was thinking about buying more things. Shall we pack up? We need to buy some stuff to take home. Let's walk and buy everything, then head back. Lu Bachan packed up his things, then glanced at the meat buns across the street and swallowed hard. Although he had eaten breakfast, the smell kept drifting into his nose. He couldn't help himself. Li Wanning saw this and asked, "Do you want to eat meat buns?" Lu Bachan felt a bit shy. Their meat buns smell really strong. I don't want to smell it, but I really like that smell. It keeps chasing me. Li Wanning laughed. Later, we'll buy some meat and make meat buns for you at home. Really? Lu Bachan was very happy, but then he turned around and thought again, and his happiness faded. But the school is about to open. Have we saved enough for the tuition? Li Wanning pointed at his head with her finger. Your little brain is thinking a lot. Don't worry. We can send you all to school. Hearing there was money, Lu Bachan relaxed. He didn't love reading much, but he remembered what Li Wanning said last time. If the family could afford it, studying more wouldn't be a bad thing, especially for his third brother, who loved reading so much. If he couldn't go, it would be very sad. First, they went to pay the taxes. The money from their small stall was about 70 or 80 coins, mostly from dried fruit sales. Then they went to handle important matters. Next, Lu Bachan saw how good Li Wanning was at shopping. They went to a spice shop and bought all kinds of seasonings. Before, their family only had basic oil, salt, and soy sauce. They didn't even have vinegar. They grew some green onions and garlic at home. Now they bought pepper, bay leaves, and other ingredients for marinating. This alone cost over 200 coins. Then they bought 3 combs, 3 small mirrors, 3 pretty velvet flowers, a box of face oil, which cost about 70 or 80 coins. They also bought a piece of fine cotton cloth for 50 or 60 coins. They bought 2 boxes of pastries and some other snacks costing about 50 or 60 coins. They also bought meat, 5 jin of meat, a block of lard. They hadn't bought so much even for the new year. The shop owner gave them some beef bones, and it cost over 100 coins. Lu Bachan felt both sad and curious. In the morning, they only earned about 70 or 80 coins, but they spent so much at once. Half a tael of silver was probably gone. But looking at all these things, it seemed like his mother was going to make delicious food. Maybe it wouldn't be the last meal? Would they never eat like this again? But seeing Li Wanning in a good mood, and knowing some of these things would last a long time, he felt a bit uncertain. So, Lu Buixin didn't know what kind of expression to show. He was a little cautious. Mother, is something wrong? Li Wanning looked very happy. We've been here for a while and finally, life is getting better. Today, let's indulge a little. I'll make you some meat buns and braised pork for everyone. We'll have a good meal to satisfy our cravings. Lu Buixin couldn't quite understand, but he decided not to think about it anymore because the delicious food already made his mind stop thinking. Li Wanning took advantage of having some money now to buy a few things, especially some pastries, which she actually wanted to eat herself. In the past, she often saw on TV that wealthy families served all kinds of cakes, which looked very delicious. She had never tried them herself, so she decided to buy some to taste. As for the fine cotton cloth, she planned to make menstrual pads. Nowadays, menstrual pads are reusable, but Li Wanning thought that over time, this might not be very hygienic. So she bought a piece of fine cotton cloth to replace the old ones and to change everyone's pads. Since coming here, she hadn't bought anything for the 3 young girls. Their hair was always casually. Over time, they had contributed a lot to the family. Now, she wanted to buy some plush flowers to cheer them up, and when she had more money later, she would buy other things. The mirrors and combs were bought for the 3 concubines. Li Wanning had her own, but they shared a broken comb with missing teeth. She couldn't stand it anymore and told them to use her comb, but they didn't want to. So this time, she bought new ones for them. They are all in their 20s, still young and beautiful by modern standards, but now they had to take on family responsibilities and had neglected their own needs. Face cream was too expensive, so she bought a bottle for everyone to share. She also wanted to protect Hong Xiu's hands, so she applied some on hers too. Everyone was poor now, but when they had more money later, each person would have their own box so they wouldn't refuse to use it. Overall, after being here for so long, Li Wanning finally felt the joy of shopping today. When people are in a good mood, they feel that everything they do is happy and become more patient. So Li Wanning was in a good mood and called Lu Buixin. Come, sit in front, and I'll teach you how to drive an ox cart. Lu Buixin knew how to herd cattle and ride oxen, but this was his first time driving a cart. They took turns teaching each other along the way, and the atmosphere was very friendly. When they returned to the yard, Li Wanning called out, "Come help carry some things." A large group of people came out. Seeing how much meat and other items Li Wanning bought, the children's eyes widened. Could they really carry it all? Du Ruo and Lian Xiao came out to help carry things. The others exchanged glances, noticing the pride and happiness in Li Wanning's expression. They didn't say much, just smiled and started carrying the items back. The meat was taken to the kitchen, snacks and other small treats were placed in the main hall used as a dining room, and the cloth and other supplies were to be moved to Li Wanning's room. Li Wanning was eager to share the items and told Lian Xiao, "Bring everything to the main hall." Buying so many things at once was a rare event for them, so everyone gathered around the dining table in the hall. Li Wanning first took out 3 sets of combs and mirrors, placing them in front of the 3 concubines. "You lost your old broken combs, right? From today, you can use these new ones." Although they earned their own share of money, seeing Li Wanning buy things especially for them made them very happy. Lian Xiao picked up a mirror and looked at her clear reflection. "It's so nice to see what I look like again." Duruo waved a comb and said, "Next time, my hair won't be messy when I comb it." Hong Xiu was also happy. "Thank you, madam." They had all seen good things before, but a simple comb or mirror could make them so happy because they felt cared for, which was very precious. Seeing everyone happy, combined with Li Wanning's own joy, made her feel a little guilty. She promised herself that once she earned more money, she would make sure everyone lived well. Then she handed 3 velvet flowers to the 3 girls. "You've all worked hard these days. When I have more money, I will buy you better things." Lu Yakin and Lu Yating both took the flowers and thanked Li Wanning. "Thank you, mother." Lu Yaro picked up her flower, looked at it from all sides, and happily said, "Look, am I cuter now?" Everyone smiled and agreed. Then she took the flower down and said, "But, mother, you don't need to buy me flowers anymore. As long as you don't argue, I don't need flowers." Argue? Li Wanning looked a bit surprised. The boys also looked over and secretly exchanged glances. It seemed that the uneasy atmosphere they sensed a few days ago was real. Those girls had actually argued. Li Wanning suddenly remembered and slapped her forehead. "Oh, I remember now. Maybe they were so caught up in discussing the story that the children thought they were arguing." She smiled awkwardly. "It's nothing. We didn't argue. When we have meetings to discuss issues, we speak a little louder. I'll be more careful next time." Lian Xiao and the others quickly nodded. Yes, no arguing. We'll pay attention in the future." To change the subject, Li Wanning took out a box of face cream. "This is a bit expensive. I bought one for everyone to use. When I have more money later, I will buy each of you your own. Home Xiao, you should also put some on your hands." Everyone nodded, but Li Wanning felt they didn't really listen. "You all need to use it, or next time I will buy a box for each of you." Okay, we will use it too. "Don't worry, madam." Yes, everyone wants to use such good things. "We won't be polite. I will take good care of my hands. Rest assured, madam." Du Rua, Lian Xiao, and Hong Xiao listened to Li Wanning's words and quickly nodded in agreement. They didn't know how much a storybook could sell for, and they were afraid Li Wanning might really go buy more. After distributing the items, everyone was still there. At this moment, Li Wanning noticed Lu Bashui staring at her eagerly. She secretly thought, "Oh no, I forgot to buy gifts for the boys." She thought for a moment and pushed the new paper she bought today in front of the boys. Come, this is for you. I hope you all do well in your studies." Seeing the stack of paper, Lu Bashui withdrew his gaze, showing a hint of disappointment. It seemed he didn't like this gift. Li Wanning then opened the snacks. Come, everyone share some snacks." The snacks she bought cost 8 pieces per pack. She bought 2 packs, so each person could have one, with 4 left over. Li Wanning divided a piece of snack to each person, then picked up one and handed it to Lu Bashui. In the first half of the year, Xiaowu made great progress and performed very well. "So, this piece of cake is a reward for Xiaowu." Lu Bashui held the cake and finally smiled happily. "Did you really give this to me?" "Of course. Isn't your mother teasing you?" Hee. Lu Bashui chuckled foolishly. Of course, it wasn't just for the cake. He was happy because his mother praised him, approved of him, and complimented him. Well, to be honest, the cake was pretty tasty too. There were 3 pieces left. Li Wanning handed them to the 3 girls. "These 3 pieces are for the girls at home." Seeing the boys, Li Wanning added, "Now that you can go to school, your sisters also contribute. Although they are young, they work hard and help us lighten the load. So, these 3 pieces of cake are a thank you to them." The girls were very happy, and the boys had no objections. They happily finished distributing the gifts. "Also, tonight we will make meat-filled buns, with lots of meat inside. The leftovers will be used to make braised pork. Today, everyone will enjoy a good meal." When she mentioned braised pork, Lu Yaru was very happy. "It's been a long time since I last ate it. I almost forgot what it tastes like." Indeed, since the exile, no one has had a proper meal with meat. Although Li Wanning occasionally bought some, each time only a small amount, just a few pieces. Hardly enough to satisfy a craving. Even during the new year, they never had a full meal of plain stewed meat. They used to make meat buns before, but the small amount of minced meat inside was hard to find in the vegetables, so it mostly just added flavor. But that piece of meat just now was quite large. Since it's hot today, and they can't keep it, they need to cook and eat it quickly. If they prepare it all, everyone will get a good share. They are all teenagers, and no matter how mature they seem, they still can't hide their smiles when something makes them happy. So, Li Wanning thought to herself, if she wants to make someone happy, she buys her something. If she wants everyone to be happy, she buys a lot of meat. At night, after sending the children to bed, Li Wanning and her 4 concubines hid in the room for a secret talk. "Madam, how much silver did we earn today from the storybooks?" Lian Xiao asked eagerly. "Guess?" Li Wanning teased. Because earlier, Li Wanning had asked about the price of the storybooks and mentioned possible offers. Lian Xiao stretched out her hand. 5 taels? Li Wanning shook her head. Du Rua also became interested. 7 taels? Li Wanning continued to shake her head. Could it be 10 taels? Hongxiu, usually calm, couldn't help but ask. Li Wanning smiled and took out 2 silver ingots worth 5 taels each. Everyone looked surprised. Really, 10 taels? Li Wanning happily found a nice purse to put the silver ingots in, along with some scattered copper coins. Today's sales and the market should have brought in quite a bit of money, but she had already spent it all. Now, there are a little over 19 taels left at home. But she guessed that her writing and painting supplies were almost used up, and buying more would cost over 3 taels. Hongxiu let out a sigh of relief. Now we don't have to worry about the tuition fee for the second half of the year. Speaking of Red Sleeve, she feels the most pressure. Others only have 1 son, but she is 2, and one of them loves reading very much. So she works embroidery and even goes to weave netting when the light is poor, never stopping for a moment. This time, it seemed they wouldn't have enough money, but unexpectedly, something happened. It looks like the children are quite destined to be good at studying. Seeing the money, Du Ruo became excited. Madam, do you have more stories? Are we going to write more later? The other 2 also looked at Li Wanning with wide eyes. Yes, of course, we will write more. I still have many stories in my mind, but we should wait until they go to school before writing again. There are only a few days left, so we won't have to send them out every day. Having tasted the joy of earning money, how could she stop? At this point, Li Wanning remembered the current prices. There are 2 ways to sell. One is a one-time buyout like this time, and the other is a commission, where we get a share for each book sold. Since we urgently need money, I bought the rights outright for 10 taels this time. Later, we can just take the commission. Although the income will be slower, it will last longer. It's easy to see which way is better. The key is that everyone has great confidence in Li Wanning's stories. The last one was especially good and very enjoyable, so it will definitely sell well. As for the children, they can do whatever they want. Whether they copy more books or do more chores, it's not a bad thing for them. And the pressure might actually be good for them, Li Wanning thought. Even though she felt they might not lack money in the future, she still wanted the children to have some fighting spirit. Others didn't oppose this idea. No matter what they thought, as the legitimate wife, Li Wanning had the absolute right to decide about the children. The proper young masters and young ladies were suffering, and those of lower status had no reason to enjoy pure leisure. Now, equal treatment was a happiness that even praying for it wouldn't bring. That night, everyone slept peacefully. The children because they had a big meal, and the adults because they let go of the pressure they had been carrying. Only Lu Bouli was restless. Tonight, Mother spent so much money. Could it be that the tuition fees are even less affordable now? Unfortunately, I am still young and not very skilled. When I write, I need to keep the same level of quality, so I have to rest after a while. Some people can write for a long time or stay up all night working, but I need to improve myself. At night, everyone was sleeping peacefully when suddenly there was a loud knocking on the door. A female voice called out, "Wanning, is Wanning there?" Wanning. Listening to the voice, it seemed to be the voice of Aunt Ding, the woman who once saved Lu Buhui from drowning. Although it is not allowed for prisoners to communicate, because of the life-saving kindness, Li Wanning and others had visited to thank her. Later, they didn't meet openly, but whenever they saw her washing clothes by the river, they would secretly chat from a distance. Over time, they became more familiar. Hearing her anxious call, Li Wanning quickly put on her clothes and went out. "What's wrong, Sister Ding?" she asked loudly as she walked out. At the same time, the 3 concubines also dressed quickly. "Wanning, can I borrow your cart? Our Ziliang has a high fever, and I want to take him to the town to see a doctor. Do you still have silver? Can you lend me some? I only have a few copper coins, and I'm afraid it's not enough." Sister Ding's voice trembled. It seemed to be a serious situation, or she wouldn't be so worried. Don't worry. I'll get the cart for you, and bring you some silver. You go and prepare to take care of the child." Li Wanning comforted her. "Thank you so much." "Thank you, Wanning. I will remember your kindness forever," Sister Ding said gratefully, and was about to kneel.
No need to talk about that.
"The most important thing is to get the child treated quickly," Li Wanning said, pulling her. "We'll be quick here." You should go and prepare. Madam, let me take Xiao Huang to send them, Du Ruo offered after Sister Ding left. She still remembered how they saved Lu Buhui. All right, you get ready and take them. It's not easy for a single mother and orphan. You go prepare, and Lien Xiao will get the cart. I'll go get the money. They divided tasks. Sister Ding's family has 3 members, an elderly woman and a 5 or 6-year-old boy. The elderly woman is Sister Ding's husband's grandmother. The others have all died. Some were executed, some died on the way to exile, and some couldn't handle the harsh life after exile and passed away. Now, only the 3 of them rely on each other. The elderly woman had weak legs and feet, and the children were still young. So, only Sister Ding was managing everything inside and outside the house. Although she was busy all day, she still couldn't solve the family's difficulties. They could only barely avoid starving. There was no man in the family, not even a teenage boy. Today's situation was very different with or without a man. If it was just Sister Ding, giving her a hand cart would help, but going to the town might still be difficult. Watching them quickly disappear into the darkness, Li Wanning couldn't help but feel grateful. Luckily, the family bought a bullock cart, which made traveling much easier. Sitting in the cart holding her baby, Sister Li also felt lucky. Luckily, their little 5-year-old fell into the water close to her. The good deed she unintentionally did finally brought good results. Today, they owed a lot to their bullock cart. Otherwise, they might have been delayed even longer. After a long night of fussing, Li Wanning hadn't slept for a long time. She only fell asleep again near dawn. Just as she was about to wake up, she heard the bullock cart arrive. She wanted to sleep a little longer, but was worried about Sister Ding's little child. Well, she decided to get up and ask about it. Du Ruo also looked tired. Seeing Li Wanning take the initiative to ask, she explained, the child's condition has stabilized now. The doctor gave acupuncture. After the acupuncture, she also gave a few medicines costing over 300 coins. I thought the child might need more nutrition recently, so I gave Sister Ding 500 coins. She then handed the remaining 500 coins to Li Wanning. Just then, the other 2 people came out. They gathered and asked about the situation. Li Wanning waved her hand and said, "Go heat up some buns and have a quick bite. Rest for a bit. We'll send over a few eggs tonight." Du Ruo, who hadn't slept much the whole night, suddenly looked a bit excited. "It's okay, madam. I can't sleep now. I'll rest after I get sleepy later." Li Wanning thought she was worried about delivering the eggs. The eggs should be delivered tonight, so they won't be seen by others.
Du Ruo nodded. Understood, madame.
Anyway, I can't sleep now. I'll go prepare breakfast first. Before Li Wanning could speak, Lien Xiao took the lead. Go wash up and rest for a while. I'll make breakfast. It's mostly ready. Just cook some porridge and reheat yesterday's buns. Is that okay, madam? All right, you all can arrange it. Things are not like before. Now, I can order whatever I want to eat. There are so many options, and nothing is really special anymore. Meat buns are now the best food at home. The children sleep well. Even if they wake up in the middle of the night, they fall back asleep quickly. So, in the morning, they are not affected. When they see others sleeping, they move quietly without making noise. After everyone gets up, they quietly read or write in their rooms. Summer here is different from the north. The sun rises early, so the phrase, "the sun is already shining on your backside and you're still not up," is not said here because it's normal. This makes it easier for them to read and learn in the morning. They not only stay quiet themselves, but also have Lu Buhui wait at the door. When Wang Ziyuan, who comes to work in the morning, is told that Niu is not home, he is told to go straight to the fields with his tools. The girls sleep in one room. When they wake up, Lu Yoting is doing embroidery. Lu Yakin and Lu Yaru are afraid of waking her, so they carry a wooden stool to the backyard to cut vegetables for the chickens. Li Wanning thinks that the so-called caring little quilt is not just for girls. When it comes to truly caring, boys and girls are the same. Soon, it's almost time for the children to start school. Lu Buyuan goes to the fields every day, but unfortunately, the corn is not ready yet. Mother, it looks like we have to wait a few more days for the corn. We will start school first. It's okay. Now, with Uncle Wang helping, the work in the fields is much faster. There isn't that much corn anyway. When it's time to harvest, you can help peel the corn kernels after school, Li Wanning says, feeling her hands hurt from peeling corn. Okay, we can handle that. We can do it in the evening after coming back, Lu Bo Yuan agrees quickly. Lu Bo Chen knows that Lu Bo Li cares a lot about going to school. Lu Bo and Lu Bo Qing also pay attention, but Lu Bo Hui seems a bit indifferent. However, in the past 2 days, Lu Bo Hui has been doing a lot of homework every day, either memorizing or copying. He has become more proactive. Fifth brother, why are you so serious these days? Lu Bo Chen asks curiously. Mother praised my progress and rewarded me with some snacks. I don't want to disappoint her, Lu Bo Hui says clearly. Do you want to learn by yourself? Lu Bo Chen asks further. I didn't really want to before, but now I'm interested. I like the feeling of surpassing others. Lu Bohui thought about his progress and felt that surpassing others was still a bit exciting. Why don't I like studying? If I had that time, I could do many other things, Lu Bochen sighed. What do you want to do then? We're still kids and there's nothing really important we need to do, Lu Bohui asked back. There are many things we can do, farming, selling things, or just playing. Lu Bocheng looked at his younger brother, as if he were a little fool. Playing every day, it's all the same, farming, selling. We can do some now, but if only the two of us rely on it, we'd probably go hungry. As for selling things, isn't that only during market days? That's when we're on holiday. If you want to go, you can, Lu Bohui explained clearly. Before Lu Bochen could speak again, Lu Bohui added, Mom said last time that now is the time to learn, no matter what we study. Since we can't do much else right now, we might as well focus on studying seriously. Mom will pay for our schooling, and since the money has already been spent, it's better to learn more. It would be a real loss not to. Hearing this, Lu Bochen suddenly understood. You're right. Our family doesn't have much money, and studying is so expensive. If Mom insists on paying for our education, we must study hard, or we'll lose out. Lu Bohui, acting like a grown-up, patted Lu Bochen's shoulder and said, Exactly. Since we have to sit through classes whether we listen or not and whether we pay attention or not, why not just do our best? He also said, Mom said that studying isn't just about reading. It also shows how a person approaches tasks. Not everyone can find their interest, but everyone has to do many things. If we don't study seriously now, we might not work hard later, and we could end up achieving nothing, he explained. Why do you keep mentioning Mom? What else did she say? Lu Bochen was almost confused. When did Mom say so many things behind his back? Mom also said that knowledge reflects how you learn and your learning ability. Sometimes it's hard to control, but how serious you are shows your attitude. That's completely up to you. So, even if your knowledge isn't great, your attitude must be serious. Lu Bohui pointed to the writing he just did.
See?
My attitude is definitely good. Lu Bisheng was finally convinced. Well, it turns out his mother really did say so much. Although she was a bit nagging, it seemed to make some sense. Maybe, since he couldn't do anything else right now, he should reluctantly adjust his attitude? Lu Bisheng was a little reluctant to start school and was still debating whether to take things more seriously. Meanwhile, a few mothers were eagerly waiting for their children to go to school every day. Compared to modern parents, they didn't worry about helping with homework or dealing with mischievous children, but just like everyone hopes for a wild beast to be safely contained, they also hoped their children would quickly go to the academy. After all, the children's behavior was seriously affecting their writing practice. So, amid some children's worries and everyone's hopes, the day of school finally arrived. The day before registration, Li Wanning boiled some eggs and peanuts. She had wanted to prepare some chicken feet, but now most shops only sold whole chickens and chicken feet and wings weren't sold separately, so she gave up. Since this was the second time, Li Wanning handed 12.5 taels of silver directly to Lu Buyuan. This is your allowance for the second half of the year. Take it to the headmaster. Lu Buyuan put the money into their special school bag and carried it in front of him. Okay, mother. From now on, I won't let go of my bag. I will make sure it gets there safely. Seeing the silver handed over by Li Wanning, Lu Buzheng finally relaxed. At least, they wouldn't have any problems for this half year. Still, he knew he had to work harder. Lu Boyuan took the money, while Lu Buching and Lu Boli took their brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, along with the boiled eggs and peanuts they brought for the headmaster and teacher. They all went to register together. They didn't let Lu Buhui carry anything because they felt sorry for his young age, and they didn't let Lu Baqian carry anything either, understanding that his leg was still healing. Honestly, the brothers were very caring, which made Li Wanning feel envious.
Who wouldn't want brothers like that?
But then she thought, these brothers everyone wanted are still calling her mother. It should be others who envy her. After a few boys left, Lu Yakin and Lu Yuru were told to go feed the chickens. While feeding, Lu Yuru started to doubt life a little. Mother and the others have started again. Today's eggs are already collected. The straw is spread, water is added, the chicken coop is cleaned. Come on, see if there's any work left. Madam, what story should we write next? Du Rua asked eagerly. During this time, Li Wanning had already decided to adapt a story about Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai. However, when she previously watched the story, she didn't understand the part where Zhu Yingtai jumps into Liang Shanhua's tomb and they both turn into butterflies. Turning such a good story into a myth made it seem unbelievable. Some other parts also needed slight changes to make them more interesting. So, she wanted to tell a story about a girl who disguises herself as a boy to attend a school. By chance, she is accidentally discovered by a male classmate she often disagrees with, and then their feelings gradually change. In the end, just as they fall in love, they face resistance from their families, going through many hardships. But she didn't finish the story, and it caused a big argument. Du Rua said, "Let them be together." It's so hard. Lian Xiao shook her head. No, if the ending is perfect, everyone will forget it. But if the ending is unresolved, people will remember it for a long time. Li Wanning realized Lian Xiao was very experienced. Hong Xiu said softly, I also don't agree with them being together. If they really end up together, the outcome might not be good. Happy endings are usually only in stories. Wow, I didn't expect Hong Xiu to see through life so well. Li Wanning almost wanted to praise her. So from now on, princes and princesses will only live happily ever after in fairy tales. If she continued, many unhappy things would happen. This is a very interesting story, especially since many girls today don't have equal opportunities for education. It fits well with the social environment in the story. Zhu Yingtai's inner thoughts and feelings are easy for everyone to relate to. So, stories about girls disguising themselves as boys are likely to win many girls' hearts when they first appear. Sometimes, people are afraid to do certain things or feel they cannot do them. They hope to see others succeed, even if those others are fictional characters. When they relate strongly to these characters, it feels as if they are experiencing the story themselves, which is very satisfying. Zhu Yingtai is a character who can inspire many girls to step out of their rooms and explore a wider world. This makes her story very meaningful. Actually, Li Wanning finished telling the story and saw how people reacted. She knew that a classic story remains popular for a reason, even after many years. It's a pity that the theme song of Liang Zhu is so beautiful, but she can't bring it into this world. Then the group started arguing again. This debate went on for several days. Luckily, the boys went out early and returned late, so everyone had plenty of time during the day to discuss. They argued passionately, each hoping their version of the story would be the one to happen. Li Wanning felt deeply. Usually, when an author writes a book, it's a solo effort. She alone thinks up the plot and events. Sometimes there are mistakes or things that don't make sense. Now, things are different, for people are working on the story. When one person suggests something, the other three give feedback and corrections. This helps fix obvious mistakes. As a result, their version of Liang Zhu became a clear, fresh, and logical story. After their first try, everyone was very happy with the result. Li Wanning said she would talk to her boss about a share of the profits. They all felt confident. If this story gets published, many girls in the girls' quarters will probably scream with excitement. Of course, they won't forget their share of the profits. If it becomes a big hit, they can relax and enjoy the success. On the first day of the new semester's big gathering, Li Wanning took her small notebook to the bookstore. After buying some things, the shop owner took her to a back room. "Does the lady have a new work this time?" the owner asked, pouring her a glass of cold tea. Li Wanning took out her Liangzhu story and handed it to the shop owner. The owner looked at it carefully, smiling and frowning at different parts. He was completely drawn in. Although he was quite old and no longer in love, he was still moved by the story of true love. After a while, she closed the book and asked, "How much silver does Lady Li want for this book?" Li Wanning smiled and said, "We decided not to sell it outright. Let's take a commission instead." When the bookstore owner heard that Li Wanning wanted a commission, he secretly evaluated the book. The writing has improved compared to the last one. If we sell the story directly, it could earn about 12 taels of silver. If we take a commission, the return will be slower. Today, we can only take 1 or 2 silver coins. The commission will be paid quarterly, but I can't say the exact amount now. Li Wanning had already thought about this. The fact that the owner was willing to give 12 taels meant he believed this book was better than the previous one. Since she wasn't in a hurry for money, she decided to give it a try. This is similar to modern online stories. If a hit is created, it can generate a steady stream of income, something many writers dream of. The overall story has been tested and verified by predecessors, with some details discussed among 3 concubines. So, for Li Wanning, managing a storybook doesn't require much effort. The other 2 concubines only had their time wasted by Hong Xiu, while the others discussed and did their work at the same time. Overall, even earning 1 or 2 silver coins was beneficial, and it also enriched their spiritual lives. Another reason she insisted on a commission was that, for other educational books, people might copy them when they lacked money, saving the cost of buying. But storybooks are different. They are usually bought by people with some financial means for entertainment and are not worth copying. And those who could copy them didn't have a way to sell the copies. The bookstores in the story are mostly official, which means they communicate and share resources. There's no piracy among them. So, as long as your storybook is sold in any bookstore and becomes popular somewhere, it will gradually be distributed throughout the entire court. Therefore, the money from sales is slow to recover, and distribution takes time, making profits a long-term process. Although this book sold for 1 or 2 silver coins, Li Wanning didn't take the money home and spent all the money she brought from home. She didn't buy anything else, just 20 sheets of paper, 20 pens, and 20 blocks of ink, spending over 7 taels. This successfully brought the family's savings back to a few hundred coins. Buying so much at once was because the children's stationery was almost used up. If they used paper here, it was still okay, especially since the boss had given her some scrap paper last time, which she hadn't used up yet. She just needed to go there to get some copying paper. However, the pens and ink were more noticeable, so she decided to buy a few more to keep separate to avoid the children noticing. Anyway, these supplies wouldn't be wasted even if bought in larger amounts. The bookstore owner was happy to see her buy so much and gave her some more scrap paper. Since Lu Bachan also came to town with her, she brought 2 bags to keep the items separate. The children usually wouldn't look inside their bags, so it was less likely to be discovered. On their way back, Li Wanning bought a small piece of meat, just over a pound. It wasn't enough for stewing, but enough to add a little to stir-fry. Li Wanning used to love meat and ate it all the time. Since coming here, she mainly focused on just filling her stomach. Now that their economy was improving, she wanted to raise their food quality a bit. Buying some meat at the market each time wasn't too much, right? And with so many people, a pound of meat wouldn't last long. Seeing Li Wanning buy meat, Lu Bachan was very happy. "Mother, we have meat to eat again today." "Yes, you study so hard every day. I want to nourish you," Li Wanning said, though her real reason was her own craving. Still, she kept her words like a good mother. "Thank you, Mother," Lu Bachan said happily, sincerely grateful. But he also felt a bit more pressure. Mother is so kind to us, and even though we're poor, she still buys meat. Should I work harder? I must not let her down. Unaware that her words gave the children extra motivation, Li Wanning handed Lu Bachan a whip. "Try it yourself. It will be very convenient once you learn." After practicing a few times, Lu Bachan was almost able to do it himself. Li Wanning relaxed and sat comfortably, watching the roadside scenery and chatting casually with Lu Bachan. Bachan, have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future? It seems that asking about ideals is something every parent has done and often does. I want to run a business, make a lot of money, do whatever I want, and let you all live good lives. Lu Bachan's wish is very honest and straightforward. Really? That's a good goal. First, praise him, then spark his interest, and finally return to the main topic, following the usual way to talk to children. Then you must study hard. Lu Bachan doesn't understand. Although he tries to convince himself to study well, he hasn't figured out the connection. Mom, I won't take the imperial exams. I want to do business. I know, you just said that. But if you want to make a lot of money, you need to grow your business big. This means you need to have a vision so you can understand the market well and predict trends. You also need to learn management. Running a big business involves many workers. If you don't understand management, the business will be hard to run. You need to be able to write contracts. If you're not good at that, you might get cheated and still count money. You also need to keep accounts. If you can't understand your finances, people might cheat you or steal from you openly. You must know more than others so you can earn money from their pockets. So, you need to work harder and learn everything you can. After saying this, he stops talking and gives him time to think. Li Wanning really wants to praise herself. How clever she is, how she can always connect everything to studying. And every time, her points sound very reasonable and convincing. Lu Bachan has recently been bombarded by Li Wanning's various teachings again and again. He feels deeply that his thoughts are changing again and again. At first, he didn't want to study at all. Then he thought studying a little was okay. Then he wanted to work harder. Now, he finally feels that if he doesn't study well, he is a sinner in his family, irresponsible for his future, and will end up with nothing. What went wrong? Oh well, forget it. At worst, I will sacrifice a little. From now on, I will take third brother as a role model and show them that besides the third young master, there is also a super studious fourth young master. When Lu Bachan decided to study hard, Lu Yiting was also lost in thought. She listened to the entire process of creating two stories, and her mind was filled with new ideas. One was about the story itself, and the other was about people's analysis of the characters. Both female characters are very typical, one brave, one resilient. But they share a common trait. Both have a spirit of resistance. One fights against powerful authorities and unfair fate. The other opposes traditional customs and restrictions. However, their love stories are quite different. Qin Xianglian, who suffers betrayal and persecution from her husband, can stand up and fight back, then strengthen her beliefs and become her own support. Lu Yiting deeply believes that when you marry, you never really know what kind of person you'll end up with. You can rely on others, but you must also have resilience and strength to stand on your own. Zhuing Tai is willing to overcome many difficulties for love. Li Wanning and others gave her a happy ending with a loving partner. But what does that really mean? Qin Xianglian and Chen Shimi are also together. In the end, what life will be like depends on Zhuing Tai's personality and attitude. So Lu Yiting concludes, you can bravely pursue love, but you also need the ability to live independently. Some things are worth fighting for, but if you can't get them, don't take it too seriously. Being true to yourself is the most important. In the original story, a young girl was sold into slavery as a concubine and endured suffering silently. Her mental state changed greatly over time. For a moment, she looked forward to the next exciting story from Li Wanning and others, curious about what kind of female characters would appear next. But before the next character arrived, the harvest of corn began. There are about 9 acres of cornfield. Since the children are at school, they can't help with harvesting, so Li Wanning and others did it themselves. Fortunately, the quick harvesting method they found before still worked. Li Wanning and Du Ruo worked in rows, pulling the corn cobs. Wang Ziyuan helped by cutting down the corn stalks, and Xiao used A to dig out the roots. They repeated this process for the next row. Since they had worked together before, their teamwork was smooth. In one day, they managed to harvest half of the field. When the children returned from school, They saw the yard filled with freshly harvested corn cobs. Lu Buiyuan said, "Today we harvested corn? Let's ask for leave from the last class tomorrow and come back early to help." Li Weining thought for a moment and said, "No need. You usually do things your way. The field should be almost ready to harvest tomorrow. Come back tonight and help with threshing." Compared to threshing until their hands were sore, Li Weining felt that picking corn cobs was not so tiring. As long as they could help, the children didn't mind the work. After dinner, they all started threshing together. The remaining half was harvested the next day. Because Lian Xiao was a bit tired and some roots hadn't been dug up yet, she left it there. Wang Ziyuan could handle it later. So, the only work left was threshing. Seeing that Li Weining looked worried, Lian Xiao handed her a small tool and said, "Madam, you focus on picking out the kernels. We'll handle the threshing." It was the first time Li Weining was assigned work since coming here. She happily accepted. Of course, she wasn't deliberately choosing tasks. She just wasn't very good at this kind of work. Picking out the kernels wasn't easy either. She had to work against many others, or she wouldn't keep up with their speed. After a few more days, everything was finally done. They asked the village chief to come and weigh the harvest. It was about 1,600 jin, around 800 kilograms. The yield per mu, about 0.16 hectares, was roughly 180 jin, about 90 kilograms. After taxes, about 640 jin remained. Plus, some seeds needed to be saved for next year. If they planted 9 mu again, the family could keep over 300 jin of corn. Li Weining thought corn was very useful. Besides eating it themselves, they could feed chickens and cattle with it. They could even give a little to neighbors. So next year, they probably could only plant 9 mu again because they didn't have extra seeds. After finishing the harvest, Wang Ziyuan quickly plowed the land again, preparing for winter wheat planting. The town chief had already had someone copy many of Li Weining's planting records from last year and distributed them to each village, hoping everyone would learn from them. Li Weining kept a copy for herself. She took out her diary and showed it to Wang Ziyuan. This year, she had gained some experience. Li Weining no longer managed the land. After several tiring days, she decided to rest a bit before preparing for winter wheat planting. She needed to conserve her energy, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to handle the workload. This time, they planned to plant about 30 to 40 mu of land, which was not an easy task. Li Weining was once again glad she had Wang Ziyuan. Otherwise, the children would have to take leave from school to help with farming. Unexpectedly, there was a turn of good luck. The town mayor and the school principal discussed. Starting this year, everyone will plant winter wheat. Let's give the children a holiday, several days off, so they can all go home and help with the farming. The principal had no strong opinion. I don't mind either, but there's a problem. Some families don't have land. They feel that since they paid half a year's tuition, a longer holiday would mean wasted money. The mayor agreed. Then let's allow those who want to take leave to do so. During these days, the school can slow down the lessons and review material for students who stay, so neither side is delayed. This idea was good, and the principal nodded in agreement. So, unexpectedly, before planting the winter wheat, Lu Buiyuan and the others decided to take a leave of absence. All right, since you're taking leave, let's work quickly and finish early so you can return to school sooner. Li Weining initially didn't want them to take leave, but they acted first and asked later. She couldn't criticize their initiative. After all, they were doing it to prevent them from being too tired. People should be kind-hearted and not take advantage of others. Moreover, although their absence might affect their studies, thinking about it again, it also showed the children's filial piety and thoughtfulness. They could catch up on lessons later, but missing the planting time was not acceptable. So, Li Weining felt a little happy inside. She also scolded the original author of the story again. These children are so sensible and good. Why must they suffer such hardships and even turn against each other? They should be living happy lives. She was determined to change everyone's fate and help them have the beautiful lives they deserved. Li Weining realized she rarely thought of this as just a task anymore. Perhaps changing their destiny was no longer just about her returning home, but genuinely wanting all of them to be well and happy from the heart. Hongxiu, during the farming period, was in charge of all the meals at home. She also needed to go to the town the next day to buy some meat. For lunch, they added a bit of meat to the stir-fry, and for Brother Wang's meal, a little more. Although Hongxiu wasn't very good at cooking, she could only handle it. Because of the hot weather, meat couldn't be stored for long, so she bought it every other day. She added more salt and cooked it thoroughly. It wouldn't spoil the next day. Because now there is an additional way to earn money, I am less worried about not having enough food. So during busy times, Li Wanning doesn't want everyone to suffer too much. Hongxiu replied, "Madam, don't worry. All the servants at home will do their best." Lu Yuting also said, "Mother, I will help Aunt Hongxiu." Lu Yakin and Lu Yaru also said they would help. As for the boys, of course, they all went to the fields. Even with so many people working together, and some preparations already done by Wang Ziyuan earlier, it still took more than 10 days. Almost exhausted, Li Wanning started thinking about hiring more workers again. It's strange, every time she gets tired, she wants to hire someone else to do the work, just paying them, which she can afford. But as the time approaches, for some reason, she ends up doing it herself again. She feels that if all the work is done by hired workers and she does nothing, she might feel like she's missing out on this rare experience, which leaves her feeling incomplete. So now, every time she finishes planting or harvesting, she's exhausted and vows to hire more workers next time. But when it's time to start working again, she grits her teeth and rolls up her sleeves to do it herself. When she finally sowed the last seed, Li Wanning took a deep breath and said, "Brother Wang, you can take the ox back today. Your land can have another season of planting, and after that, take a couple of days off before coming back." Wang Ziyuan expressed his thanks. They treated Wang Ziyuan well, but he was also someone who was willing to work hard, which Li Wanning noticed. "Mother, let's go to school tomorrow," Lu Boli asked after dinner. "Huh." Lu Boli's brother, Lu Bihue, looked surprised. Li Wanning looked at Lu Bihue and then at Lu Boli. After working in the fields these days, everyone should be tired. How about taking a day off tomorrow and going the day after? You haven't asked for many days off anyway. Seeing Lu Boli hesitate, Lu Buyuan spoke up. "The teacher said that during this time, we should review what we've learned so far so there won't be much new teaching. Studying at home won't affect us much." Li Boli listened carefully and replied, "Then I will follow my mother's advice and rest at home for a day." After that, he turned to Lu Bihue and said, "Even if you don't go to school tomorrow, you should still look at your books and copy the lessons." Lu Bihue was a simple child. He was happy to get an extra day of rest, so he nodded repeatedly and said, "Don't worry, mother. Don't worry, third brother. I will start studying tomorrow." Li Boli then looked at Lu Bachan with a meaningful look. Bachan understood immediately and said, "I know, third brother. I plan to wake up early tomorrow and start studying." He was a smart child who knew what to do. He was polite to his younger brothers, but needed to be careful with his older brothers. So, Li Boli turned to Lu Buyuan and Lu Buqing and said, "That's settled then. Older brother, second brother, tomorrow we will study together at home." What could they say? Just study. If they kept their grades up, they could earn 10 or 20 coins each month. It wasn't much, but it gave a small sense of achievement. As for why their goals weren't bigger, like aiming to be the top student and earn at least 50 coins, both older brothers knew they were realistic. Anyway, things were good as they were now. The top 3 students, with the youngest always in first place, could each month earn up to 100 coins. That was the best way for them to get scholarships. Seeing how Li Boli planned everyone's study schedule clearly, Li Wanning understood why her mother used to let her play with friends who studied well when she was young. Looking at her children's progress, she realized the saying, "You are the company you keep," really had truth. Feeling happy, Li Wanning waved her hand and said, "Tomorrow I will go to town to buy some meat. We will have meat pancakes tonight." "Yes, yes. We will have meat pancakes tomorrow night," said Lu Yara happily. She loved that food the most. Once the crops were planted, Li Wanning felt relieved, as if she had finished another task. But when she looked at the calendar and saw August 15th, she was surprised that the day was coming so soon. In the world of books, there was no August 15th holiday. This was one of the things Li Wanning disliked about the author. She used to think mooncakes weren't very tasty, especially the ones filled with high-tech ingredients. They were sold at very high prices but tasted terrible. Actually, the kind of packaging found in supermarkets is simple but has a nice smell. Now, she is starting to miss that kind of smell. Her memory of how to make mooncakes is a bit fuzzy, but she can still describe the general process. Li Wanning bought the ingredients for the filling and began to explain. First, knead the dough, adding a little oil while kneading. Then set it aside and prepare the filling at the same time. Li Wanning plans to make a simple version of 5 nuts filling, which is her favorite flavor. Finally, she wraps the filling in the dough, which looks a bit awkward. The shape is hard to get right because there are no molds at home, so she just roughly forms it with her hands. Then she brushes oil on the surface of the mooncake and bakes it in a pan. Honestly, Du Rua has an exceptional talent for cooking. Despite the messy way she made the mooncakes, she managed to turn the ingredients into something edible. Li Wanning picks up one and takes a bite. Oh my! It tastes just like the one she remembers. Although it looks a bit strange, the flavor is perfect. She invites others to try. When Lu Yara sees this new food for the first time, she is very excited. Mom, this is so delicious. But why do you call it a mooncake? Li Wanning holds one in her hand. Look, doesn't it look like a full moon? After saying that, she carefully examines the roundness of the mooncake in her hand and quickly adds, real mooncakes should be round. Oh, I see. Lu Yara responds, pretending to understand, even though she's not quite sure. She bites into one, squints happily, and says it's tasty. After tasting her own, Li Wanning feels very satisfied. Du Rua, let's bake some to give to the village chief and the teachers to try. Since they're giving it to others, the appearance needs to be nice. Du Rua puts in her best effort, and finally, with each attempt, the mooncakes look better and better. Because making them is so difficult, she makes 6 for the village chief and 6 for the director. It takes a lot of effort, and Li Wanning deeply feels that she will only make these when she misses home, and otherwise, she won't bother. However, when Lu Buyuan and the others bring the mooncakes to the director that day, Li Wanning notices that Lu Boli seems a bit upset. She feels a little puzzled. Could it be that the gift was not appreciated? But according to her observation, the dean is not that kind of person. She doesn't like guessing, so she directly asked, Boli, what's wrong today? Did something happen? Why are you in a bad mood? Nothing. He replied briefly but then fell silent again. It was a bit strange and unusual, but Li Wanning didn't press further. At that moment, she noticed Lu Buyuan giving her a subtle signal. There was some understanding between mother and son, so after finishing the meal and everyone else went back to rest, Lu Buyuan found an excuse to stay behind. Tell me, what's really going on? Lu Boli usually doesn't show his emotions so clearly, so today's behavior must mean he's really upset. Next year's county exam, the teacher selected a few students from our class to participate. Maybe he's feeling regretful about his future, Lu Buyuan explained briefly.
Li Wanning understood.
Lu Boli loved studying and always ranked first in class. While others who didn't do as well could participate in the county exam, he could only watch silently from behind, feeling envy and jealousy. But what could he do? The path of taking the imperial exams was blocked from the day he was accused. He could only wait until he was cleared of charges to resolve it. Li Wanning thought she should comfort him. It's just the county exam now, but in later rounds, some students would become scholars, some would pass the advanced exam, and as they continued studying, some might achieve even greater success. Wouldn't that make him feel even more upset? Fortunately, the next day was a market holiday, or Li Wanning wouldn't have time to talk with him. She still needed to earn money, so in the morning, Li Wanning and Lu Bosch went to set up their stall. Only in the afternoon did she have free time. She sent the others to work in the fields and found Lu Boli sitting at his desk, lost in thought. Boli, you look so unhappy. Is it because they are participating in the county exam? Li Wanning asked directly. Sorry, but she's straightforward by nature. Lu Boli lowered his head. I know I shouldn't feel this way, but I still feel a bit sad. Li Wanning sat beside him. Everyone faces many difficulties in life and encounters many disappointments. There's no need to worry about these. Just focus on being yourself. Maybe there will be a turning point in the future. Lu Boli quietly said, My mother always says my father was wronged. I believe he was innocent too. But trying to clear his name is not easy. We are still young, exiled here, not allowed to leave the town. It's not simple at all. Not satisfied, he asked, "What is the purpose of studying?" Li Wanning replied, "Studying makes me better and clearer in my thinking. Our family was once a noble family, but I am a common son. In the future, I will have to establish my own household. If I can get a good reputation, it will be easier to find a way, and it will help my aunt live better." Since Li Wanning was familiar with him, Lu Boli was very honest. He said, "You also said studying can make you better. Even if you can't take exams now, you can still read and improve yourself." Li Wanning decided to approach from his perspective. Exams are just a way to test your progress. You should know, we are now at the lowest point in life. But when you're at the bottom, the road ahead is all uphill. Life has ups and downs. You can't stay at the bottom forever. So, you need to prepare well, so that when opportunities come, you won't regret missing them. He continued, "As for making your aunt's life better, our family may be a bit poor now, but I think everyone is in good spirits. As long as we work hard together, life will get better." Li Wanning said, "Actually, most of your wish to study has already come true." Lu Boli thought for a moment, then looked up. "Thank you, Mother. I was a bit lost, but hearing you say that, it seems true. The goals I wanted to achieve are partly already fulfilled. I should be satisfied," he said. "I just didn't understand it at first, but I won't make that mistake again. I will focus on my own work, keep improving my knowledge. If opportunities really come, as you said, I won't let them slip away." Li Wanning wanted to pat his head, like she did with Lu Yaru, but she was afraid he might feel offended, so she reached out halfway and pulled back. Unexpectedly, he moved closer on his own, so she completed the gesture. She said, "No matter what happens, you can talk to me. We are family, and we should help each other. There are times when you can feel sad or disappointed, but you must open your heart. Besides life and death, nothing else is a big deal. Maybe you can't understand this now, but remember it. When something happens, think about it. I hope it will help you handle future problems more easily. Our lives are already hard enough. We should find ways to make ourselves feel lighter, not add mental stress. Things we can't change should be put aside. Maybe one day, there will be a new chance." After giving some advice, Lu Boli seemed to feel better. Li Wanning stepped back, realizing that some things only he could understand himself. Just hearing others talk might not be enough. Also, some feelings and attitudes only change with age. Like a person, their thoughts 10 years ago are very different from now. 10 years later, they might think those past worries were silly.
Why was I so immature then?
Why did I worry about such small things for so long? It wasn't worth it, completely not worth it. But these experiences can't be replaced by others' advice. He has to go through his own experiences to truly understand. So, I can only talk and advise. The rest is up to him. Fortunately, Lu Boli was someone who listened to advice. The next morning, Li Wanning felt his mood had improved. She encouraged the boys to hurry up. When they left, he bowed to Li Wanning and said, "Thank you, Mother. I will keep trying." After the children left, seeing Hongxiu hesitate to speak, Li Wanning explained, "You noticed, right? Boli wasn't in a good mood yesterday because the teacher announced the list for next spring's county exam. He felt a bit disappointed. I talked to him." Hongxiu had noticed, even though they didn't talk much. She could tell something was wrong with the children. Hearing Li Wanning's explanation, Hongxiu was grateful. "Thank you, madam." Li Wanning smiled and said to the 3 young women, "We have many children at home, so I can't always watch over everything. In the future, you should pay more attention to them. If they have emotional issues or anything, help them talk and solve it early. They're young and have gone through a lot. It's normal for them to sometimes not understand things." Upon hearing that they should pay more attention, several of them looked up at her. Li Wanning felt a bit shy, as if her previous distance was her own doing. But she couldn't say it was nothing to do with her before, so she just glared and said, "What are you looking at me for? Do you think I need to worry about everything for each of you?" They all lowered their heads and said, "We don't dare," but their faces showed hidden smiles. After all, they had gone through a lot to raise her, so how could they not care or want to be close? It was just that before, staying away was their way of protecting her. While they chatted, they suddenly heard the long, echoing sound of the bell. They were startled. Li Wanning said, "Oh, what's going on? Why is the bell ringing?" According to the Exile manual, if a meeting needed to be called, the village's central bell would ring. Once heard, within 15 minutes, each household was expected to send at least one person to attend. Li Wanning tidied herself up a bit and said, "You all stay at home and do your own things. I'll go see what's happening outside." Usually such a situation wouldn't be good, so everyone felt a little nervous. Watching Li Wanning leave, Du Ruo was worried. "Our life has finally settled down a bit. Please don't let anything happen again." Lian Xiao comforted her. "When trouble comes, we face it. When water flows, we block it. Let's wait for the lady to come back and see what's going on before thinking of a plan." Hong Xiu took out some sewing tools and started working. "We're already like this. Worrying won't help. Let's do more work. When we have money, we'll feel more confident. It's just a matter of paying or working." Hearing this, Lian Xiao and Du Ruo didn't say more but silently picked up their tools, thinking it's good to have some extra money just in case. Li Wanning headed toward the village center, where the villagers' meeting was held. Along the way, she met many people. She felt she had never seen so many in the village before. But even though the crowd was large, no one spoke.
She also saw Sister Ding.
They exchanged glances and walked forward, one behind the other. When they arrived, many people had already gathered. Li Wanning and Sister Ding intentionally or unintentionally stood a little closer. Since the last time Li Wanning's family borrowed money and sent their child to the clinic, their relationship had improved. Of course, their interactions were still mostly secretive at night. Li Wanning looked around. Most of the people there were young, but they shared some common features. Many looked pale and thin, and their clothes were patched. Some patches seemed to be made from good fabric, probably old clothes they had worn before and used as patches when they couldn't wear them anymore. It seemed that poverty taught people how to make do. When most people had arrived, the village chief and a man who looked like an official said, "Sir, we can start now." Then the village chief told the villagers, "Listen carefully. This concerns every family." The official cleared his throat and said, "This year, some people need to repair the dam. Those over 70 years old and children under 15 do not need to go. Everyone else, 2 people from each family, must go. They will leave in a month." Hearing about dam repair, everyone looked unhappy. Repairing the dam is tiring and dangerous. Not going isn't an option, but going could mean risking their lives. Li Wanning also thought to herself, 2 people from each family are needed, but neither of them is very capable. An older person asked, "If we pay with silver, how much does it cost?" The official replied, "Same as previous years. If you don't go, each person must pay 2 taels of silver." Li Wanning suddenly realized that they could pay silver instead. But 4 taels of silver seemed too expensive. She glanced at Sister Ding nearby. Her face was very pale, probably from worry or fear. She remembered that Sister Ding still hadn't repaid the money she borrowed last time. It was probably too much for her to pay now. Their family was small but old. Luckily, the oldest family member was under 70, so they had to send one person. She also thought of Wang Zhiyuan. Their family also had 2 people, both under 70, so they should also send one person. Either send someone or pay money. You decide yourselves. Report to the village chief within 20 days. Those who pay can give the money to the village chief, who will collect it, the official said. After that, he left. The village chief saw the official off, then turned to everyone and said, "You have 20 days to think about it. Those who need to gather money, do so. If you can't, send someone. It should be fine if you're careful. Report to me as soon as possible. That's all. You can go now." Li Wanning watched everyone turn and leave. Their steps seemed heavier. She and Sister Ding walked back, one after the other. Lady Ding's face still looked pale. She moved to a less crowded place and Li Wanning asked softly, "Lady Ding, are you alright?" Lady Ding shook her head. "It's nothing serious. At most, I just need to go once. It should only take a month or 2. Later, I might need your help to look after things at home." Li Wanning sighed. "There are about 20 days left. You can still try to find a solution." If you face any difficulties, just tell me, and we can think of a way together. Although she said this, Li Wanning felt a bit nervous inside. The last money was spent on buying brushes, ink, and paper. If she had known, she would have bought less. It seems keeping some cash on hand is very important. She couldn't help but feel that life is already hard enough for everyone. This situation makes it even worse, but at least the crops have already been planted. Perhaps this isn't just a coincidence, but a deliberate arrangement, since farming is still the most important task. Li Wanning returned home. The atmosphere was heavy, and everyone looked up at her with sharp eyes. The village chief just said they want to repair the dam. Our family needs to send 2 people. If we pay with money, it will cost 4 taels of silver. Knowing what they meant, Li Wanning didn't keep them waiting. But after she said this, she noticed everyone still staring at her intently. For a moment, she didn't understand what they meant. She touched her face. Was there something on it? Jian Xiao and the other 2 exchanged glances and cautiously asked, "Madam, should we send people or money?" Li Wanning replied curiously, "Of course it's money. Who wants to go?" It's understandable why they asked. Servants' lives are cheap, like grass. They could send a couple of stalks without anyone complaining. Although Li Wanning had been kind to them these past 2 years, she wasn't sure if she would be willing to spend this money for them. Li Wanlin also found it strange that they asked this. No matter what, she wouldn't let them risk their lives. Besides, they could still stay at home and write stories, much more valuable than 4 taels of silver. She couldn't help but ask, "You don't think I want you to go, do you?" The others lowered their heads. "No, we know you wouldn't want us to suffer." Li Wanning almost laughed in frustration. Did they need a mirror to see how guilty they looked right now? Forget it. Maybe we still haven't given them enough sense of security. Time will reveal people's true hearts. But I couldn't help but say, we depend on each other here. No matter what happens, I will always prioritize everyone's safety and health. The 3 of them were touched and together said, "Thank you, madam. Recently we have no silver left, so we need to finish writing a storybook. If we can't, we'll buy it outright and pay for it. When the children are not around, we should work more during the day to finish it sooner." Li Wanning felt very lucky to have found this way. Otherwise, she really would have given up this time. When they heard about writing a new storybook, everyone immediately became very excited, like they had been energized. "Madam, what kind of story should we write this time?" Du Ruo was curious, and even Lu Yiting looked up. "Let me think first. Most likely, we will buy it outright this time. We should write something simple, with a strong story. The more complex stories can be saved for sharing profits later." Li Wanning originally planned to write The Legend of the White Snake this time. It's a story with a large audience, or it wouldn't be repeated every summer. But such a good story, with lots of content, is suitable for serialization. We could make several parts, build anticipation, and maybe earn a lot. However, the timing isn't right now, so we need to choose a different story. While they were thinking, suddenly they heard crying from the yard near Sister Ding's place. "Grandma, Grandma, what's wrong?" "Don't scare me, Grandma." They were startled and hurried over to see what was happening. At the door, they saw 2 buckets spilled on the ground, water all over the shoulder pole, and Sister Ding holding her grandmother, crying hard. The children were also frightened and crying non-stop. Looking up, they saw a rope hanging from the beam and a stool lying on the ground. It was obvious what had happened. They quickly went forward, pinched the person's pressure point, and slapped their face to wake them. Fortunately, it seemed they had been hanging for only a short time, and soon the person regained consciousness. Hearing the elderly woman cough, Sister Ding cried even more sadly. "Grandma, what are you doing? We are all you have left. Why did you leave us?" The elderly woman also had tears on her face and said, "I'm old. Living is just a burden on you. If I die, you won't have to repair the anymore. If something happens to me, only the 2 of you will be left, and we won't be able to survive." Sister-in-law Ding choked up and said, "Just repairing this is fine. I'll be more careful. If you feel this way, just take us both away, so I won't have to face my parents and my child's father when I go." Talking about loved ones who had passed away made her even more sad. They all hugged their heads and cried loudly, which was very hard to watch. Li Wanning couldn't help but advise. Life is hard, but as long as we are alive, there is hope. We can find ways to solve problems together. Please don't take any drastic actions. You are now the main support for sister-in-law Ding and others, so you must not do anything foolish. After some comforting, the elderly woman finally gave up the idea of suicide. Li Wanning and the others returned sadly to their own yard. Thinking about what just happened, life really is very difficult. If sister-in-law Ding really goes to repair the crops this season will be wasted. Not only will they not harvest any grain, but they might also lose the seeds. The family is already barely getting by, and it feels like there is no way out. Li Wanning sighed and said, "Let's wait and see. If we have some savings, we can help sister-in-law Ding." The three concubines had no objections. The scene earlier was so shocking that it left a deep impression on everyone's mind. They couldn't help but feel a bit grateful that their own family wasn't in such a difficult situation and that their wife was kind-hearted. Li Wanning was also thinking not just about sister-in-law Ding, but also about Wang Ziyuan. His mother was blind and weak, often sick, and he probably couldn't live without her. But the key problem was that he had no money. It seemed they needed to carefully consider what to write this time. If they did it well, they could help as much as possible. It's not that Li Wanning was particularly saintly, but if it involved strangers, it wouldn't matter. The important thing was that these two people had close ties to them. One had saved their child's life and often visited secretly, and the other helped them farm. They had good character. If he left, they would have to hire someone new, who is a stranger. So, during these difficult times, when everyone feels they might not make it through, I tend to think more carefully. Modern people are not very used to such situations and find it hard to pretend they don't see what's happening, especially when they could possibly help just by trying a little. Although Li Wanning often tells herself that she is here just to experience life and will leave after completing her task, at least for now, these families and characters are real in front of her. Sometimes she even doubts whether she has become too involved in the story. Because it concerns three families, Li Wanning begins to brainstorm. She runs through many stories in her mind. Some are too long, others too short. Stories involving imperial power she dares not write about, and many don't fit well. Choosing the right one is quite challenging. After much thought, Li Wanning has two stories in mind. One is Mulan, and the other is Marrying the Wrong Bridegroom. The story of Marrying the Wrong Bridegroom is relatively safer. It involves officials, but doesn't challenge imperial authority. Some parts can be slightly changed to better fit this era. It appeals to young women who dream of love and marriage. Writing this also reminds her of the handsome young Nye Yuan from those days. The Mulan story is a great female empowerment story, symbolizing women's strength and independence. Not all women might like it, but most would give it a thumbs up. Although it involves the emperor, a simple adaptation can be made. For example, in the beginning, an external enemy invades and many women volunteer to join the army. Even a girl, eager to not fall behind, secretly enlists under her father's name. She rises from a soldier to a minor general, earns many merits, and plays a key role in the final, crucial battle. The victory is celebrated, and she returns home triumphantly. The main issue here is that Mulan commits treason against the emperor, which is a serious crime that could lead to execution. Writing about this might cause trouble. So, she needs to think about how to show Mulan sincerely repenting so the emperor might pardon her and even reward her. Although the background could be set in another dynasty, people might overthink it. To avoid trouble with censorship, it's better to portray the emperor as a generous, understanding ruler who cares for his people, reducing the risk of being caught in political pitfalls. Forget it. Since both stories need to be written, let's let everyone vote on which one to do this time. Li Wanning briefly explained the two story ideas. We want to buy the rights outright this time. Which one do you think is better to write? Lien Xiao thought for a moment and said, I think we should start with the story of the girl who got into the wrong bridal sedan chair. It sounds unbelievable, but in the end, due to a mix-up, it leads to a happy marriage. Both men and women can enjoy it. Duruo agreed. Yes, I also think we should start with that one. The later story about Mulan involves big themes about family and country, so we need to think carefully. Only Hong Xiu hadn't spoken yet. Everyone looked at her. Hong Xiu nodded and said, "I agree with their idea. The story of the girl who got into the wrong sedan chair fits popular tastes and is easier to write. We can finish it quickly and get the money back sooner. The story about Mulan is more unusual. Some parts can't be written carelessly, but if we think carefully and pay attention to details, it should be loved by many. However, it needs more time to refine and isn't suitable for this time." Usually when they argue, they get a bit heated, but today all three agreed. So they decided to adapt the story of the girl who got into the wrong sedan chair and married the right man. They had enough time this time because the boys went out early and came back late, so they had the whole day to discuss. The first draft was completed in about 5 or 6 days. Since writing took a long time in one day, and it was tiring for one person, they took turns writing. Of course, Hong Xiu's writing was a bit better, but the other two could probably recognize their work. They didn't go to proper school, so their skills weren't very high. Seeing that they looked a little tired, Lu Yiting gathered her courage and said, "Mother, I can also write." Li Wanning looked at this often overlooked girl. Usually, she was obedient and listened to everyone's discussions without saying much. Of course, she didn't feel it was appropriate to say much about this kind of thing. Seeing that Li Wanning didn't speak, Lu Yiting thought she believed her handwriting was not good enough. She picked up a brush and wrote 2 characters. "Mother, when I was in the mansion, I also had a teacher teach me to read. I recognize most characters and can write." Li Wanning suddenly realized, yes, Lu Yiting had actually studied for a few years. Although her family hired a teacher, she had practiced reading and writing, so she was probably better than the 3 maids. She was really hesitant to let her do this, feeling that the child was still too young. While she was thinking about it, Du Rua seemed to notice her hesitation and offered a suggestion. "Madam, perhaps Miss Ting should try it. She's already 12 this year, and she can start learning things she needs to know. Also, writing this can help her practice her handwriting. If she doesn't do it regularly, she might forget what she learned before." Hearing Du Rua mention that Lu Yiting was already 12, Li Wanning felt a bit helpless, but also agreed. Nowadays, many girls are engaged at 14 and married at 15. Some even wait until 17 or 18 to marry, which can lead to gossip. So, at 12, she's not too young. She can gradually learn what she needs to, especially in terms of moral education. All right, from now on, Ting will be in charge of writing. If you get tired, just say so, and the maids can take over. Li Wanning decided without hesitation. The stories she chose were very classic, and during discussions, she would add her own opinions. They weren't necessarily good or bad, but at least they could help reduce infatuation with love and focus on cultivating self-love. Women in this era generally have little independence. Their purpose in life is to serve others. Even if they give everything, they might not be appreciated or cherished. One cannot fight against the times alone. At least, she wanted to instill some ideas of self-love in these girls. Whether their lives turn out good or bad in the future, they won't be pushed into despair. People are emotional animals. Over the more than 2 years of being together, Li Wanning truly regarded them as her own family. Sometimes, she thought about returning after completing her task, but she also felt a little regretful about not knowing how they would end up living. After several rounds of revisions, the final version was ready. When Lu Yiting read it aloud from start to finish, it went smoothly. Li Wanning approved it and decided to start copying it. She assigned the copying task to Lu Yiting. Although her handwriting was still childish, it was better because she had previously learned from good handwriting models, so her characters looked decent. Since copying required careful writing so others could clearly read each character, she wrote slowly. Lu Yiting suddenly realized how impressive her brothers were. Copying books was actually quite difficult. Her standards were low, but it still took a lot of effort for her to write. It took about 3 or 4 days to copy the book, and in the middle there was a big market day, so only about 10 days were left. If this copy doesn't pass, I would need to make another one, which might be a bit too late. Everyone was feeling a little nervous. Li Wanning looked at everyone's expressions and comforted them, saying, "Relax, I believe we can do it." In her mind, She thought, please believe in our tradition of passing down classics. On normal days, when people saw Li Wanning, the bookstore owner would first be surprised, then smile and greet her. Madam Li, what brings you here today? Do you have a new storybook? Hearing this, Li Wanning felt that the previous 2 books sold well, so she was quite happy to see the owner so pleased. She smiled and praised. The owner is very perceptive. Yes, I brought a new one. I'd like you to take a look. They exchanged smiles, and the owner bent down and gestured. Madam Li, please come in. They went to the small sitting room again. Li Wanning handed the storybook from her bag to the owner with both hands. The owner read quickly, but this time, he didn't read page by page. Instead, he flipped through it and got a general idea of the content. Li Wanning was thoughtful. She had specially added a page at the front of the book with a brief summary, using very attractive language to describe the story. There was an ellipsis afterward, inviting imagination and greatly increasing the desire to buy. The owner looked at it for a while, then flipped directly to the end, glanced at it, and closed the book. Madam Li, what kind of cooperation are you planning this time? Actually, Li Wanning had no choice, but she still asked, do you have any news? How are the sales of the previous 2 books? The owner nodded. They're okay. There is a certain audience, but because they still need someone to copy the books by hand, feedback is a bit slow. Li Wanning nodded understandingly. This was expected. Without printing technology, speed would definitely be limited. Printing technology? Suddenly, these words flashed through Li Wanning's mind. If there was no printing, then setting up movable type printing could be a great achievement. Madam Li, seeing Li Wanning seem lost in thought, the owner gently called her again. Oh, sorry, Li Wanning replied, then asked, what kind of price are you willing to offer this time? It seems that if the price is right, a one-time purchase is possible. For the boss, he prefers this straightforward method, simple and without complicated follow-up issues, so setting the right price is very important. Worried that offering too low might not be attractive enough, the boss hesitated slightly. If we do a one-time buyout, how about 15 taels this time? This price was a bit higher than Li Wanning expected. She thought it would be around 10 taels, like last time, but seeing the offer of 15 taels made her feel somewhat pleased. Now she felt all the problems were solved, and she would also get a good amount of money. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't reply immediately. The boss thought she wasn't happy with the price. If not, then 18 taels. This is the highest I can offer. Li Wanning snapped back to reality. Oh, I'll listen to you, boss. Surprised and a little happy about the extra 3 taels, she felt unexpectedly pleased. The deal was settled. Thinking that 18 taels was a lot of money and not very convenient to carry, she asked, could I get 10 taels in silver notes and the rest in small silver coins? The bookstore owner, being a businessman, had all kinds of money, so this request was easy to fulfill. She took the silver notes and coins from the boss and went shopping again. This time, she bought 4 more boxes of face oil because the last bottle was almost used up. She planned to keep some for Red Sleeve to wipe her hands. She also bought some meat, various seasonings, and a few pieces of cake, which everyone liked last time. The total cost was over 300 coins. When she entered, no one needed to speak. They just looked at the things she brought back and smiled. They unloaded the horse cart, carried the items inside, and finally returned to the house. Li Wanning finished her water and said, guess a number each. Whoever guesses right gets a piece of cake. Last time it was 15 taels. Du Ruo thought it should be more than last time. 12 taels? Lian Xiao thought for a moment. 15 taels. Hongxiu smiled. I was going to guess 15 taels, but I'll guess 16. Lu Yiting also joined in. Then I guess 17 taels. Just then, Lu Yara, who had come in from the door without knowing what was happening, casually said, why not 18? Actually, she didn't know what was happening now. She just happened to overhear a bit and casually mentioned something. Unexpectedly, Li Wanning chuckled and said, you guessed so much, but in the end, Rower caught the mistake. Come, I'll reward you with a piece of cake. There's cake to eat? That's great. She gave Lu Yaro a piece of cake, holding it in her hand to look at it, then glanced at the family members. It seemed like one piece was a bit small and couldn't be divided into many parts. Seeing her look around, Li Wanning casually asked, what are you observing? Any new discoveries? She spread her hands and said, Mother, Could you help me cut this cake so we can each have a piece? This kind of request was encouraging. Li Wanning took the cake to the kitchen and cut it into 3 equal parts, then handed one to Lu Yara. Eat it with your 2 sisters. If we cut it into 7 pieces, it would be too small. But your kind thought is appreciated, and your mother accepts it happily. Not to mention how happy the girls were. The 3 concubines felt even happier than eating the cake. 18 taels of silver. If they relied only on manual work, they wouldn't earn that much in a year. Most importantly, the urgent problems were solved. With enough money, there was no longer a need to repair the. Also, if Sister Ding and Wang Ziyuan were willing, they could borrow money somewhere. Li Wanning divided the bought boxes of oil, giving each person one. Now that we're a bit better off, I bought a box for each of you to make things more convenient. If anyone needs anything in the future, just tell me. We're not so poor anymore. Afterward, she took out a silver note worth 10 taels and waved it around. Now we have silver notes. Next time paying tuition, the children wouldn't have to carry a bunch of silver coins. Li Wanning returned to her room, placed the 10-tael silver note in the inner compartment of the money box, then put the loose silver into the box. She felt very happy. When they saved more silver, she planned to exchange it for a 200-tael note. That way, the silver note they hid during exile could also be used. Guarding a treasure but living a hard life every day, maybe that's just how she was. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but criticize Li Wanning in the book. She had no experience with exile at all. After the family's assets were confiscated, she only hid small denomination silver, like 10 or 20 taels. Otherwise, if someone confiscated everything, pulling out a 200-tael silver note would probably make her seem more guilty. However, on second thought, it seems better not to have this kind of experience. At first, I wasn't sure, so I didn't tell Sister Ding and the others about borrowing money. Now that the money has arrived, I secretly took 2 taels of silver that night and went to knock on their door. The door opened, and Sister Ding, looking tired, saw it was Du Ruo. She looked around to see no one, then quickly invited me in. Before I could speak, she looked ashamed and said, "I'm really sorry. Things are so hard right now, I haven't been able to pay you back. I only have 200 or 300 coins. I can give you that first, and when I have more, I'll pay you back immediately." I understood she was worried, so I took her hand and placed the 2 taels of silver into it, smiling. "Sister Ding, my wife was worried your silver might not be enough, so she asked me to bring this to help you get through this tough time." Seeing the silver in her hand, Sister Ding almost cried. Having experienced a lot of coldness and betrayal from others, she was afraid to trust people now. Fortunately, here they don't have private dealings, which made Sister Ding feel a bit more at ease. By chance, she met Li Wanning and the others. At first, she kept her distance, but when she faced difficulties, they kept helping her. Her words of thanks felt weak, and tears welled up in her eyes as she clenched the silver tightly. Eventually, she cried, "The luck of my life has probably been used up just by meeting you all." Du Ruo hugged her. "All hardships will pass." After helping Sister Ding, the next person was Wang Ziyuan. I could tell that Wang Ziyuan had been feeling very heavy-hearted these days. When Wang Ziyuan was about to go to the fields with tools, Li Wanning called him. "Brother Wang, are you planning to repair or pay the money?" Wang Ziyuan sighed. "If I didn't work for you, it would be hard to even get food. Everywhere I go, I only get 2 taels of silver. I'm just worried. My mother can't see now, and if I leave, it might be a month or 2 before I come back. What will happen to her?" He looked up, struggling to speak. "I don't know. Could you please ask Madam Li to check on my mother every 2 or 3 days? Li Wanning took out the 2 taels of silver she had prepared. "Or maybe you should consider just paying the money directly." Seeing the silver, Wang Ziyuan paused for a moment, then looked up at Li Wanning. "Madam, are you really lending me this money?" Li Wanning handed the money to him. "Am I just joking? You can take this first for emergencies, Brother Wang." "Thank you, Madam Li. I might not be able to pay it back right away, but I will do my best," Wang Ziyuan said firmly. "No need to rush," Li Wanning comforted him. "Then I'll go to the fields now. If there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask." "Of course. With Brother Wang here, we feel much easier." After speaking, Wang Ziyuan led the ox and carried his feeling eager to clear more land. Li Wanning had mentioned before that for every 10 acres of land he cleared, he would get 1 acre's worth of harvest. 1 acre could produce over 100 jin of grain, which could be sold for several hundred coins. As for their own food, they relied on their land's produce and the wages from working here, which was enough to get by. Every family had their struggles, but no one had ever imagined that they would be pushed to such a point over just 2 taels of silver. He then went to the village chief and paid 4 taels of silver, making it clear that they were contributing money, not people. The village chief helped record the payment and couldn't help but praise her. Madam Li is very capable. She keeps her household in order, ensures the children can go to school, and can even pay silver to avoid conscription. That's better than many men. He shook his head and sighed, thinking about how many families in the village still couldn't get enough to eat or stay warm. Sending a strong laborer to repair them meant no income for a while, making life even harder.
Liban ning smilat bitarli.
We're grateful for the village chief's help back then, which allowed us to have our first harvest. That gave us some room to do more manual work and earn some rice and grain. Now, paying silver to avoid conscription was a last resort. Their family was mostly women who had grown up with her and hadn't experienced such hardships. If they were sent away, they might not come back. So, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and spend the money. Only by protecting the family could they hope for better days ahead. The winter wheat had already been planted, and she believed things would improve. Thinking about how everyone in the village had planted winter wheat this year, the village chief felt a bit more relieved. Yes, I hope there won't be any more grain taxes during winter, so everyone can save a little food. When it comes to this, Li Wanning feels a bit unhappy. Last year, they only grew a small amount of winter wheat, so they didn't think about taxes at all. But this year, everyone planted crops, and when harvest time comes, the yield will be quite large. Will the government impose another round of taxes? It's possible. The government naturally prefers to collect as much tax as possible. Moreover, in this exile area, not executing people is considered a great kindness. They don't bother to help improve people's lives. If they are willing to leave a small hope, maybe this time they could collect a little less tax and boost everyone's motivation. After talking for a while, a woman came over. It seemed she wanted to say something to the village head, so Li Wanning took her leave. Not far from the door, she heard faint crying from the village chief's yard. She could vaguely hear that someone was just 2 days past the age limit, and now they could be spared. It sounded like the woman was begging the village head to think of a way. Li Wanning sighed and quickened her pace home. These people might have once lived in luxury, surrounded by servants, but once they fell on hard times, they lost their support. They couldn't endure hardship, and their pride and self-respect, once high, were now trampled in the mud, crushed and mixed beyond repair. Making money, regardless of the era, is the most basic element of survival. It gives confidence and dignity. For some reason, she suddenly felt that Li Wanning in the original story was also quite pitiful. Her actions are often hateful, but her life and ending are also very sad. When she wanted love, her husband was shared by others. When she was busy planning for her children, her life fell into despair. This gap was hard for her to accept. Living without hope every day led to mental illness. She did many terrible things, but she was never truly happy during the whole process. So, no matter what situation a person is in, they must stay positive and optimistic. If a person has a strong presence and money is conscious, it will naturally be attracted to positive energy. Those with dark minds and malicious actions don't deserve happiness or wealth. Li Wanning felt that when she wasn't particularly lacking, her desire to earn money had never been so strong. Not only did she want to earn for herself, but she also wanted to help Sister Ding earn, to change this uncertain fate. At that time, a few of the household's concubines were doing handcrafts. Although there was no immediate crisis and they had saved 10 taels of silver, everyone still worked hard. After Li Wanning entered the yard, her face looked unhappy. The others looked at each other, wondering if she regretted paying the money. No one dared to speak at first. Lian Xiao noticed something was wrong and brought water.
Madam, sit down and rest.
Have some water. Li Wanning waved her hand. It's okay, I'm not tired. Madam, did something happen today? Lian Xiao asked bravely. Nothing serious. I just feel that everyone is having a hard time. Silver is very important. We need to find ways to earn more. She looked at them again. When I was studying, when I was sick, even when I had to buy my life with money, just a small coin could cause trouble. Maybe she was touched by something. As long as it wasn't anything bad, everyone felt a bit relieved. Madam, the work we do every day, the harvest from the fields, and sometimes writing stories, life will get better and better, Du Rua said, holding up the woven mat she just finished. Yes, madam. As long as we work hard, life will surely improve, Hongxiu said while sewing a handkerchief. Looking around, Li Wanning saw that no one was idle. Everyone was busy making woven mats or embroidery. The only one who couldn't do these was Lu Yaru, who was busy chopping vegetables for the chickens. Seeing everyone working so diligently, Li Wanning felt a bit happier. She knew the family had some money now, but no one was slacking off. Like before, everyone kept working to earn more. To Li Wanning, laziness was definitely a barrier to getting rich. She also picked up a woven mat and started working. Tinga has worked hard these past 2 days. Let's rest today, and tomorrow we can start on the next one. I think this is the most cost-effective activity right now. Lu Yading smiled softly when called out. I'm happy to be part of my mother's work. I follow her arrangements. The others also agreed. Writing storybooks for half a month could bring in as much as half a year's income. Plus, they could find a lot of happiness in the process. Especially when dealing with various frustrations in life, people can freely vent their feelings in storybooks. They can let the characters in the stories fulfill their unfulfilled wishes or help them do things they are afraid to try themselves. Although these are not real, it still allows a quiet sense of satisfaction. How should I put it? Writing storybooks is a love-hate, painful yet exciting activity. Today, since no one is writing stories, a few people start chatting casually. The topics naturally turn to children and life. As they talk, Li Wanning remembers Sister Ding. I think their family has it even harder. Without some ideas, just surviving is a problem. Du Rua visits their home often and feels deeply. Yes, they have 3 people, but only Sister Ding is able to work. She does everything, farming, earning money. Sometimes, when Grandma is unwell, she handles all the chores. It's really tough. Lian Xiao remembers seeing Luozi during her last visit. Is Sister Ding also working on embroidery at the Jinxiu workshop? Du Ro nods. Yes, she works day and night on these tasks. The family has managed to get by so far. The child is about 5 or 6 years old but looks only 3 or 4, pale and thin. Is Grandma very weak? Li Wanning asks, not knowing as much as Du Rua. Sometimes better, sometimes worse. When she's feeling good, she can help with cooking or watching the children. When she's not, she just lies down. Du Rua thinks back to her visits. Grandma spends half her time lying in bed. Usually quiet, Hongxiu suddenly speaks up. I have a small business, but I don't know if Sister Ding would be willing to do it. Everyone becomes curious. What kind of business? Hongxiu doesn't hide it. Selling herbal drinks in summer, tea in winter. It might not make much money, but sitting there, she can also continue embroidery, no delay. That's a good idea. Li Wanning looks at Du Rua. Why don't we invite Sister Ding over tonight?
We can talk to her about this.
Maybe it really could work. Yes, madam. Du Rua is always eager to go ahead and deliver the message. That night, when the village dogs finally quieted down, Du Rua called Sister Ding to her house. I heard that Li Wanning was looking for her, and Sister Ding was very eager to help. Mainly because Li Wanning is the main creditor, so whenever she has a request, she must be respectful. Mrs. Ding, I won't beat around the bush. I see your child is becoming more sensible. Have you thought about starting a small business or something? Li Wanning is always straightforward. A business? I'm not sure what kind of work Lady Li means, Sister Ding asked, a bit confused. This was our family's idea. We could sell cool drinks in summer and hot drinks in winter. Li Wanning smiled and added, I sell things at the market every fair day. Sister Ding, since it's inconvenient for you to carry things, you can put everything on a cart, and I'll bring it to you when I get there. Actually, for selling cool drinks, you could just prepare everything at home and sell it directly when you arrive. The things are just some buckets for tea and a few bowls. It would be a bit more complicated in winter when selling hot drinks, as you'd need a stove and firewood. Hearing how thoughtful they were in helping her, Sister Ding was touched again. You've solved all my problems. I'd love to sell, but it's a bit too much trouble for you. Li Wanning waved her hand. It's no trouble at all. It's a great fate that we met here. Plus, our little Wu was saved by Sister Ding.
Let's agree on this.
The day after tomorrow is the market day. When that time comes, Sister Ding, prepare everything, and I'll bring it to the town for you. Although she wasn't sure if this business would do well or last long, Sister Ding was very grateful and willing to give it a try. This business has almost no costs. The buckets and bowls are already at home, and water is free. The only expense is tea leaves. Li Wanning handed her some leftover tea leaves from making tea eggs last time. Sister Ding, you can use these first. I'll buy more when I go to town next time. Sister Ding felt that her sudden decision to go to the river to wash clothes that day must have been guided by some unseen protection. Since coming here, life has become very simple. At night, there are no entertainment activities, not even lights. When there is no moonlight, it is completely dark, and besides sleeping, there is nothing else to do. Getting enough sleep makes people feel more energetic. It's also very happy not to have to go to work. Now she has achieved her long-time wish to become a freelancer. Thinking back, although she used to have a job and received a salary, it was hard to get the money. She had to respect her boss, support her clients, and always be careful. If not, she might get complaints, criticism, or her performance reviewed negatively. Now, although life isn't perfect, she feels free and confident. With her mind feeling relaxed and happy, Li Wanning gets up to work. Every task she does now is for herself, and she does it willingly with lots of motivation. She was surprised to find that everyone else was already awake when she got up. Du Ruo was busy in the kitchen, and the others had finished washing up. Only 3 girls were still sleeping.
Hey,
You're awake too? Li Wanning said, a little surprised. Yesterday, you mentioned making money, and we took it seriously. It's very important to us, so we couldn't sleep early, Lian Xiao replied with a smile. Seeing that her words were taken seriously made her feel even happier. She said, making money is a long-term goal, so there's no need to rush. With everyone working hard and having ideas, we will have a good life sooner or later. In the morning, Du Ruo not only prepared breakfast, but also packed lunch for the children. Now that life is better, each person brings 2 pancakes for lunch, along with a box of cold vegetables and an egg, like a simple sandwich. It's not as tasty as meat-filled bread, but it's enough to fill their stomachs. After the boys left, Li Wanning and the others started working and talking at the same time. Soon, the girls gradually got up. Li Wanning is able to sleep in because she fought for that privilege. Before, Lian Xiao would wake them up early every day. Seeing how hard it was for them to get up, Li Wanning remembered how she used to be in school. So sleepy she couldn't wake up, wanting to sleep in, and feeling like she never got enough sleep. So she told Lian Xiao, from now on, don't wake them up early. Let them sleep a little longer. Li Wanning was puzzled. She thought girls should be more strictly educated than boys from a young age. As they grew up, they would need to follow strict routines, so why start training them early? Li Wanning saw her thoughts and said, when they grow up and get married, they won't have a peaceful day. Now that they're still young, let them be free and easy. Let them sleep when they want. Although she said this, since they went to bed early, they wouldn't sleep until noon. Luya Ting finished breakfast with her 2 younger sisters, washed the dishes, and then came to help. When she arrived, everyone was already chatting happily, with Red Sleeve holding a brush. Red Sleeve Auntie, let me write, Luya Ting said confidently, replacing Red Sleeve. Red Sleeve handed her the brush, then picked up a handkerchief, not wasting any time. Meanwhile, Li Wanning's family was busy earning money. On the other side, Sister Ding was also not idle. In the morning, after taking care of some household chores, she went up the mountain to pick honeysuckle. The weather was still hot, and during the market it was so warm that they felt thirsty. Drinking a cup of honeysuckle tea made them feel happy. Another reason was that honeysuckle could be picked from the mountains, saving money. Grandma at home was busy taking care of the children and washing the wooden buckets, basins, and a few bowls needed for tomorrow. The household had limited furniture. Besides storing the brewed tea, they also needed a wooden bucket for clean water. There were only 3 or 4 bowls, which had to be washed after each use for the next customer. They also carried a small table and the only 3 small stools they had. Packing everything up, it seemed like quite a lot. Grandma sighed unexpectedly. Lady Lee's family is truly kind. If they hadn't helped us carry these things, it wouldn't have been easy to move everything. We must remember their kindness, Sister Ding agreed. Without them, I wouldn't even think about selling herbal tea. Our family has no capital and no manpower, so doing business is impossible. The old lady nodded, and they have a big family. They could set up a tea stall themselves, but they chose to give us this chance. For a moment, both women sighed again, keeping this kindness in their hearts. Finally, the market day arrived. It was Li Wan-ning's turn to sell, and it was also Sister Ding's first attempt at selling herbal tea. Li Wan-ning asked Du Ruo to check if they were ready. Du Ruo returned and said, "Madam, Sister Ding is ready, and all the items are at the door. We can load everything quickly. It seems today's gathering is highly anticipated by many." Li Wan-ning hurriedly stopped her carriage at Sister Ding's house. Sister Ding quickly loaded the items onto the carriage, and Li Wan-ning drove ahead while she walked behind. After arriving in town, Li Wan-ning took out her own things and set up a cold tea stall nearby. The tea was prepared early by Sister Ding and had cooled down to a warm temperature during the journey. Soon after Li Wan-ning set up the stall, Sister Ding arrived. Since it was morning, people weren't very thirsty yet, and it wasn't the hottest time of day, so Li Wan-ning had already served several customers without opening the stall officially. Usually, Li Wan-ning sold her goods in the morning and then went home, but today she decided to help Sister Ding carry things, so she also brought lunch. She took out her homemade vegetable buns and handed over a coin, saying, "Sister, I'd like a bowl of cold tea." Since she had nothing else to do, Sister Ding had been weaving all morning. When she saw Li Wan-ning, she smiled and said, "If you want tea, don't pay. Just take it. It's your first sale, and it's special. No need to pay." Hearing this, Li Wan-ning pushed the coin back and said, "That's not right. This is your first sale, and it's meaningful. It shouldn't be free." It's bad luck. Hearing this, Sister Ding didn't refuse anymore. She said, "Thank you, Madam Li. Just this once. If you want more later, come anytime. It's on me." Li Wan-ning chuckled and took a big sip from her teacup. "Not bad. It's much better than plain water for quenching thirst. Perhaps because it was noon and everyone was thirsty, or maybe because there were customers at the stall, others started to gather around." After Li Wan-ning drank her first bowl of cold tea, someone finally came over to ask, "How much is this cold tea?" asked a man wearing a straw hat, still sweating and fanning himself with his clothes. "1 coin for as much as you want. Would you like a bowl?" Sister Ding asked shyly but confidently. Her hands trembled a little, unsure if it was because she was excited about her first customer or nervous about selling for the first time. "Give me a bowl." My older brother looked a bit thirsty. The cold tea had been sitting out all morning and no longer had any warmth. The customer sat on the stool, picked up the bowl, and drank most of it quickly. Then he took a piece of cake and ate a little, finishing the rest of the tea. Sister Ding, noticing the situation, asked kindly, "Would you like me to pour you some more?" The customer nodded and said, "Thank you." He drank another bowl, left a few coins on the table, and said, "This tea really quenches my thirst." Then he turned to leave. Sister Ding took the money and felt quite pleased. In her heart, she thought this was a real start. She quickly washed the bowls the customer used. Seeing this, others thought it was very clean and left a good impression. Once the business got going, more people came to drink the tea as the temperature rose. By around 5 p.m., the street started to get less busy. Li Wan-ning suggested to Sister Ding that it was time to go home. Sister Ding looked at the remaining tea in the bucket, which had sold quite a lot, and nodded, beginning to pack up. Li Wan-ning also didn't waste her afternoon. She sold a few sachets and a pair of lucky couplets, earning about 10 more coins. After packing up, They went to pay their taxes. Sister Ding earned 32 coins today, and after paying taxes, she had 16 left. Li Wanning paid her taxes and still had over 40 coins. Making money always makes people happy. The two happily headed back home. Li Wanning carried her things straight into her house, planning to move them in when no one was around at night. Sister Ding, after returning home, immediately took the money out of her purse and gave it to her grandmother. "Grandma, look. This is what I earned today, 16 coins in just one day. And I didn't stop making the netting." Yes, besides selling tea, she also made quite a few nets today. Although the round trip took some time, she spent most of the morning focused on making nets. In the afternoon, she could find some free moments to do a little more. At home, she was often interrupted by chores, which made it hard to work efficiently and slowed her progress. Grandma put the money into her money box and said, "You're really capable. I never thought you'd sell cold tea. I was a little scared at first, but Wanning was right beside me. That made me feel a bit more at ease. Most importantly, we succeeded today. If we go to the market every month, we can earn about 80 coins, which is extra income for us." Sister-in-law Ding now owes Li Wanning 2.5 taels of silver. She feels a bit stressed, but with this business, she has at least some additional earnings. Before Li Wanning and the others could send the goods, just as it was getting dark, Sister-in-law Ding took the initiative to come over. "Thank you so much, Madam Li, for giving us this chance to earn more." Li Wanning waved her hand. "It's nothing. Today, because I was waiting for you, I spent a whole afternoon setting up and even made a few small sales. But why do you still call me Madam Li? Just call me by my name. All right, Wanning. I won't say more." "Thank you." Sister-in-law Ding changed her way of speaking again. "Sister-in-law Ding, next time you can check if there's any mint. Using mint leaves to make tea gives a fresh, sweet taste, and I think many people would like it," Li Wanning suggested. Talking about mint leaves for tea, Li Wanning herself really likes that flavor. She tried it once at a restaurant and loved it immediately. Later, she even bought some online. Also, if she could pick them in herself, it wouldn't cost extra, but it would improve the quality of the product. Why not do it?
Thank you, Wanning.
"Tomorrow, when I go up the mountain, I'll look for some," Sister-in-law Ding said happily, really liking this useful tip. Since she had quite a few things, Du Ruo used a small cart to carry everything over. The next day, Sister-in-law Ding went up the mountain early. The forest was lush, and finding mint was not easy, but she was very determined. Finally, she found a large patch of mint on a shady hillside. Because Lin Wanning had specifically told her to use fresh leaves, she dug up the whole plant, including some soil, planning to plant it in her yard so it would be easier to use later. At the market 5 days later, Sister-in-law Ding sold mint-infused iced tea. The cool aroma of the tea mixed with the sweet scent of mint attracted many market-goers. After tasting it, customers gave good reviews, and business was a little better than before. That day, she earned much more than usual. Sister-in-law Ding was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. She held Wanning's hand and kept saying, "Thanks to you, Wanning. If it weren't for your idea, we wouldn't be doing so well." Wanning smiled and replied, "Sister-in-law, this is also the result of both of us working hard together. As long as we keep working hard with care, things will definitely get better." Everyone was drinking mint water because it tasted so good. They couldn't help but drink a little more. So, the water sold out quickly. Sister-in-law Ding smiled with her eyes nearly closed and said, "Wan Ning, I think we can't just rely on this one new product. We need to think of other ideas." Hearing this, Li Wanning was surprised that her sister-in-law was willing to come up with ideas. She nodded and looked at the distant fruit trees. "Sister-in-law, we have many fruits here. Some of them can be cooked into delicious fruit dishes." This idea was easy to understand. Although she hadn't tried it before, Sister-in-law Ding thought it was a good idea. Fruits are plentiful this season, and it's important to seize the opportunity. Her eyes lit up. "That's a great idea. I'll try it when I go back." Sister-in-law Ding and Wan Ning were busy, one giving ideas and the other trying them out. One was brave to speak, the other brave to act. There were many flowers on the mountain: chrysanthemums, lavender, dandelions. They didn't know which ones tasted better, so they kept trying new products. More and more people liked them, and some seemed to look forward to the next market, wondering what new ideas they would come up with. They also worried that customers might not be used to new flavors, so they brought extra buckets, one with honeysuckle tea, another with various floral teas. Of course, the buckets were borrowed from Li Ning's home. No matter whose they belonged to, as long as they solved the problem, it was fine. Since sister-in-law Ding started sharing rides with Li Ning to town, their visits became closer, mostly in the evenings. The village was quite large. Places where exiled people were sent were usually remote and deserted. To prevent them from communicating too easily, houses were built a bit apart. Surprisingly, this made it easier for Li Ning and her friends to visit secretly. That night, when sister-in-law Ding arrived, Lu Yaro was holding a hen and talking to Li Ning. "Mother, do you think this hen is sick? It doesn't want to come out to eat during the day, just stays in the nest, even holding her eggs and not letting me take them. When I chase her, she doesn't leave. And it seems she hasn't laid eggs these days." Although Li Ning had never raised chickens, she knew some basic facts. Could this hen be sitting on eggs to hatch chicks? Huh? Hatch chicks? Are we going to have new little chicks? Lu Yaro was a bit happy. But how should we take care of this kind of hen? We don't know how to do it, and we also can't take care of newly born chicks. They are very fragile and might die if not handled properly. Hearing this, Sister Ding smiled and said, "Wan Ning, don't worry. My grandmother raised chickens when she was young. She can tell you what to watch out for." Hearing this, Li Ning thought to herself, "Sister Ding, do you guys still not have chickens at home?" Sister Ding sighed, "We've been short of money, and chickens are not cheap. We haven't bought any. Could we ask Grandma to help take care of the mother hen that's sitting on eggs? Once the chicks hatch, we can split them equally." Li Ning felt she already had enough on her plate and was worried she couldn't handle something she had never done before. Hearing this, Sister Ding was very happy. "That sounds good, but we don't need to split them all. We can raise a few for ourselves. As long as there are a couple of chickens, they will lay eggs, and the eggs will hatch new chicks. Life goes on endlessly." No, let's just split them evenly. But we want to raise some for ourselves first, until they are about 20 days old, then give them to us. "I'm worried we can't take care of very young chicks," Li Ning said. She thought this was a win-win situation. Trading eggs for chicks wasn't cheap, and if her own hen hatched them, it would save a lot. Duo Rual watched them argue back and forth and said, "Maybe you should ask Grandma first, and then see how many chicks she can take care of." It was clear she couldn't decide for Grandma, so Sister Ding immediately went back to ask, "Grandma, do you still know how to raise chicks? Wan Ning's family has a hen sitting on eggs, but they don't know how to take care of them. Would you be willing to help raise them? Once the chicks hatch, we can split them equally. But we'd need to raise them for about 20 days or a month. Of course, I can do that. But splitting them equally might be a bit much. We can keep 2 or 3 for ourselves, and as our hens start sitting on eggs later, we can gradually raise more," Grandma said happily. She agreed that splitting everything equally was too much. When a hen hatches chicks, she can hatch about 10 to 20 eggs at a time. Li Ning's hen wasn't very big, so she could probably hatch around 15 chicks. Plus, some eggs might not hatch or the chicks might not grow well, so there would be at least 11 or 12 chicks. After Grandma agreed, Sister Ding went to Li Ning's house to pick up the hen. "Wan Ning," Grandma agreed. "I'll take the hen now." So, they put the mother hen into a cage, then a few people took out some eggs and checked them carefully. They didn't know exactly how many would hatch, so they took 20 eggs with small black spots. They quickly carried the cage back to their yard. Ziliang ran over, curious. "Mom, where did these chickens come from? Are they ours?" Sister Ding smiled. "These are from Aunt Wan Ning's house. We keep them here to hatch chicks. When the chicks hatch, we can keep a few. Will the chicks lay eggs? If they do, then we can eat eggs too," Ziliang said, feeling his mouth watering. He secretly swallowed hard. Sister Ding felt a little sad. Because they didn't have enough nutrition, the children were thin and small. Even wanting an egg was a luxury. When the chicks grow up and become as big as this mother hen, they will start laying eggs. "When our chickens can lay eggs, we will give Ziliang eggs every day," she thought silently, patting her son's head. She hated that she wasn't able to give him a better life, that he had to suffer.
People are like that.
Some hardships they can endure themselves, but when it comes to their children, it feels very painful. Feeling sad but also motivated, Sister Ding decided to work hard to earn money, pay debts, and improve their life. Her determination grew stronger. The yard where they lived wasn't built by them. It was left by the people before. There was already a chicken coop. When Sister Ding went to get the chickens, her grandmother had already tidied up the coop. At that moment, her grandmother called out, "Come, bring the mother hen and the eggs." Sister Ding took the chickens over. Her grandmother carefully placed each egg into the newly cleaned coop, then put the mother hen inside. When the mother hen saw the eggs, she immediately fluffed up her feathers, spread her wings, and walked over to cover the eggs with her body, trying to use her body heat to hatch them. The grandmother tested her, then took out 2 more eggs from the coop. Judging by the size of the hen, she probably couldn't hatch all 20 eggs. And so, the mother hen from Li Wanning's family settled in Sister Ding's yard. Watching the mother hen protect her eggs closely, Sister Ding seemed to see the scene of chicks breaking out of their shells. She imagined them growing up slowly until they started laying eggs. She was not greedy. She only fed 2 chickens, and as long as they laid an egg each day, she was happy. Subai could then eat 1 egg daily, grow strong and healthy. "Mother, when a hen sits on her eggs, will they turn into chicks? How long does it take?" Subai quietly asked next to Sister Ding, afraid that loud sounds might scare the hen. "Yes, it takes about 21 days for the chicks to hatch. When that happens, you should help Grandma take care of the chicks so she doesn't get too tired," Sister Ding explained, giving Subai some basic knowledge. "All right, we don't need to stay here all the time. Let the hen be. She's probably nervous too, and I don't know what we're waiting for," Grandma said, seeing them still gathered around the henhouse, and she gently urged them to leave. When a hen incubates her eggs, she needs a quiet environment. She's very alert at this time, and if someone keeps talking nearby, she probably wouldn't be happy. If she could talk, she might have scolded us already. The next 21 days felt the longest to Subai and Lu Yuru. Almost every day, Subai would sit by the henhouse for a long time, watching the eggs for any change. But mostly, the hen kept sitting on them, so they couldn't see much. Lu Yuru also thought about it every day. She would cut vegetables and take them to check on the hen. Over time, the 2 kids became familiar with each other. They often sat side by side in front of the henhouse, staring at the hen. The hen often made a goo-goo-goo-goo sound, as if warning them to stay quiet and not disturb her. It also seemed to be telling the chicks, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." On the 21st day, the hen finally stood up from the nest. Subai and Lu Yuru were so excited their eyes sparkled. Carefully, they moved closer to the henhouse. They saw a few eggs move slightly. Just as they looked closer, they heard a sound, like an eggshell breaking. After a while, they heard a knock-knock sound from inside the eggs. A small hole slowly appeared, and then it grew bigger. A tiny, fluffy, wet chick pushed its weak body against the shell, wobbling as it hatched, full of new life. Subai and Lu Yuru ran back excitedly to call their mothers. Because she had never seen the real process of a chick hatching, Lin Wanning was a bit curious. Since there weren't many people in the village, she took a large group of people to Sister Ding's house. The chicks hatched one after another. When Li Wanning and the others arrived, 4 or 5 chicks had already broken out of their shells. They were fluffy and chirped happily, looking very cute. Some chicks even ran to other eggs and pecked holes to help the others hatch. Li Wanning was surprised to see how caring and united the chicks were. When only 4 or 5 eggs were left, there was no movement for a long time. Grandma Ding picked up 1 egg, gently tapped it with a tool to make a small hole, then peeled off the shell and broke the membrane inside. It turned out to be right where the chick's beak was. With Grandma Ding's help, the chick wobbled out of the shell. Following the same method, 2 more chicks were rescued. 2 eggs hadn't hatched yet. In total, 16 chicks hatched this time. Grandma Ding sprinkled some vegetables in front of the nest and placed a small bowl of warm water inside, so both the chicks and hens could drink. She also surrounded the nest with a fence because the newly born chicks were very afraid of the cold. Since Li Wanning didn't know how to take care of such tiny chicks, she watched for a while and then took everyone back home. The chicks and hens stayed at Sister Ding's house, where Grandma took care of the old hen, and the old hen looked after the chicks. Li Wanning felt very relieved. They were happy thinking that soon they would have 9 chicks. Because Ziliang and Lu Yara shared the excitement of witnessing the chicks' birth, their relationship became even closer. They protected the chicks like treasure, and this experience became a beautiful, unforgettable memory of their childhood. Li Wanning felt very happy during this time. Grandma Ding would take care of the chicks, and in the future, they could hatch eggs at her own home, no longer needing to trade eggs. She also wrote another storybook, this time about Mulan. But there were many sensitive topics, so she didn't dare to send it out. She kept revising it, and today she finally finished the first draft. Next, she would copy it by hand, and Lu Yating would handle the final version. Recently, most of the money Li Wanning earned from copying and crafts was spent on daily necessities and various meats. Their living standards had greatly improved. One day, while looking in the mirror, Li Wanning noticed something seemed a little off with herself. Du Ruo, do you see any changes in me? Lin Wanning didn't notice herself, so she asked someone to confirm. Madam. Du Ruo looked around nervously. Hurry up and tell the truth.
Seeing Du Ruo hesitating, Li Wanning d'urger.
It seems like your face is a bit rounder, Du Ruo finally said. Really? Li Wanning looked in the mirror again. She was surprised to see she had developed a double chin. Li Wanning was a little stunned. She had never had a double chin before. Was her weight gain too obvious? It must be because she has been eating too well lately and not exercising enough. Li Wanning wanted to shout 3 times, I want to lose weight. Li Wanning knew she couldn't diet. She always thought dieting was a form of self-punishment. So the only option was to exercise. Du Ruo, if we don't go up the mountain in the mornings, maybe pick some wild fruits or look for other good things we haven't found yet. Li Wanning decided to climb the mountain every day. Others wouldn't oppose her request, but knowing her reason for climbing, Du Ruo still comforted her. Madam, being a little plump and full of life has its own charm. Du Ruo, I never realized you were such a good talker. Now I almost don't want to go up the mountain, Li Wanning said with a smile. She wasn't very diligent by nature, and her confidence wasn't very strong. Du Ruo's words made her feel a bit more relaxed. I'm telling the truth, madam. If you don't believe me, ask Lian Xiao and Hong Xiu, but what could those 2 say? They would probably just say what sounded nice. It's okay. I think you're right. Du Ruo has good judgment. I also think I look good being full and lively. She looked at herself in the mirror, admiring her double chin. She thought, well, it's just a double chin. The original owner still looked pretty. While they were talking, Lu Bo Li ran in from outside. Mother, something's wrong. Mother, the teacher asked me to find you. You need to go to the school. Go to the school? What happened? Li Wanning was a bit worried. When there are no parent-teacher meetings, asking parents to go to school is called inviting parents in modern terms. Usually, it's not a good sign. Teachers don't call parents to praise them. Some classmates falsely accused my older brother of stealing. The teacher told us to come back and ask our mother to come over. Hearing this, Li Wanning's anger suddenly flared up. How can they accuse your brother like that? Don't they know how much stealing can affect a person? The main issue is that this behavior will be recorded in their school files, which could ruin their future. It seems like they have little hope ahead. Although they are exiled, they still deserve respect.
Let's go now, she said.
Li Wanning was very angry. She could imagine how upset the children must feel, and maybe this will leave a big psychological scar. She has been trying to improve everyone's mental health, but this might ruin everything. The ox cart moved quickly, and along the way, she asked about what happened. Have you 3 been together all this time? What exactly happened? Lu Bo Li summarized briefly. This afternoon, we had riding and archery class. My older brother fell while moving around and hurt his leg. Second brother helped him back to his seat in the classroom to rest. After the class, a classmate named Wang Huize said he lost 75 coins and accused my brother of stealing. He said my brother was the only one in the classroom at the time, so they searched him. Li Wanning asked, "Did they search him?" Lu Bo sighed. My brother didn't let them search him because he really had 75 coins in his pocket. Li Wanning turned to him. "Where did your brother get those coins?" "In a few days. It's our mother's birthday. The 5 of us pooled our New Year money to buy her a box of rouge. It just happened to be 75 coins, Lu Bo said helplessly, clearly upset. "So, your classmate knew you had 75 coins. How did he find out?" Li Wanning quickly focused on the key point. This question left Lu Bo speechless. "We didn't tell anyone. We were just talking during lunch in the pavilion about what gift to buy, and maybe someone overheard us." As they spoke, they arrived at the school. At the gate was an older man. Li Wanning explained the situation, and Lu Bo followed her inside. The dean, the head teacher, and a group of students were all in Lu Buyuan's classroom. The dean and the head teacher sat at the front. Lu Buyuan, Lu Buqing, and another student stood in front of them. That student was probably Wang Hui's, the one who claimed he lost money. Li Wanning quickly stepped forward and bowed to the dean and the head teacher. "Dean, teacher, I heard that my son was treated unfairly here. I came to ask about it." The dean nodded slightly. "Mrs. Li, please don't worry. Nothing has been decided yet." Li Wanning turned to support Lu Buyuan's arm. "Does your leg still hurt? Can you stand?" Lu Buyuan's forehead was a little sweaty. "Thank you, mother. I'm fine." Li Wanning didn't let go. She turned to the dean. "My son hurt his leg today. Can he sit down first?" The dean nodded. Lu Buqing brought a chair over and helped Lu Buyuan sit down. Lu Buyuan looked at Li Wanning. "Mother, I didn't steal his silver." Li Wanning gave him a reassuring look. "I believe you." Then she looked at the dean. "Do you and the teacher have any clues about this? It concerns my child's reputation." Seeing Li Wanning's determined look, the dean cleared his throat and said, "We are investigating. Wang Hui said that the 75 coins he kept in his book box are missing. During the archery class, only Lu Buyuan was in the classroom. The amount in Lu Buyuan's money pouch matches the missing coins." Lu Buqing hurried to defend his brother. "My older brother was in the classroom, but the money in his pouch was from our 5 brothers' savings over 2 years. We planned to buy a birthday gift for our mother with it. Now, with a parent present, Wang Hui's no longer dared to mock openly. People like them, who can't even afford lunch, naturally are greedy when they see money." He still looked at Lu Buyuan and Lu Buqing with disdain and contempt. "You don't need to lie. I don't believe that the amount of money on you just happens to match what I lost. Such coincidence is impossible." Then Wang Hui's turned to the dean and the teacher and bowed. "Please, dean and teacher, help me. Such behavior must be punished severely. We shouldn't be lenient just because someone is clever. Having good knowledge doesn't mean a person has good character. It's a disgrace to the school." Li Wanning almost laughed out of frustration. Wang Huize looked about 2 or 3 years older and spoke very rudely. She then looked at Wang Huize and said, "This young gentleman claims my older son stole money. Is there any other proof? Just because he was alone in the classroom, you assume he did it? Just because the amount matches, you jump to that conclusion? That is too hasty." Wang Huize puffed out his chest and replied, "First, he had the opportunity to steal. Second, everyone knows our family is poor. Third, I still believe there are no coincidences in the world." Li Wanning sneered and said, "The money in my son's pocket was saved for his mother's birthday gift. How can it be called stolen goods? As for how you also know about 75 coins, it's probably because you overheard outside the pavilion." Wang Huize's face turned red. "You're lying. Eavesdropping is not something a gentleman would do. I wouldn't stoop to that." Li Wanning ignored him and then asked Lu Boyuan, "Is the money in the purse really from me?" Lu Boyuan nodded. "Yes, you personally gave it to us." Lu Boqing and Lu Bo Li also nodded nearby. They usually had no way to access money, so whatever Li Wanning gave was what they received. Li Wanning then bowed to the dean and the teacher. "Dean, teacher, I can prove that the money in the purse belongs to my son." Everyone was a bit surprised. Wang Huize snorted. "Could it be that if you call out to it, it will answer you?" Li Wanning smiled and didn't argue with him. "When I give children New Year's money, I usually write their names on red paper. One year, I accidentally spilled ink while writing, so some copper coins got ink stains. I tried to wipe them off, but I couldn't remove all the stains. I gave each of my 5 sons 10 coins that had ink on them, hoping they would carry the scent of ink as a good wish. She smiled at the teacher. If you don't believe me, you can check if some of the coins in the purse have ink stains. The dean nodded and signaled the teacher to check. The teacher opened the purse and carefully examined the coins. Soon, he found several with faint ink stains. He counted them, 10 coins, all there, none missing. The 3 Liu brothers sighed in relief. They hadn't expected this. Truly, many things seem to be destined. Sometimes, when something happens that you find annoying, it might turn out to be beneficial in the end. At this moment, the broken inkstone from earlier became the evidence they needed to clear their names. Li Wanning looked at Wang Hui's, who was in disbelief. Impossible. Where did my money go? Seeing Wang Hui's guilty expression, Li Wanning changed her initial guess and thought to herself, could it be that Wang Hui's really lost his money? When the principal and teacher looked at her, Wang Hui's heart sank. Perhaps they didn't believe him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at Zheng Zixing in the crowd. Zixing, can you help me testify? Before the riding and shooting class, did I have 75 coins in my money box? This sentence drew everyone's attention to a student named Zheng Zixing. Li Wanning followed their gaze and saw a young boy who looked about the same age as Liu Buyuan. Yes, before the riding and shooting class, I saw Hui's put the money into his book box myself, Zheng Zixing said nervously, perhaps feeling the scrutiny from everyone. At this moment, Liu Buyuan asked curiously, you saw him put in a copper coin, but how do you know it was exactly 75 coins? Before Zheng Zixing could answer, Wang Hui's explained confidently, because I originally had 100 coins. Zixing said he wanted to buy some paper today and didn't bring any money, so he borrowed 25 coins from me. The remaining coins are obviously 75. Hearing this, everyone's eyes grew even more suspicious. Wang Hui suddenly realized something and looked at Zheng Zixing with a strange expression, then shook his head. Impossible. Zixing is my best friend. I know him well. Now, the looks in everyone's eyes revealed more. Some showed sympathy, others mockery. The principal looked at Zheng Zixing and asked, do you have anything to say? Zheng Zixing was about to speak when the principal added, think carefully before you speak. Making mistakes is one thing, but attitude is very important. Suddenly, Zheng Zixing's face turned pale. Is there anything else you don't understand? Wang Hui's took a step back, looking sad and incredulous, muttering to himself, impossible, impossible, perhaps trying to deceive himself. Zheng Zixing, the principal asked calmly. Zheng Zixing was a boy he knew well. His family was average, but he studied hard and often ranked in the top 3. Why would he do something so wrong? Zheng Zixing knelt down and said, Dean, Master, I made a mistake and do not dare ask for forgiveness, but please do not expel me. Liu Buyuan looked puzzled and asked, we are not enemies or rivals. Why are you acting like this? Thinking about their brothers, they usually never argued with classmates because of their status. Even if they had disagreements, they would usually step back. They had already done so many times, so why can't some people leave them alone? I come from a modest family. My parents worked hard to send me to school. Because I sometimes ranked in the top 3 and received scholarships, they believed I had hope and kept supporting me. But since 3 of them arrived, I haven't received any awards for a long time. Recently, my father thought there was little hope and wanted me to drop out and learn to forge metal with him. I didn't want to. I love reading, but I couldn't convince my father. Today, I overheard Liu Buyuan and others saying they had 75 coins to buy gifts for their mother. I was momentarily confused and thought if I drove them away, I would have more chances to study. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Although his situation was sympathetic, he couldn't accept this. Liu Boli said, you only think about your own desire to study. Have you thought about us? Do not do to others what you do not want done to you. How can you feel at peace with yourself? Zheng Zixing looked at the 3 of them, wanting to speak but hesitating. Finally, he said, I know you also want to study, but I think even if you learn well, you can't take the imperial exams. But I am different. If I succeed, I will find a way to repay you in the future. Lu Boqing chuckled and said, "Repay us? Should we be so grateful that we cry?" At this point, the truth was clear. Li Wanning turned to the dean and the master and said, "Please, testify for my son and clear his name." The dean nodded and said, "Yes, that should be. Bu Yuan and Boqing have been wronged." Li Wanning felt it was not enough. She thought many students in the academy looked down on them. She then spoke loudly to their classmates. "Everyone saw what happened today. My sons come from a poor family, but they are well behaved. They are polite, know when to speak and when to hold back, and are no different from anyone else. Moreover, they once enjoyed wealth and status, living in luxury. Their current situation is not their fault. In fact, they did not give up despite the difficult circumstances. They know that with their current conditions, they cannot succeed in the imperial exams, but they still work hard and love learning. This shows their love for life, respect for knowledge, and responsibility for themselves. I hope in the future, everyone will not judge others by their background." When the others heard this, they all looked ashamed. At this moment, the teacher, who had not spoken before, spoke up. "Today's events are also a lesson for everyone. No matter if you are rich or poor, noble or humble, character is the most important. Lu Buyuan and Lu Buqing, come here." The two stepped forward. The teacher continued, "The academy has decided to give you both extra rewards. From now on, you can freely enter the library to borrow books." Everyone was surprised at this news. Lu Buyuan and Lu Buqing looked happy, not expecting to gain so much. They quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, teacher. We will work even harder to study. The library is not easy for everyone to access. Usually, it is reserved for outstanding students who are highly valued by their families. It contains many handwritten notes and comments from past scholars, valuable insights from successful people. These are priceless and cannot be bought with money." As for Zheng Zixing, the teacher looked back at the headmaster. Everyone was watching him. Zheng Zixing bowed his head and trembled slightly, not daring to look up. After a moment of hesitation, the teacher said, "We will discuss and decide his punishment." Then he looked at Li Wanning and asked, "Is that okay?" Li Wanning was unsure. "It's up to the teacher." The teacher nodded and then addressed everyone. "This matter ends here. I hope everyone will learn from this." The others agreed. After all this, it was time to dismiss school. Li Wanning bowed to the headmaster and the teacher. "Since everything is clear now and it's getting late, I will take the children home first. Goodbye." She turned to leave. Lu Buqing and Lu Buji helped Lu Buyuan up, walking on either side. At this moment, Lu Buhui and Lu Bachan, who had just finished class, were waiting in the crowd. "Lu Buji, go get some books to bring home." "I don't know if my leg will be better tomorrow," Lu Buyuan said, taking a few steps and sending Lu Buji to fetch the books. Even if he couldn't come to school tomorrow, he wouldn't stop reading. This way, he could truly live up to his mother's words about working hard and loving learning. The group got into the ox cart, and Li Wanning looked at Lu Buyuan. "Yuan, does your leg still hurt? Should we go to the clinic?" Lu Buyuan shook his head. "It's fine, mother. I just feel a little sore. I fell, so resting should help. If I had broken my leg, I probably couldn't stand now." That made sense, so she relaxed. "If you feel worse, tell me right away. We can't delay if something's wrong." "Okay, mother. I will remember." Since they weren't going to the clinic, they decided to head back. When they passed the pork stall, Li Wanning stopped the cart. She picked up a piece of meat and waved it. "Let's make dumplings when we get home. Everyone's here today." Everyone had been tired from the day, so making dumplings was a good way to relax and recover. Hearing about dumplings, the gloomy mood from earlier seemed to lift. The atmosphere became lively. "Great. We can have dumplings again." "Mother, I want the ones with cabbage and pork," Lu Bachan said eagerly. "Cabbage and pork are delicious, but green onion and meat are good too." "It's hard to choose. I want both," Lu Buhui said, seeming a bit indecisive.
Li Wanning smilat.
"Then make both kinds. Aunt Durwa can make 2 different fillings." "That's wonderful." "Thank you, mother," Lu Buhui said happily. The others also felt happy. They thought they had grown up and become more sensible, so they didn't want to ask for too much. Still, everyone liked these 2 kinds of dumplings. There's a saying, nothing beats the taste of dumplings. Li Wanning hadn't experienced this much before, but since coming here, she couldn't enjoy good food often. So, dumplings made with flour, meat, and vegetables became especially delicious in her eyes. Whenever she needed to treat herself or give everyone a break, dumplings were her first choice. Besides being tasty, making dumplings together was also important. Whenever they made them at home, Li Wanning always asked everyone to join in. The laughter and chatter while cooking made everyone feel warm and happy, like being at home. On the way back, Li Wanning kept talking about cheerful topics. The children responded happily, and their mood improved even more. When Li Wanning and her family returned home, Lu Yaru was kneeling at the gate of the yard. Seeing the ox cart, she stood up excitedly and shouted into the yard, "Mother and brothers are back." This shout made everyone inside come out. Li Wanning and her family received the warmest welcome. Seeing everyone gathered, Du Ruo wanted to ask something, but Lian Xiao pulled her back. Li Wanning handed her some meat. "Tonight, we'll have dumplings with 2 kinds of filling, green onion and pork and cabbage and pork. Both are needed." Before she could ask, Du Ruo was pushed into the kitchen. Lu Bolai and Lu Buqing helped Lu Buyuan down from the cart. Lian Xiao was surprised. "What happened to young master?" Lu Buyuan smiled. "Nothing serious. I fell during riding practice today. Just need to rest a bit." Lian Xiao quickly lifted the curtain and helped Lu Buyuan sit on the small bed at the door. Lu Buyuan looked a little apologetic. "Sorry everyone, we didn't get to study today." Lu Buqing took the books from the cart. "Next time, just study more." "It's not a big deal." Even Lu Bolai, who loved studying, comforted him. "Since we're back early, let's rest a bit. The way of learning and practicing martial arts should be balanced. We shouldn't stay up so late every day." Li Wanning also heard this and smiled. "Exactly. Today is a holiday. Let's enjoy a good meal later." Lu Yaru came over to Lu Buyuan, curious about his injured leg. She said softly, "Big brother, does it hurt?" Lu Buyuan patted her head gently. "It doesn't hurt anymore. Don't worry, little sister." Under the twinkling moonlight, the family was full of warmth and happiness. The day's fatigue and worries seemed to melt away in this lovely atmosphere. Before going to bed, Li Wanning brought up the matter again. "Today at school, you were falsely accused. Do you still feel upset, Yuan?" Lu Buyuan lowered his head. "Just because we're exiles and our family isn't well off, they look down on us like that." Lu Buqing said, "They're just looking down on us with blind eyes. We may not have money now, but that doesn't mean we never had it, or that we won't have it in the future." Lu Bolai added, "Their jealousy is too strong. Now we're in the same class, and they're jealous because we're doing better than them. When we move up in exams, there will be many talented people. Do they all go around falsely accusing others?" Li Wanning did not say much else, but she mentioned the copper plate stained with ink. "Last year during the new year, I counted the coins and accidentally knocked over the inkstone. The money on the table got covered with ink." She quickly picked up the inkstone, secretly glad it wasn't paper money, or it would have been unusable. At that time, no matter how hard they tried, the copper plates couldn't be cleaned. "I thought, never mind, it's just ink, not other dirt. It's a good idea to give them to you with a mark." That's how the copper plates with marks in your money bags came about. After speaking, she looked at her sons. "What do you think? Was it a good or bad thing that I knocked over the inkstone?" Lu Bohu answered first. "It was a good thing. Without the ink stain on the coins, it would be hard to prove that the money was ours today," Lu Bachan added. "At first, knocking it over was bad, but later, it became useful as evidence." "Exactly. It was originally a bad thing, and it took a long time. But today, when we need to use it as proof, suddenly it turns into a good thing." "What does that tell us?" Li Wanning deliberately paused. "It shows that the same event can be seen as good or bad depending on the time and perspective. So, when something happens, don't always think negatively. Maybe one day, it will turn into an advantage. Yes. You may feel wrong today, but remember, life is long. You will meet all kinds of people and face many situations. What happens today might happen again in the future. It might seem frustrating now, but just like knocking over the inkstone in the long run, it might not be a bad thing." When she finished, the 3 older boys quickly looked up at Li Wanning. their eyes showing various emotions. Lu Bo, who was even a bit confused. Mother, knocking over the inkstone isn't a bad thing. It was useful today in school, but Big Brother being falsely accused, no matter how I think about it, I can't see that as a good thing. Li Wanning nodded and said, wanting to earn money is right. Many scholars feel ashamed to talk about it, but without money, it's hard to go anywhere. So earning money isn't shameful. It should be encouraged. Is there anything else? Lu Buqing said. Today's events show that even though we are poor, we are proud. In the future, people won't secretly gossip about us. Li Wanning shook her head and replied, gossiping is normal. Who doesn't talk behind others' backs? Even I gossip at home sometimes. So, being talked about is a small matter, and will happen naturally. There's no need to worry. Lu Boli said slowly, I think this is a lesson in resilience. It teaches us that not everyone we meet is kind, and we shouldn't trust everyone easily. Life has many disappointments, but we shouldn't let them bother us. Li Wanning praised. Boli is very wise. I know today's events made you all upset, but just feel sad for a little while and then forget about it. There's no need to worry over problems that are already solved. People improve by solving one problem after another. Today was your first time, so you were probably nervous. But next time, you might stay calmer. We all need to go through some things to become stronger. I believe that after this, your minds will mature a lot. All right, let's stop here for today. Everyone go to bed early. Tomorrow, do whatever you need to do. Growth is a process, and acceptance takes time. After speaking, the rest is up to them to think about carefully. It's okay if they don't understand right away, just take it slow. The next morning, Li Wanning woke up a little earlier. She got up and went to see Lu Buyuan. Yuan, is your leg feeling better? Lu Buyuan moved his leg. It doesn't hurt much anymore. Maybe I can go to school today. Seeing him eager to go to school, Li Wanning felt relieved. If you want to go, I'll drive you, and your brother's there. I'll come to pick you up in the afternoon. And remember, today you shouldn't attend the archery and riding class. Okay, mother. We'll listen to you. After breakfast, Lu Buyuan and his brothers followed Li Wanning into the carriage, heading toward the school. When they arrived at the gate, Lu Buyuan carefully got out of the carriage. After taking a few steps and feeling okay, he waved to his mother and then took his brothers into the school. In the schoolyard, classmates saw Lu Buyuan return and gathered around to ask about his leg injury. Lu Buyuan responded briefly, following his mother's advice. After a day of classes, although Lu Buyuan did not attend the riding and archery lesson, he studied very carefully. When Li Wanning returned home, everyone finally felt relieved to ask, Madam, what happened yesterday? Li Wanning explained the situation briefly, and everyone was very angry. Lian Xiao clenched her teeth and said, he didn't handle his family matters well, came to school and hurt others, and acted as if it was justified. How can a young boy be so hateful? Dura said, there's a saying, pitiful people often have flaws. He wants to study, and his parents want him to go home. That's understandable. But he shouldn't have hurt others. It would be better if he used that time to study and improve himself. Hong Xiu, sewing a handkerchief, said, luckily, the truth is out now. Otherwise, the young masters would have suffered a lot of unfair treatment. Li Wanning smiled and said, everyone, there's no need to be so angry. There are many wrongful accusations in this world. We are lucky to clear our name. We can only hope the children will be more careful in the future. This is also a part of their growth. She continued, I hope they will have a smooth future. It's so hard to study here. In the past, it wouldn't have been so difficult. Seeing her look a bit down, Li Wanning comforted her. It's not a big deal. People need to learn to face setbacks. If everything goes smoothly, they won't be able to handle problems later. Thinking about it this way, it didn't seem so bad. Forget it. Children will have their own luck. I shouldn't worry too much. My job is to earn money and lighten their burden in the future. While they were talking, the village chief's voice came from the door. Madam Li, is Madam Li here? Li Wanning called out, village chief, brother. What's the matter? The town mayor is coming to check today. Do you want to come along? Li Wanning's eyes lit up. She quickly said, yes, I'll get ready right away. She thought to herself, maybe the mayor's visit could bring new opportunities for her family. If not, Building some connections wouldn't hurt. She quickly tidied up her clothes and followed the village chief out the door. On the way, the village chief kept talking about the main points of the town mayor's inspection. The focus was mainly on the first time planting winter wheat, which was very important. He was genuinely worried about it. When they reached the gathering place, they saw the town mayor standing there with a few attendants. The mayor saw Li Wanning and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. He then said, "Madam Li, long time no see." Li Wanning politely bowed and said, "Greetings, Mayor. Thank you for your busy schedule. Despite your many duties, you still care about the farmland. Your visit is a blessing for us." She flattered him a little and the mayor smiled. "You flatter me, Madam Li. It's thanks to your planting manual that everyone has a better chance to increase their harvest." They complimented each other, feeling quite pleased. They arrived at the fields and saw the lush green crops. The mayor felt he hadn't come in vain. These weren't just crops. They also reflected his achievements and evaluations. Li Wanning was very attentive, explaining the growth cycle of the wheat, water needs, and current fertilization. The mayor listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. The accompanying staff took notes on the key points. The mayor squatted down to examine the wheat seedlings closely, nodding as he looked. "These seedlings are healthy. It seems Madam Li's planting experience is very helpful." Li Wanning modestly smiled. "You flatter me, Mayor. It's also thanks to everyone's hard work, the village chief's support, and your wise leadership." Suddenly, she felt that flattering others wasn't so hard after all. Because the mayor was busy, he didn't stay long. He took a quick look around and planned to return. Li Wanning and the village chief accompanied him. As they walked, the mayor said, "There are so many winter wheat this year. I hope no one will go hungry again." Due to high taxes on exiled people, their hard work often didn't bring enough food. Many of them weren't good at working, so some people still died of hunger each year. Although exiled people had low status as mayor, he also hoped that everyone in his area could live well and be fed. Listening to this, Li Wanning thought that the mayor was actually quite decent. At least he cared about the common people suffering. As they walked, suddenly something came to mind. The town mayor asked, "Have all your children gone to school?" This was definitely a good reason to thank the mayor. Thanks to him, they can study in the academy like normal children. "We are very grateful." He then asked, "How are their studies?" Since they still send their children to school, he was curious about their progress. "They're doing okay. Our 3 oldest children are in the top 3 of their class. The 4th son is a bit weaker, but still above average. The youngest son is around 3rd to 5th place." To make the mayor think their decision to send the children to school was wise, Li Wanning spoke about their good grades in detail. "That's good. It's not a waste for Lady Li to work so hard to support their studies. It's a pity they can't take the imperial exams, though." She guessed their results might be good, but she didn't expect them to be so excellent, especially since all of them are doing well. No matter whose family they are from, the elders would be very happy. But the more successful they are, the more regrettable it is. Even if the children learn well, they can't take the imperial exams because they are exiled. Understanding the mayor's regret, Li Wanning smiled softly. "It's a bit hard, but as long as they can learn and remember knowledge, it's all worth it." They saw the mayor off at the village entrance, watching his carriage go farther away. Li Wanning thanked the village head. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity." The village head waved his hand. "The winter wheat planting came from your place, so when the mayor cares about this, you should show yourself in front of him. After all, this is a matter for the country, and there will be rewards." Li Wanning bowed again. The village head was very kind. If she had met selfish people, they wouldn't think of this. Why share credit with others? But the village head was worried the mayor might forget about this, so he took the initiative to stay with her. Back home, she told her concubines about this. Since the village head was a good person, she couldn't be the only one to remember. Soon, it was time for the bookstore's profit sharing, which coincided with Li Wanning's visit to deliver the storybooks. Now Lu Bosch had fully learned how to sell things on his own. He was selling confidently and chatting happily with customers. The neighbors were willing to talk to him. So, Li Wanning could do anything she wanted without rushing back to her stall. When she arrived at the bookstore, the owner took Li Wanning to their usual spot. Now, Li Wanning felt very familiar with this place, as if the reception room was just like her own dining room. Because she was so comfortable here, she didn't need to be served. The owner was busy reading a storybook, while Li Wanning poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and continued to watch the owner's changing expressions as he read. It was a shame that the owner didn't tell stories more often. His expressions showed many different emotions. After flipping through the book once, the owner closed it and asked, "Lady Li, what are your thoughts this time? Would you like to take a commission?" "Yes, I want a commission." Most of the time, except when she urgently needed tuition money, Li Wanning chose to take a commission. The owner took a small book and a few silver coins. Since the time is short this time, the commission is only 2 taels. It should increase gradually later. "Please sign here, Lady Li." Li Wanning looked at the form, which was for receiving payment. She carefully wrote her name, Li Wanning, in the designated space. She felt a little happy inside. She never thought that as a modern novel fan, after crossing into this world, she could earn a writing fee. Maybe if she wrote a few more stories, she could even become wealthy. It was a pleasant surprise and satisfied her long-held wish to write novels. After receiving the silver, she said goodbye to the owner. Instead of returning to her stall right away, she went to the carpenter's shop. "Boss, please make me 2 writing tables and also 7 makeup boxes." Now, the children only had 1 table to write on, and they all had to share, which was inconvenient. Sometimes, they couldn't find a place to write. Since she now had some money, she wanted to buy 2 more tables so they wouldn't have to wait in line to write. As for the makeup boxes, Li Wanning admitted she was slightly indulging in a bit of revenge shopping. She just wanted everyone to have one. Please allow someone who can afford it to be a little selfish. She had planned to buy more luxuries, but after paying over a tael at the carpenter's shop, she gave up that idea. Oh well, she would wait until she had more money before buying other things. Then she leisurely bought some daily necessities from nearby shops and slowly returned to her stall. She still needed to buy some meat, but she would do that on her way back. Seeing Li Wanning buy so many things, Lu Buxin quickly went over, helped carry the items onto the ox cart, and thoughtfully handed her a small purse. "Mother, this is the money we earned this morning. Take a look and see if there's anything else you'd like to buy." Li Wanning felt happy inside. She didn't expect him to think she had spent so much money, and he even wanted to give her the money from today's sales. He seemed worried that she might not have enough money to do well, but it seemed he forgot that they still needed to pay taxes. If all the money was spent, how would they pay? Li Wanning smiled and shook her head.
Keep selling.
"If I want to buy anything, I'll ask you." Just then, a customer came to look at the scented pouches. Lu Buxin quickly turned around. It was an 18 or 19-year-old girl choosing among them. "Big sister, you can look at this double-color one. It sells the best and matches your style." It proved that no matter how old someone is, everyone likes to hear nice words. The girl was so charmed by Lu Buxin calling her Big Sister that she lost her sense of self. "Okay, I'll take 1 green and white double-color pouch and 1 red and white double-color pouch." She finally decided to buy 2. "You're very perceptive. These 2 colors match your personality very well. I'll give you a discount. 2 for 12 coins, Lu Buxin said, trying to sound out her bargaining. In fact, he had kept a little extra money, hoping she would try to bargain. To his surprise, the girl paid happily. Lu Buxin smiled warmly as he handed her the pouches and watched her leave. He put the 12 coins into his purse, the sound of the coins clinking together very pleasant. Maybe because she saw Li Wanning buy so many things, Lu Buxin became even more enthusiastic with his customers. Thinking about this enthusiasm, he actually sold a little more than usual. Since they had to wait for Sister Ding, they spent the whole day at the market. But now that they had some money, they wanted to enjoy life a bit. So, at noon, Li Wanning decided not to eat dry bread anymore. "Chen, do you want to eat wontons?" Hearing wontons, Lu Buxin nodded eagerly. "I want to eat." "Mother, is that okay?" Li Wanning could feel his eager mood, so she nodded again. "I think it's fine. Just the 2 of us eating outside, is that okay?" Lu Buxin wanted to eat, but he seemed a little worried about it. "It's fine. Our business is good today. Let's treat ourselves," Li Wanning said, already finding an excuse. Since making dumpling wrappers is a bit difficult, I haven't made them at home since coming here. Saving time allows me to do other things, so Li Wanning has actually been craving some. Usually, she doesn't eat alone because she feels it's like hogging the food, which makes her feel bad and might spoil the taste. Today is different. With two people, it's not considered hogging anymore. Lu Bachan suddenly felt his mouth watering from all the talking earlier, but he still remembered to be polite. Mother, you go ahead and eat first. I'll watch here. Li Wanning patted his head, noticing he was very eager but still willing to let her go first. You go ahead. I'm not hungry right now. After a moment of hesitation, imagining the delicious dumplings, he eagerly said, Okay, I'll go first. I'll eat quickly, and I'll come back soon to help you. It's okay, take your time.
No rush.
Eating slowly helps you enjoy the food more, Li Wanning kept reminding them. She explained that crushing food in the mouth reduces the burden on the stomach. With current medical knowledge, it's important to take good care of our bodies. All right, I'll go now. Lu Bachan, still a child, quickly ran to the dumpling stall. Seeing how happy he was, Li Wanning suddenly felt that their family's financial situation might be a bit tight. One bowl of dumplings made him so happy. They should earn more money and bring everyone here next time. Maybe buy some dried shrimp and seaweed, and let Der make some snacks at home. Their family isn't that poor anymore. Eating a little better is fine. She also thought about how the children bring lunch every day, usually just some bread with fillings which gets cold by noon. Since she no longer needs to work non-stop, she considered delivering lunch to them at noon. It wouldn't cost much, and they would eat well. Most importantly, maybe it's not worth it for just 1 or 2 children, but their family is different. Delivering lunch for 5 people is manageable and worth considering. Lost in these thoughts, Lu Bachan happily ran back. Mother, I've finished eating. You go ahead and eat. The small dumplings here are really tasty. She patted his head. You watch here, I'll go eat now. By the time the market closed in the afternoon, Li Wanning indeed went to buy some meat, along with a little dried shrimp and seaweed. We already ate here, so I'll take this meat home to make some dumplings for them. Then I get to have another meal? Lu Buxin's eyes sparkled. Yes, 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 you can have another meal. Li Wanning thought her child was so cute she couldn't help but smile. Today's business was good. They paid their taxes and still had about 70 or 80 coins left. Li Wanning wasn't just sitting around. She also spun some thread. People say there's no need to spin thread during the day and night anymore, but it seems once you get used to being busy, you can't really relax. Especially when there are no novels, no phones, and no other entertainment, just sitting there gets boring. It's better to have something to do with your hands. Another reason is that Li Wanning is a person who, if asked to do something else, might not be very diligent. But if it's about making money, she's very eager, no matter how much or how little. Since they spent some time shopping in town, by the time they returned, Sister Ding, who was walking ahead, had already come back and was waiting for them. When Li Wanning entered, everyone came to greet her. Lu Buxin and the others carried the things they bought inside, and Sister Ding took off her own belongings. Thank you, Wanning. This is the first time you've given me 500 coins and 2 taels. I'll pay you back once I've saved enough, Sister Ding said, handing over her purse. Recently, she had been making crafts non-stop, plus selling herbal tea at each market. She had finally saved up the 500 coins. Li Wanning took the money, but didn't put it away immediately. Sister Ding, you can wait until you're more comfortable to give it to me. I don't need it right now. It's okay. Thanks to you, life has been okay lately. We haven't had to cut back on anything.
Don't worry, she said.
Being able to pay back part of it eased her mind a little. After Sister Ding left with a big pile of things, Li Wanning tidied up all the money she had earned today and put it into her money box. Unconsciously, she found she had more loose silver, about 3 or 4 coins. After putting away the money, she suddenly remembered she forgot to tell Du Ruo that she had made dumplings today. Hurrying out, she didn't expect Lu Buxi to be waiting at the door. Seeing her come out, he quickly said, Mother, don't worry. My second brother already told Aunt Du Ruo about the dumplings, so tonight we'll get to enjoy delicious dumplings. Li Wanning didn't expect that Lu Buxin, who usually seemed carefree, was actually so attentive. Then let's not just sit around. Let's go help Du Ruo make wontons. Homemade ones taste better, Li Wanning suggested. When they arrived in the kitchen, they saw Lu Yaru and Lu Yak in there too. Lu Yaru was cooking over the fire, and after 2 years of practice, she was quite skilled. Seeing Li Wanning, she happily said, "Mother, we'll have wontons to eat tonight." Lu Yakin was helping to knead the dough. It's clear that everyone is hardworking, and besides money, they also enjoy good food. Everyone was busy happily. Du Ruo was very skilled at rolling the dough, making it thin and even. Lu Bushi was eager to trying to fold wontons, but his shapes were strange and funny, making everyone laugh. At this moment, Lu Bushin came in. Seeing everyone having fun, a smile appeared on his face. He washed his hands and joined in, skillfully wrapping wontons faster than Du Ruo. "Fourth brother, when did you learn to do this?" Lu Bushi asked curiously. "Back in school, once we celebrated the good results of the imperial exams. We all made wontons together. That's when I learned," Lu Bushin explained with a smile. Soon, the wontons were ready. A pot of hot, steaming wontons was brought to the table, and everyone sat around to enjoy them. The delicious broth covered the filling, melting in the mouth. After eating, Li Wanning sighed, "Life like this is really good, being with family and lively." Others nodded in agreement, and a warm, happy feeling filled the whole house. Since she thought about delivering food to them after dinner, Li Wanning mentioned it. "From now on, don't bring your own meals. We'll deliver lunch to you every day. That way, you can eat better as long as you keep the food warm. It'll still be hot when you get it, and we can also bring soup so you don't have to eat dry food all the time." The concubines didn't react much because they knew the family's income situation. They didn't mind the small effort of preparing the meals. Honestly, even if they ate at the canteen every day, the family could still afford it. Parents work hard to earn money, and most of it is spent on their children. Even now, when many people talk about relaxing and doing less, few parents actually stop trying to give their best to their kids. It's human nature to want to do everything possible for their children. However, the children were surprised. They knew how hard their mother and aunts worked to earn money, staying busy from early morning until late at night. Their work and meal times probably took over an hour. That's a waste of time, isn't it? It's easier for us to bring our own food in the morning, so our mother or aunts don't have to run back and forth, Lu Buyuan said first. Lu Bolai and Lu Boying agreed. "Yes, mother, it's too complicated. We're not suffering now, and our packed meals are tasty. Du Ruo's cooking is so good. Once, I had a bun in my bag that Wang Huai smelled and wanted to buy. I didn't sell it, just broke half to give him. He kept praising it, saying it was much better than what their cook makes." Wang Huai's? The one who lost money last time. Li Wanning remembered that person. Yes, he later realized he wrongly accused us and apologized. We forgave him. He's not a bad person, just a bit simple, Lu Buqing explained. Thinking about that day, Li Wanning agreed with Lu Buqing's opinion. Maybe he wasn't exactly simple, but he was too trusting of others, at least not good at judging people. What happened to Zheng Zixing later? Li Wanning was curious since they mentioned that incident. Lu Buyuan answered. He was called to be a guardian, and his father gave him a good scolding. The next day, he was limping when he walked. He even said he wouldn't go to school anymore, just learn to forge iron. But since he had already paid the school fees for the next half year, he decided to finish that period. Probably he'll return to school next year. There's also a punishment at school. He had to clean the toilets for a month, Lu Buyuan added calmly, as if talking about someone unrelated. He seemed to have completely stopped caring about the matter, which made Li Wanning feel somewhat relieved. Zheng Zixing was a bit pitiful, but not worth feeling sorry for. His father's way of doing things was not wrong. Nowadays, unless someone has very high talent, they can't achieve much. Usually, a few years of learning to read and do basic calculations are enough. Learning a skill, even if it's hard, can always provide food to eat. The next day, Li Wanning started bringing them food. She brought a bowl of rice and a bowl of vegetables. She wanted to make some bone soup, but she saw that the lid was made of sorghum stalks, which isn't very waterproof and might spill. So she gave up and decided to buy a bowl with a lid later, so they could carry soup next time. Is this too much? Can they really eat it all? Li Wanning wondered as she looked at the portions she brought. It's okay. If they can't finish it, they can bring it back. If they're hungry, It might affect their studies, Du Rua, who takes care of everyone's meals every day, said. She prepared the food again this time. Although Li Wanning thought Du Rua might have packed too much, she didn't say anything. Since it was their first time bringing food, the children were a little excited. Besides wanting warm food, they also enjoyed feeling cared for. Some children in the academy live in town and go home for lunch. Others don't want their kids running around, so they send food directly to the academy gate. Most students eat in the cafeteria, and not many bring their own dry food like them. Today, they also got to enjoy being served food. At noon, the brothers went to the academy gate and saw Li Wanning sitting under a tree. She had brought a small table and 5 little stools, setting up a small dining area under the tree. They all smiled and went over to Li Wanning. "Eat quickly, or it will get cold," she said, serving each of them a bowl of rice and opening the lid of the vegetable dish. The dish was cabbage stewed with meat. Although there wasn't much meat, the cabbage with meat was much tastier. They quickly started eating. Soon, the chopsticks were flying, and the rice and vegetables disappeared. When the 5 bowls, cleaner than their faces, and 2 basins, even cleaner than the bowls, were placed in front of Li Wanning, she finally realized that even young children could really eat a lot. She thought she had every reason to doubt whether, when she brought 2 pancakes for each of them before, they had really been full. A feeling called guilt deeply weighed on my heart. It seemed I hadn't cared enough for them before, so I must pay more attention in the future. 10 days before the new year, the school was on holiday. However, it wasn't a complete break because some students would take the imperial exam soon after the holiday. Lu Buiyuan and others had a lot of homework, mostly copying and memorizing key lessons from previous studies. Lu Bachan held his homework list. The younger students' work mainly involved reciting and copying. He sighed, "Third brother, do you think our teacher even knows that the new year is coming? With this much work, can we really enjoy the holiday?" Lu Buihui also took out his homework and waved it in front of Lu Bachan.
Hey, ours isn't much.
"With this amount, we can easily finish in half an hour each day." Lu Bachan glanced at him. "It seems your teacher understands how to be kind. I don't think I can finish this in an hour." Hearing his complaints, Lu Boli didn't want to pay attention at first, but since he kept whining, he put his own homework list in front of him. "Just cherish the moment. Come on, shall we take turns doing it?" Seeing the long list of book titles, Lu Bachan quickly took back his homework. He felt extremely happy. "No, that wouldn't be fair. If we switch, your knowledge would be in my head, and that wouldn't be right. Besides, I think our teacher is very good. I like him, and I want to do his homework properly." Indeed, happiness and joy are easy to find when you compare yourself to others. In comparison, Lu Bachan happily found his own happiness. Lu Boli then turned to his 2 brothers and said, "Big brother, second brother, most of our homework is copying. I think we shouldn't waste time. Some parts we can copy entire pages, keep them safe, and maybe sell them to a bookstore later. If we run out of time, we can do the rest according to the teacher's instructions." "That's a good idea. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone and doesn't waste anything," Lu Buiching agreed. While doing homework, he wouldn't refuse the chance to make money. Anyway, copying became a habit after a while. Lu Buiyuan suggested, "Let's not waste time. Start early so we won't be overwhelmed later. And we should also leave time to sell spring festival couplets. On the second day of the holiday, unlike most children who wait until just before school starts to rush their homework, Li Wanning's children are so disciplined that she doesn't feel like a parent. If she had to say something, she would just remind them, take a break from studying now and then look out at the distance and don't strain your eyes." They are not only doing homework but also planning to write couplets and lucky characters, as if they're about to work something big. In the past 2 years, this period before the new year has been very important for Li Wanning's family, a time to save up a small family fund together. Their savings are not as tight now. The last time, Li Wanning received the second bonus from her savings book, which was a small amount of silver coins. After setting aside money for the next school fee, she still had a little left. She hesitated and asked, should we still have them sell spring festival couplets this year? Selling couplets was really something they did when they were very poor. Now they are not so poor. Maybe they should do something more useful at home, something that helps with their studies. Lian Xiao glanced at the young master's room and said, I think they should go. Although we are not as tight on money now, our family situation still requires the young masters to have a sense of urgency. Yes, yes. And I see that the young masters are already doing quite well with their writing. They can write together in town, and if they can earn some money, they will feel a sense of achievement. Du Ruo agreed with Lian Xiao. Hong Xiu usually speaks less, but today she also took the initiative. Just a few days, it won't delay much. Ultimately, they need to develop a sense of responsibility. The three concubines agreed, and not supporting this would seem outdated in their view of education. Of course, they were right. A child's sense of responsibility should be cultivated from a young age. If you don't teach them, they might never develop it. They would always enjoy their parents' care, without giving anything back. Nowadays, those who rely on their parents are often like this. How does happiness work? Childhood happiness is given by parents. As adults, we fight for it ourselves. But in old age, a large part of happiness comes from children. So, good children should be raised with responsibility from a young age. Now, indeed, the eldest and second young masters have improved their calligraphy quite a bit and can now perform at stalls. So Li Wanning finally declared, let's bring all three tables over so that the three young masters can write together. Although she said this, during previous market days, Lu Bochen and Li Wanning still went to the town every day to sell things. Later, at Lu Bo Hui's request, he was also included. In winter, no one drinks cold tea anymore, so Sister Ding improved her setup by making a small clay stove and bringing some firewood. When they arrived at the town, she would brew tea on the spot. Also, as it got colder, fewer people drank water. By the end of the day, they probably only earned about 7 or 8 coins, mostly from street vendors. Fortunately, while setting up the stall, they could also do some handcrafts, which was better than staying at home. So, in recent days, Li Wanning went there every day, often riding along on the ox cart. Of course, since all the stalls were in one place, Sister Ding would help serve customers when Li Wanning and her friends were too busy. On the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, the last market before the new year, Li Wanning's whole family went out. The three eldest young masters were writing spring couplets on the street, with Hong Xiu and the two younger boys collecting money nearby. Li Wanning and Lian Qiao set up 2 stalls selling ready-made spring couplets and window decorations. As for Du Ruo, she performed on the spot, sharing a stall with Li Wanning, cutting and selling paper cuttings. The 3 girls took care of the house and raised chickens. Lu Yating was becoming more capable, and Li Wanning and her friends felt very confident. They only reminded them to keep the yard gates closed and not go out. If anything happened, they should find the village chief. That day was very busy. Although more people learned to write spring couplets on the spot, they couldn't keep up because the crowd was large, the speed was fast, and most importantly, they were young. So their stall was still the most popular. They almost didn't have time for lunch. The 3 of them had their arms tired from writing. They had cut a lot of paper the day before, and it felt like they had made a lot of progress. When many customers went to eat, and the line shortened, Li Wanning moved 2 tables away. The 3 of you share one table and take turns eating. Rest during lunch, and in the afternoon, just set up 2 tables. One person can rest. The 3 didn't object. They were indeed a bit exhausted. Second brother, third brother, go eat first. I'll stay here for a while. When you're done, come and take over, said Lu Bo Yuan, the eldest brother, who always took his responsibilities seriously. Everyone understands each other's personalities, so they get along well. A few people took turns eating a bowl of vegetarian noodles. The main reason was that adding meat was too expensive. A bowl of vegetarian noodles cost only 5 coins, but with meat, it was 12 coins. Knowing how hard it is to earn money, they ate casually. When they wanted meat, they would buy a piece to enjoy at home. Spending the same amount of money, they could eat 2 meals at home. After years of exile, everyone learned to be frugal. However, Li Wanning's family still has decent meals. Although they can't have meat every day, they usually have meat on the table at least every 2 days. They are somewhat well-fed, so seeing meat outside doesn't make them crave it as much. Usually only Li Wanning, Lu Boli, and Lu Buhui bring home some dumplings or buns. They just boil or reheat them at Sister Ding's stall to get by. But today there were too many people and their small stove couldn't cook so much, so they had to buy food nearby. In the afternoon, as the children took turns, they finally got a break. Writing spring couplets and copying books are different. Making a mistake in writing costs more. So, they need to stay very focused, which is tiring for both the arms and the mind. Earning money is really hard. After a busy day, although tired, they gained a lot. After paying taxes, their pockets still felt heavy. Lu Bachan weighed his coins happily and said, "It would be great if I had this much silver every day." Lu Buching looked at him with a hint of nostalgia. Poor folks work hard, but they can't earn much. Compared to the benefits of status and position, it's just a drop in the bucket. A couple of years ago, Lu Bachan was young and didn't have much silver. But now, as they grew older, they often spent money, and they had more disposable silver, so they felt it more deeply. Lu Buyuan supported himself on the table, without turning around, and said calmly, "Rich clothes and fine food have their way of life. Plain tea and simple rice also have their own way. Some things we can't change, but no matter the situation, doing your best, improving yourself, and working hard is always right." They all agreed with this. The same life can be very different depending on whether you have a positive or negative attitude. Li Wanning has said more than once that their father was wrongfully accused. She believes they will be exonerated, and after hearing her say it so many times, everyone starts to believe it too. This gives them a new hope. Even though they knew that exiled people couldn't take exams, they still studied hard. Their motivation wasn't just for scholarships or good grades. Thinking carefully, their good studying might also be because they were poor. Since they had little money, they copied books to earn some extra cash. The more they copied, the more solid their knowledge became. After all, reading a book many times helps you understand its meaning. Listening to their chat behind her, Li Wanning smiled. In her time, after decades of family planning policies and the high cost of raising children, life pressure was very heavy. People usually only had one child. Although the child received all the love from parents, they also carried all their parents' hopes. They missed the warmth of having siblings. The next generation of only children often didn't have relatives like aunts or uncles. Siblings are one of the few blood relatives besides parents and children. Many siblings might play and fight at home, but when something serious happens, they stand together. That's why people say brothers fight, but also fight for each other. Of course, if family relationships aren't handled well, siblings can become enemies. Whether they get along well depends on family atmosphere. Especially for siblings not born from the same mother, conflicts over interests can cause trouble at home. As described in the book, these people also secretly hurt each other, fighting fiercely. But now, Li Wanning thinks it's better that they get along. When they got home, Lu Yating had already prepared dinner. Their family is large, so cooking takes a lot of effort. Lu Yating couldn't do everything alone, so she chose to make noodles with fried sauce. They brought the dough home, rolled it out, cut it into strips, and boiled it. She also made cold dishes. Their garden has many vegetables, so they use different ones for cold dishes. Besides cucumbers and radishes, which are eaten raw, other vegetables are boiled, cooled, and mixed with seasonings. As long as the seasonings are right, it's all tasty. Although they didn't live far apart during the day, they didn't have much time to chat. So during dinner, Li Wanning wanted to ask about their plans for tomorrow. "How should we arrange tomorrow? I plan to continue selling couplets and paper cuttings before the new year. What about you? Are you still going to write spring couplets?" Li Wanning looked at the three young masters. Lu Buyuan swallowed his noodles and said, "Let's go together. It's only a few days each year. If we go, we might sell more." Li Wanning agreed but added, "If you go every day, will it affect your studies? You should focus on your schoolwork first." Lu Borui added a spoonful of fried sauce and said, "It's okay, mother. After these few busy days, we'll concentrate on our studies and won't fall behind." Lu Boing also said, "We can go see tomorrow. If there aren't many people, we can take turns going each day in the following days. That way, we save time and effort." Seeing their good plans, Li Wanning turned to the three young wives and said, "Maybe you shouldn't go tomorrow. The new year is coming soon and we need to prepare things. This is our third year here, so we should celebrate properly. They all nodded in agreement. She looked at everyone's clothes and said, I'll buy some fabric tomorrow and make new clothes for the children when I have time, because they didn't have many clothes, only 2 sets each. They wore the same clothes all year, which wore out quickly. The girls' clothes were better, but the boys worked in the fields and had patched clothes in some places. Since they went out to study every day, they also needed to look neat so they wouldn't be teased by classmates or feel bad about themselves. Also, these 2 years were a growth period. With good nutrition, they grew taller each year. Most of the children had outgrown their old clothes, though some still wore slightly short ones. Since Lu Buiyuan and the others had been unfairly accused after a fight with someone, they seemed to have become stronger inside. At school, fewer people dared to provoke them. When you're confident inside, external opinions matter less. Mother, I don't want new clothes. Can you buy me a small silver lock? Lu Yaru suddenly asked. A small silver lock? What kind? Li Wanning was curious. Children usually liked new clothes and tasty food. Why was her child so different? Any kind of small silver lock as long as I can hang it around my neck, Lu Yaru pointed to her neck. During their search, they took the hairpins from the mothers and aunts, as well as the bracelets from their hands. However, they did not search my neck. I wear a silver lock close to my body, so we will have silver now, Lu Yaru said very seriously. The adults were stunned when they heard this. Lu Yaru was so young back then, and I didn't expect the shadow left by the house search to be so deep. Even now, she doesn't feel very safe. She only thinks about earning money and how to keep the money close to her. Seeing her small, bright eyes filled with hope, Li Wanning felt a little sad. She patted her head and said, It's all right now. We are safe. If you want a small silver lock, I will buy one for you next time. Then she looked at Lu Yuting and Lu Yakin and said, Buy 3, 1 for each girl in our family. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, Li Wanning took a few children to set up a stall in town. As expected, there were fewer customers when shopping during the market. So starting from the 27th, she only took one person each day to write spring festival couplets. However, Lu Bosch and Lu Buhui went every day. Although they didn't love studying much, they were good at helping run the stall. Soon, it was the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, which was also the day Li Wanning needed to do a big shopping trip. She brought 4 taels of silver with her. Today, Lu Boli was in charge of writing spring festival couplets. When there were fewer customers, Li Wanning asked the 3 children to watch the stall while she went shopping. First, she went to the silver shop to buy small silver locks. The shop was actually only 2 floors. The upper floor sold more expensive silver items, while the lower floor had ordinary silver jewelry. Li Wanning chose 3 identical small silver locks engraved with the character, Fu, good fortune. Since Lu Yaru wanted to wear it around her neck, it couldn't be too heavy. Of course, another reason she was reluctant to admit was that heavier ones were more expensive. In the end, she chose the half-ounce ones. The 3 of them cost 2 taels of silver. For Li Wanning's current savings, this was a big expense. But she thought her son's school fees were so high, and the girls stayed at home doing chores every day. When she finally had the chance to buy something nice, she decided to spend a little more. Moreover, people now especially liked silver jewelry. When they had more money in the future, she planned to give her 3 daughters and 3 concubines a full set of silver accessories. The reason she doesn't wear jewelry is because Li Wanning feels that under the current system, she can't earn that much money. Unless she can clear her name and restore her status, then she can do big business. But those are just dreams. For now, she should focus on living her daily life. She stops her wild thoughts, puts on her small silver lock, and goes to buy fabric. This time, she plans to make a coat. She considered buying better material, but after checking the prices, she decided against it. In the end, she bought 1 piece of gray fabric and 1 of blue, both made of cheap coarse cloth, planning to make something at home and buy more if needed. In Li Wanning's mind, clothing is the least important among food, shelter, and clothing. She used to buy her clothes every day from TikTok, and the most expensive thing she wore was her shoes. In summer, her clothes probably cost less than 100 yuan in total, and they were easy to replace and look good. She takes the fabric back to her small stall and goes to buy meat. She looks around and notices no one is writing Spring Festival couplets today. Since they still have some finished products, she decides to buy more meat because she bought a lot today. She calls Lu Boli. Boli, let's close up shop and go buy some meat. Lu Boli also enjoys this work and agrees. Just as he is about to pack up, Lu Bachin pushes him. Third brother, you and mother go ahead. I'll pack up here. Everyone loves working hard after all. The two go to the grocery store and buy some seasonings. During the new year, they make a lot of meat dishes, so they need more seasonings. This makes it more expensive. This year, they already have some sunflower seeds and peanuts from their own garden. Yesterday, Du Rua roasted some peanuts, so they didn't need to buy more. They also have some dried fruits drying at home, but the variety is limited, so Li Wanning buys a little more. They also buy a few packs of pastries. She tried some last time and found them pretty good, but they're a bit expensive, so she usually doesn't buy them often. There are many varieties, so Li Wanning carefully chooses 2 cheaper kinds. Next year, when I have money, I can eat whatever I want, she thinks while looking at the many different pastries, feeling a little tempted. Finally, they go to the meat shop. Li Wanning looks at the meat on the stall and asks, Boss, how much for mutton? Mutton is a bit more expensive than pork. 25 cents per jean. How much do you want? 5 jean and also 5 jean of pork and a piece of pork fat, she says decisively. Today, Li Wanning is spending a lot. Since coming here, this was the first time they bought lamb meat. Because lamb is quite expensive, they usually don't eat it often. However, now that Li Wanning has some money, her desire to eat hot pot couldn't be suppressed anymore. Her favorite part of hot pot is the sliced lamb. In the past, whenever there was a happy event, they would celebrate with hot pot. When something sad happened, they would also eat hot pot to comfort themselves. It's been over 2 years since she last ate it, and Li Wanning feels she is about to forget that taste. Thinking about her family, to make sure everyone could enjoy the meal, she bought 5 jean, about 2.5 kilograms, of lamb at once. If there was any leftover, she would make lamb noodle soup, which she also missed. The shop owner skillfully cut, weighed, and packed the meat, then picked up the last 2 bones. Madam Li, you buy so much. I'll give you these 2 bones. Li Wanning often bought bones from the shop, so she was happy to receive a gift. Then she saw a large pig intestine and asked casually, Thank you, boss. Can I have that pig intestine as well? The owner glanced at it. The pig intestine had been sitting there all day, without anyone asking for it. It's not easy to sell and doesn't fetch a high price, not even as much as those 2 bones. So he waved his hand. All right, it's yours. Please come again. Li Wanning was very pleased. Of course, the boss is generous. Wishing you wealth and prosperity, until she had everything in her hands, Lu Boli looked a bit dizzy. Mother, are we really buying so much delicious food this year? Li Wanning was also a little happy. You all study so hard, and the girls work very diligently at home. Our family situation has improved. During the new year, we should celebrate properly. As long as we work together, life will get better and better. One day, I will make sure you all can enjoy big meals with lots of meat. Mother, I will also work hard. When I earn a lot of money in the future, I will buy all kinds of cakes for you. Whatever you want to eat, I'll buy it, Lu Boli said confidently. He unexpectedly saw through her earlier thoughts. Li Wanning felt a bit embarrassed. It was awkward for a child to see her craving food, but she also felt a little touched. Lu Boli's heart finally warmed completely. Usually, he wasn't a talkative boy or one to boast, but to say such a thing showed he was sincere. Li Wanning felt like she had been living this way for a long time. It seemed as if her modern memories were from a past life. Sometimes she thought she was dreaming, and she almost forgot that she was on a mission. When she heard Lu Boli speak, she was first touched. After feeling moved, she wondered if Lu Boli had already been completely won over by her. Seeing so much meat brought back by Li Wanning, everyone was very happy, both adults and children. They were still at an age where they loved eating meat. Du Rua looked at all the meat and felt she couldn't eat it all at once. She looked at Li Wanning and said, Madam, Today we also killed 3 big roosters. We have so much meat now. If we can't eat it all, it might go bad. Li Wanning looked at a big basin of chicken meat nearby. It's okay. The chicken will be marinated before bed tonight, then fried into crispy chicken early tomorrow morning. We can keep it for a few more days. She continued, you can save some pork for making dumplings. The rest can be salted and stir-fried. We can add some to our dishes over the next few days. Otherwise, the pork shop might not be open before the 8th day, and we won't have pork to eat later. She also mentioned lamb. Tomorrow noon, we'll have hot pot. Everyone, including the children, looked excited at the mention of crispy chicken, dumplings, hot pot, and stir-fried pork. All these delicious foods coming together made them feel very happy these days. But wait, what is hot pot? They all looked around, confused. Following the principle of asking when unsure, Luya Ro asked directly, Mother, what is hot pot? Hot pot is a very tasty dish. It's something you eat while cooking it. First, we make a delicious broth, then slice the lamb thinly. We also prepare some fresh vegetables like cabbage and greens. Put these ingredients into the hot pot to cook, then dip them in sauce before eating. The sauce is special. I make it myself, and it smells very good, Li Wanning patiently explained. The children listened with wide eyes, imagining how wonderful that way of eating must be. Wow, it sounds so fun and delicious. I wish it was tomorrow already, Luya Ro said, licking her lips. After Li Wanning's explanation, everyone looked forward to the upcoming feast. The mysterious hot pot especially made everyone's hearts itch with excitement. After dinner, although she was tired from the day, she couldn't rest. Du Rua went to wash the pig intestines, while Li Wanning prepared crispy chicken. Watching Du Rua wash the intestines and turn her head to the side to keep her nose away from them, Li Wanning pinched 2 balls of cotton and said, Here, put these in your nose. Pig intestines are very tasty, but before cooking, their smell is hard to tolerate. Maybe add some flour to make them easier to wash. Li Wanning thought of various tricks for cleaning pig intestines. It seemed that now, using flour was the cheapest option for them, since the ingredients came from their own land, and they didn't want to use other things that might be costly. Everyone generally followed Li Wanning's instructions without much thought. When she said to add flour, they believed it would make cleaning easier. Before Du Rua could act, Lian Xiao already scooped half a bowl and handed it to her. The main reason was that the smell was too strong. Even if she wasn't close to Du Rua, the smell still drifted into her nose. Li Wanning looked at a large basin of chicken and guessed its weight. Did you weigh the chickens after killing them? They seemed to be about 10 or 11 pounds. Du Rua smiled and replied, We killed 3 big ones, each about 4 pounds. The basin probably weighs around 11.5 pounds. Li Wanning turned and praised, Our rower is really amazing. The big rooster she raised is so large. Lu Yara looked happily at the meat. I usually take good care of them, giving them all kinds of wild grasses they like. So they use all their meat to repay me, and I get to enjoy delicious chicken. Hearing this, Li Wanning felt there might be some truth to it. She usually didn't dare to kill chickens. If she went to a restaurant and had to pick a live chicken or fish that the shop killed on the spot, she felt it was wrong and couldn't do it. She felt like choosing a live animal was harming a life with just a finger. But she was also conflicted because she loved eating meat. So she avoided eating freshly slaughtered animals and only bought pre-killed ones. It seemed that doing so comforted her, making her feel that they didn't die because of her, which was a bit of self-deception. After listening to Lu Yaro, she thought she might have misunderstood before. These animals raised for food were destined to have a final ending from the day they were born. Taking good care of them while they were alive was also a way to give their short lives some happiness. With this realization, Li Wanning's movements became faster. She added various seasonings into the mixture, then cracked 20 eggs and stirred everything evenly. Just stirring everything together made Li Wanning feel like she was sweating all over. Today's work ends here. Tomorrow, she plans to add a little starch depending on how it looks, then stir well again and finally fry it in hot oil. The outside will be crispy and the inside tender and juicy. This is her favorite dish during the new year. Small pieces can be fried once and then eaten easily. Larger pieces need to be steamed again before eating. After marinating the chicken, Li Wanning looked at Du Ruo. She had already washed the chicken with flour once. This was the second time, and she thought she would need to wash it 2 more times to be sure it's clean. Seeing Du Ruo look a bit uncomfortable, Li Wanning decided that unless she was very hungry later, she wouldn't buy this again. She had a peaceful sleep without dreams and finally reached New Year's Eve. Today, everyone was busy. The children cleaned the yard and put up couplets, while the adults prepared various New Year dishes. Thinking about the chicken that would be fried in oil, she skipped breakfast. Later, everyone would eat a few pieces of crispy chicken and save room for hot pot at noon. The smell of fried crispy chicken drifted out. Li Wanning sniffed it carefully. Yes, that's exactly the smell she wanted. Luya Ro ran over and said, "Mom, I'm here for breakfast." After making the crispy chicken, Li Wanning started to cook the hot pot base. The final taste depended heavily on this step. Since there was no beef tallow, she used rapeseed oil instead. She stir-fried dried chili, scallions, garlic, and various seasonings in the pot, then added bean paste and continued stir-frying. When the aroma was fragrant enough, it was ready. When eating, just add water and boil. Li Wanning felt everything was perfect under these conditions. The only regret was that she used too few chili peppers because a few kids didn't like spicy food. She didn't want any flaws in this rare meal, so she found dried chili peppers from last year, crushed them, and poured hot oil over them. A bowl of fresh chili oil was ready. Du Ruo took a few girls to prepare the hot pot ingredients. The lamb needed to be sliced thinly. Usually, rolling is best, but unfortunately, she didn't have that option now, so she sliced it as thin as possible. Other vegetables were grown in the yard. They picked whatever they could find, washed them, and arranged them on plates. Li Wanning told them, "Pick whatever you want. You can make hot pot with anything, it's very versatile." Since their mother said so, they believed it was all right. In Luyara's mind, this half-day felt longer than a whole day, but no matter how slow, it finally arrived. Li Wanning moved the clay stove from Sister Ding's house outside and placed a large iron pot on the stove. She poured in the base ingredients, added some water, and started boiling. She set up a table next to the stove, arranged various dishes on it, giving a feeling like a hot pot restaurant. Everyone held a small bowl of oil with soy sauce, chopped green onions, and minced garlic. Li Wanning said that after cooking the dishes, they could dip them in the sauce to eat. Li Wanning added some oil and spicy chili flakes herself. "Come on, do you want some?" She also invited a few of her little concubines to try. Someone was really persuaded by her words. "I'll have a little." The meal took about an hour, making it the slowest eating pace, but also the fastest once the food was ready. Many pairs of chopsticks scrambled to grab the cooked pieces. "Mother, I want to eat sliced lamb," Lu Yaru said anxiously as she watched her brother's chopsticks flying and the lamb almost finished. She was a bit slow. Come, whatever you want to eat. Mother will help you pick," Li Wanning said with a smile, helping her with a piece of lamb. Because there were so many people gathered around one pot, everyone eating together made the meal more delicious, but it was true that some couldn't get their share. "This clay stove is pretty good. Next year, we should make a few more so everyone can sit separately and eat slowly," Li Wanning suggested, and Lu Yaru agreed. Yes, let's make more stoves so we can sit apart. "I want to sit with Mother and the sisters," she said, then glared a little at her brothers. The brothers looked a bit awkward. Lu Bohu scratched his head. "Third sister, next time you sit with me, I promise to help you pick the meat." Lu Yaru remembered the piece of lamb that slipped from her chopsticks and was finally taken by Lu Bohu. HMPF, she didn't want to bother with him. She turned to Li Wanning and asked, "Mother, hot pot is so delicious. When can we eat it again?" Li Wanning wanted to touch her chubby little belly, but held back. As the child grew, she needed to start controlling her actions gradually. She smiled and said, "If you want to eat, we can have it again on the 15th day of the first lunar month." She also glanced at the empty plate holding the lamb and secretly praised herself. "Very clever, I bought 5 jin, about 2.5 kilograms, in advance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough." However, she also saw once again how fierce the battle among the young boys could be. It turned out that the idea of lamb noodles and such was completely overthought. On New Year's Day, although there was no handcrafting, everyone was busy all day. After lunch, Hongxiu started cleaning up the leftovers. Duro went to mix the dumpling filling, and Li Wanning began kneading the dough to prepare dinner. Tonight, they planned to eat dumplings with various fillings. The boys went to fetch water and cut grass, filling the water jars and buckets. They cut enough grass to last 3 or 4 days. Jian Xiao took Lu Yuting and Lu Yakin to wash clothes by the river. Since they had worn new clothes starting on New Year's Eve, at least they needed to change into clean ones, so today they washed all the clothes they had taken off. There were quite a few dirty clothes. Luckily, Li Wanning had bought soap earlier, or washing them all would have been very tiring. Lu Yuru continued feeding the cows, chopping vegetables for the chickens, and breaking bones. "Mother, can chickens eat chicken bones?" Lu Yuru asked after smashing the bones a few times. "Probably yes, but why do you ask?" "It's better to crush them a bit." Li Wanning thought for a moment. She had heard that chickens might not be able to eat chicken bones. "But I think it's a little bit cruel. Yesterday, they were playing together, and today they're eating their friends," Lu Yuru said, her mind always full of strange thoughts. "If you think it's cruel, then don't feed them. If you do, maybe feed them pig bones instead," Li Wanning said, not wanting her to feel upset over such small things. "Then chicken bones would be wasted. We don't have a dog, or we could give the bones to the dog." "Never mind, let's just say that the little chickens eating their friends will stay in our hearts forever." Lu Yuru hesitated at first, but then found her answer as she spoke. "All right, you're right." Li Wanning nodded helplessly. "As long as you're happy." While everyone was busy and lively, they suddenly heard distant noisy crying. Li Wanning listened carefully and was surprised. Today is New Year's. "What's going on?" Soon, the people washing clothes and cutting grass returned. Lu Buyuan explained, "It seems the dam repair workers have come back. Someone in the village has died." Li Wanning suddenly remembered this matter. They had agreed it would take about a month, but it had already been over 3 months. She didn't expect them to return, and, unfortunately, someone had lost their life. This kind of work is known to be tiring and dangerous. To increase survival chances, only strong young men would go. Li Wanning sighed. "This family won't have a good New Year again this year." Ling Xiao was hanging clothes and sighed. "This is what life is like. So fragile. Being human isn't easy, living isn't easy, and dying isn't easy either." Duru was mixing filling and said, "Isn't that true? So, when we can control things, we should go with what makes us happy. When we can't control things, we should relax and not worry so much, so we won't regret not enjoying life when it's over." Hongxiu finished washing the last dishes and wiped her hands. "We are able to live like this now, thanks to the madam. If we had been born different, with our health, maybe some of us wouldn't have made it back." The little concubines sincerely bowed to Li Wanning, not just for themselves but for their children. Losing their mother at a young age made life very hard to imagine. Li Wanning felt a little shy. "You all say that, but we're not really a family? Working together as a family is just to have a better life. Why should I let you do these things when I have the ability? It's not a good thing, so there's no need to rush." Seeing everyone grateful, she quickly changed the subject. "People often say money can't buy life, but now it seems that might not be true. So, we still need to work hard and save some money for emergencies." The concubines nodded happily. "Yes, madam. We all listen to you." Everyone agreed cheerfully, but Li Wanning felt a little guilty because she realized she was the one who liked to buy things whenever she had some money. Oh well, to control herself, she decided to set a small goal. Starting from the new year, besides the tuition fee for the year, she would save at least 10 taels of silver as a reserve. Any extra money could be used for shopping. Although New Year's Eve was the day everyone looked forward to all year and the best day for the family's meals, the faint sound of crying affected everyone's mood. It was for the deceased, for their loved ones, and for themselves. Seeing that everyone was a bit down, Li Wanning took out 3 slightly newer copper coins from her money box and handed them to Lu Yaru. "Yaru, wash these 3 coins clean. We'll put them in the dumplings, and whoever gets one will receive this blessing." Lu Yaru took the copper coin, her face brightening with happiness. then suddenly frowning. That must mean older brothers 2 and 3 find it easier to get it. Lu Buhui was curious. How do you know that? Lu Yara pouted. Because they eat the most. All right. Once again on the same day, the 3 brothers are disliked by their sister. Everyone else laughed. Li Wanning spoke. Mother decides if they 3 get it, it counts as yours, okay? Lu Yara wondered. Can that really count? Li Wanning held back her laughter. As long as they agree, it's fine. Lu Yara looked at her brothers, and they all nodded at once. Even Lu Bachan and Lu Buhui promised voluntarily. If I get it, it counts as yours. This made her happy. Then eat well today. Eat more, to thank you. In the future, I'll feed the chickens more carefully so you won't run out of eggs. After saying that, she happily went to wash the copper coin. The others exchanged smiles. This little girl is quite easy to please. With this distraction, everyone's good mood returned a bit, and they happily started making dumplings. Today's filling was very rich. Cabbage and pork, celery and pork, green onions and pork, eggs and chives. Even after filling their stomachs at lunch, seeing so much filling made them look forward to dinner again. The New Year's Eve dinner was very lavish. Besides dumplings, they cooked a few other dishes. In the morning, they fried crispy chicken, and dinner was served early because they were staying up late to welcome the new year. Since everyone would sleep late, they ate dinner a bit earlier, then had a midnight snack around 11 or 12 at night. After everyone started eating, Lu Yara changed her attitude from noon and kept urging her brothers to eat more dumplings. Brothers, eat more. Reading every day is really hard, and you also have to go out to earn money. Come on, big brother, have another one. Faced with her enthusiasm, her brothers were a bit surprised and flattered. They felt a big difference between eating normally and being watched while eating. Li Wanning watched and chuckled. Yari should eat more too. Maybe you'll find out how much you can eat. Yes, I'll eat too. Lu Yara stopped just urging her brothers and started gobbling down dumplings. She was very eager, but missing 2 big front teeth slightly slowed her speed. Interestingly, it seems that even heaven favors young girls. While eating, Lu Yara felt something unusual in her mouth. She reached in and pulled out a coin, happily holding it up and smiling with her crooked teeth. Mother, look, I really found a coin. Her brothers clearly relaxed, thinking that if she didn't find a coin, they might have to eat dumplings forever. They praised her repeatedly. Ruor is so lucky. Ruor is the luckiest. Next year will surely be a happy and joyful year for her. Lu Yara was very happy. She showed off the coin to her brothers, then waved generously. All right, from now on, whatever you find, it's yours. I am already lucky. I'll give you all my luck. If I find another coin, it will be considered my mother's luck. Well, this girl is not only cute but also generous and respectful. She's very lovable. Li Wanning wanted to pat her head again. After dinner, it really got dark. Li Wanning confidently waved her hand. Come on, light our lamp. Now that they had a little money, they prepared an oil lamp. Since there wasn't always moonlight, sometimes someone wanted to use it to see better. Everyone preferred to use the lamp, but Li Wanning didn't like it. She didn't want them to do work or write with the lamp because it wasn't bright enough from afar, and too close made her cough. After using electric lights, she was a bit tired of the oil lamp. With the light on, they laid out sunflower seeds, peanuts, dried fruits, and cakes. Lu Yara looked at the beautifully shaped and colorful cakes and shook her head. After eating dinner, I can't even eat such delicious cakes. Lu Buhui grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and handed them to Lu Yara. Here, have these today. It's fine. We don't usually eat cakes. We'll eat them together tomorrow. Lu Yara smiled slightly, showing her crooked teeth. Fifth brother, do you think I can sunflower seeds? Before Lu Buhui could respond, Lu Bohan chuckled. Lu Yara glared at him angrily. Lu Bohan quickly grabbed a handful of peanuts and offered them. Here. You can eat these. Do you want fifth brother to help peel them? Lu Buhui also turned to look at her angrily. All right, I won't say anything more and I won't laugh, Lu Bohan said nervously, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds and running away. A few young children were playing, while the older ones were talking about reading, the academy, and their studies. They shared methods of learning, discussed the difficulties and challenges they might face next year, and set small personal goals. Liu Yakin and Liu Yiting were braiding each other's hair. They had proper combs and mirrors, along with small clips and hair ties that Li Wanning had bought earlier. Usually they helped the adults with chores, but today they had a complete day off. Some young concubines finished tidying up the dinner leftovers and then sat together, eating sunflower seeds and chatting. Although the four of them worked and talked together every day, they had never felt so relaxed before. They all knew Li Wanning wouldn't allow them to work tonight, even if there was a lamp, so they simply relaxed and talked freely. They talked about many things, about children, their current life, future plans, and small family goals. But all of them deliberately avoided mentioning the village's recent sad events or their life at the Ho residence. On New Year's Eve, they should talk about happy things and continue until the first day of the new year. That way, they would have endless happy stories to share in the coming year. The scene was very warm and cozy, but Li Wanning felt a little regretful. Such moments didn't happen every year, but she had watched the Spring Festival Gala for 20 years, and even playing cards or mahjong was missing today. It felt like a waste of time. She secretly decided that once their living conditions improved, she would make playing mahjong a regular activity. Even though it wasn't a book, she believed she shouldn't give up traditional games, right? As for poker, it was convenient and fun, but she hadn't found suitable paper to play with. She needed to think carefully and use her wisdom gained over more than 20 years to figure it out. The third New Year in exile was destined to be happier than the previous two. Li Wanning carefully prepared red envelopes the day before. The children's New Year money was 20 coins each, while the young concubines received 50 coins each. In addition, each of the three girls had a small silver lock. To prevent the boys from getting jealous, she explained, you are studying outside, and the sisters are working at home. After a year of hard work, we only want to contribute to our family. The reason you can study peacefully outside is also thanks to them. This time, because you are often outside, I bought you new clothes. However, the sisters didn't have any, so I bought them small silver locks. Don't be jealous. The others shook their heads repeatedly. Lu Buiyuan, as the eldest brother, spoke on behalf of his younger brothers. No, mother. We all understand how hard our sisters work. This is only right. The opportunity for us to study now was earned through the hard work of mother, auntie, and the sisters day and night. We remember this in our hearts. When we have the ability, we will also treat our sisters well. Li Wanning nodded with relief. It's good that you understand. Girls are different from you. You can achieve success outside, do many things you want, have more choices, more freedom, and society is more accepting. They can only live within the limits set by their fathers, brothers, husbands, and sons. But even within these limits, they do their best to help you. So, always remember to be kind to them. Li Wanning spoke sincerely, partly to strengthen the bond between siblings, and partly because she truly felt sorry for women in ancient times. In the past, she only saw their hardships on TV, but now, seeing real people in front of her, she felt even more emotional. The boys nodded, while the girls looked at Li Wanning with bright eyes. Liu Yiting and Liu Yakin were grateful, and Liu Yuro simply admired her mother, thinking she was very wise, understanding everything, and good at everything. Next, just like every year, everyone was open and did what they needed to each day. The only difference was that this year, the food was especially good, and even Li Wanning felt she had gained weight. The three older boys planned their days clearly, balancing work and rest. As for why they were so eager to work hard, Li Wanning once overheard a private conversation. That day, she went to the kitchen for a drink and happened to pass by the study. She overheard Lu Buiyuan talking to his two younger brothers. We usually study at the academy. The household chores are done by mother, auntie, and the sisters. Even the tasks that require effort, which should be ours, are done by them. When we are at home, we should try to do more. For Lu Boli, as long as he could study, he was willing to do anything without complaints. For Lu Buiqing, he is only half a year younger than Lu Buiyuan, but he started behind from the very beginning. Now his treatment has been raised to be the same as the legitimate sons. What more could he want? As for Lu Bachin and Lu Buohui, It seems the three older brothers haven't fully brought them into their group. Lu Buqing is too lazy to say much to them, so let them do as they please. With the three of us setting an example first, the other two will naturally follow. Li Wanning also told these matters to her three concubines. Honestly, she felt a little touched. For children in their teens, feeling loved by their parents seems natural, but they can also understand how hard it is for the family. They do some things within their ability to show gratitude, right? Holidays always pass quickly. Before long, Lu Buhui, with a sad face, asked Lu Bachan, fourth brother, "Have you finished your homework?" Lu Bachan was a bit surprised. "You haven't finished yet? With those three big tasks hanging over you every day, you haven't finished? That's impossible." Thinking about his own long list of homework, he had finished it all. It didn't make sense that Xiao Wu's was so short and still not done. "The teacher assigned it early, and I finished it," Lu Buhui said tearfully. "Didn't third brother assign you anything?" Lu Bachan felt a bit sympathetic. "Yes, he did. But because I have more from my teacher, third brother only gave me some recitation work." Lu Bachan disliked memorizing, but compared to copying, memorizing was still acceptable. Whether they want to go to school or not, time won't stop for them. Soon, it was time for Li Wanning to deliver meals again. There are about 20 days left before the wheat harvest. After discussing with the other concubines, they decided to work a bit faster and use this time to write another book. They could only write a shorter one.
Li Wanning chose du Xinyai.
However, the story of Du Sherngyang might not suit the reading tastes of young ladies from noble families. So, Li Wanning gave her a new identity, a female merchant. Female merchants are not highly regarded in society, and their status is low. But if she is someone forced by life, an orphan who lost her parents, left to raise her younger siblings, and had no choice but to take on heavy burdens, appearing in the world and making her way, then it's a different story. And the Du Sherngyang that Li Wanning describes is brave and generous, quite different from the gentle and refined young lady from a noble family. She has a bit of boldness shaped by life's hardships, making her a girl that many young women would like. Of course, she didn't end up throwing the treasure chest into the river. That would have been a waste. Li Wanning felt sad just thinking about it, so she changed the story to have her exchange silver for rice and grain, helping the disaster victims with porridge. This earned her a good reputation and caught the eye of a wealthy and handsome man, leading to her true love. Originally, Li Wanning wanted to keep her good reputation, but Du Ruo disagreed. Such a good girl should have a happy ending. Let's arrange for her to meet a man who understands, loves, and protects her. Looking at others, everyone seemed to agree on giving her a love story too. It seems that everyone still thinks love is very important. Even if they can't have it themselves, they want their characters to find happiness. Oh well, since all three of them think this way, it probably matches the current mainstream ideas and will make everyone feel better when reading. Li Wanning only later realized that the little concubines might all be career women. They usually do exactly as she says and never dare to argue. But when she writes stories, they sometimes oppose her, completely forgetting their roles as wives. It seems her influence over them has been quite good these past few years. Because time was tight, everyone worked quickly. Once Li Wanning wanted to see the first draft, she picked it up and took half a day before signing. This handwriting looks so familiar, like dragon and phoenix dance, how to say. Li Wanning can't write these traditional characters herself, but she can recognize most of them. As for Lu Yiting's first draft, she probably only recognizes about 30%, guessing. Lu Yiting blushed a little and reached for the manuscript. "Mother, let me read it to you." Seeing her discomfort, Li Wanning comforted her. "It's okay. Shorthand is also a skill. As long as you recognize your own writing, that's enough." Li Wanning herself went to school and isn't good at writing either. Sometimes she takes notes too quickly, and after a while, she might not recognize her own handwriting. So she has low expectations for her children, just that they recognize their own work, and it comes from the heart. No one else knew, though everyone had become used to Li Wanning's endless praise and encouragement for the children. Surprisingly, even when written this way, she still found things to praise. But never mind, seeing Li Wanning earnestly praising and Lu Yiting looking comforted. Everyone was happy. The concubines remembered Li Wanning's small goals she mentioned during the new year. Each of them worked hard to achieve them. Even when Li Wanning was out delivering lunch, they gathered together to work and discuss. They had a good idea of Li Wanning's attitude. As long as the three of them agreed, Li Wanning wouldn't interfere. So, if there were no objections, they moved forward directly. Disagreements could be set aside and discussed again when Li Wanning returned. Whether she was there or not, it didn't affect the progress of the script. They worked quickly and finally finished copying the script 2 days before the wheat harvest. Since they delivered meals to the children every noon, they didn't need to go to town often. Over time, they became familiar with the bookstore owner. They could go without much talk. A single glance was enough to understand their purpose. Most importantly, Li Wanning's scripts had been on the market for a while and received some initial feedback. Now, they were considered safe products by the shop owner. Li Wanning wasn't in a hurry for money and always chose a profit-sharing model, saving time on negotiations. Both sides could quickly complete the exchange without needing to meet in the reception room. However, Li Wanning still didn't want to reveal her identity. She would cover the top of the script with a blank sheet of paper before handing it to the owner. The owner was quite understanding. He took it, glanced at the title briefly, then quickly put it in a drawer under the counter. He would then take out a ledger to record the name and a silver coin or two for expenses. The exchange was complete. Finally, when leaving, the owner usually gave her some torn-up paper. Their drafts were made from waste paper, which saved a lot of money. Seeing the scrap paper, Li Wanning suddenly remembered something and asked eagerly, "Boss, do you have a type of paper that is quite stiff?" "Stiff? Do you mean this kind?" The boss took out a piece of paper similar to craft paper. Li Wanning tried it and said, "It's still a bit soft." "Do you have something firmer?" The boss shook his head. "This is the stiffest paper we have in the shop. I don't know if others have it. If you want, I can ask around." "Please do, boss." "Thank you." Li Wanning nodded politely. Although there's no clear answer yet, having someone in the industry help makes things easier. On the way back, she bought a few pounds of meat, then started harvesting wheat. She also planned to fry some more meat slices to keep handy for cooking later. Li Wanning has become a regular customer at the meat shop. She comes every now and then, more often and in larger amounts than most people, even the locals in town. Who would be willing to eat so much meat? Seeing her, the shop owner always smiles happily. "Mrs. Li, how many pounds today?" The owner likes Li Wanning because she buys a lot and also chooses the less popular parts of the meat. Most people prefer buying fatty meat, so lean meat is less popular. In the late afternoon, the remaining meat is mostly lean, sometimes even sold at a discount. But Li Wanning always picks the lean cuts. The owner can't help but be pleased. Sometimes he even throws in a bone or two for her. 5 pounds, the lean ones here. Li Wanning pointed to the leaner pieces on the chopping board. The shop owner nodded confidently. "Good choice, Mrs. Li. Your taste is excellent. These are the best quality here." He was just saying that, knowing full well that the quality of the meat depends on the pig, but customers always prefer what they point to. It didn't bother Li Wanning's good mood. As long as there's no conflict of interest or unkind advice, the more kind words, the better. Nobody likes to be criticized. The shop owner's skill and sense of touch were impressive. With one cut, he got exactly 5 pounds. He also wanted to do more business, so he pointed to the side. "Mrs. Li, we have pork intestines today. Would you like some?" Li Wanning waved her hand generously. "Wrap me a set." It's not that Li Wanning forgot her promise not to crave pig intestines too much, or that she would never buy them. The main reason is that after Du Rua used special spices to prepare the dish, her attitude changed completely. "Madam, I didn't expect this pig intestine to taste so delicious and affordable. Although the spices are a bit expensive, overall, it's worth it. Maybe we can buy more in the future." Li Wanning shot her a sidelong glance and asked, "Did you forget how painful it was to wash the pig intestines?" Du Rua chuckled softly. Washing was indeed painful, but compared to the satisfaction now, I think it was all worth it. Because Du Rua had been very clear about her stance before, Li Wanning felt confident to buy the intestines without hesitation, especially since she liked eating them too. Carrying the shopping items, humming a little tune she had forgotten the words to, she rode the ox cart home. These past few days, she had been resting up to prepare for the upcoming harvest. Thinking about the 40 acres of wheat, she knew it would be tiring but also felt a sense of achievement. After all, she had built this land over the past 2 years. Li Wanning's land was planted a few days earlier than others, so the wheat ripened earlier too. Since there was so much land, she borrowed 2 sickles from the village chief to speed up the harvest. Sister Ding knew they were about to start harvesting and offered to help. "I'll come help too. You work from outside, and I'll stay inside. That way, if there's wheat blocking, others won't see." Li Wanning understood the rules of social interactions. To maintain good relationships, she knew she had to give and take. Only giving or only accepting would eventually cause problems, so she politely accepted her help. In a few days, her family's land would be harvested, and she planned to send someone to help then, as a way for both families to exchange labor. After preparing everything, they officially started the next day. Early in the morning, Wang Ziyuan arrived ahead of schedule. Li Wanning took Lian Xiao and Du Ruo with him to the field. They worked for a while, and Sister Ding also came with a sickle, choosing a corner of the wheat field to start working as they had agreed. Soon, Lian Xiao grew tired from bending over and straightened up to rest. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual. "Madam, why are so many people coming over there?" Several people heard the noise and immediately stood up, looking toward the small path leading to their area. A group of about 20 people was walking toward them, and they all seemed to be men. There were so many people coming and it was hard to tell who they were. Li Wanning quickly took charge. "Everyone gather together and retreat into the wheat field. Hurry, don't let them see us." It might be difficult to hide completely, but the 40 acres of wheat were large, and the tall plants made it hard to see clearly. If they found a good hiding spot and crouched down, it wouldn't be easy for others to find them right away. The group hurried into the deeper part of the wheat field, each holding their sickle tightly. Li Wanning's mind raced with many thoughts. She hadn't heard of bandits in this area, and the people on the other side weren't riding horses. Maybe her impression from TV shows was too strong. Bandits, without horses, didn't seem right. But what if they were bad people? There were many of them, all adult men. If it came to it, they might have to give up their belongings to save their lives. But then, would they always have to give up their things whenever they faced danger? As these thoughts spun in her mind, she heard the voices getting closer. After a while, it seemed they stopped just in front of their location. Everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound that might attract attention. "Hey, where are they? I thought I saw them earlier. And these wheat plants look freshly cut," a voice said.
Li Wanning listanat karafuli.
The voice sounded familiar. She thought she had heard it somewhere before. Just as she was trying to remember, another, even more familiar voice called out, "Mrs. Li, are you there?" Now, Li Wanning felt relieved. She quickly stood up and saw the town mayor and village head standing in front of her, with about 20 others behind them, each holding a sickle. Realizing she had misunderstood, Li Wanning smiled awkwardly. "So it's the mayor and the village head. Why are you here?" The mayor didn't answer. He simply waved his hand. "Everyone start working." As soon as he finished speaking, the men carrying sickles stepped forward, found their spots, and began harvesting the wheat silently, working steadily. Seeing Li Wanning's surprised face, the village head kindly explained, "We heard you were harvesting today, so the mayor brought people to help." Li Wanning understood every word but still felt a bit confused. Was the mayor really so considerate of the people? Were they still exiled people? During the guessing of people's thoughts, if the village chief claims to be second, no one would dare say he's first. Seeing the change in Li Wanning's expression, she found it a bit funny and thought, the person just wants to know your winter wheat yield per acre, so he brought people to help you harvest. Don't worry, he's not here to seize your crops. Realizing her thoughts were exposed, she felt a little embarrassed, but she couldn't admit the truth now. She said, "The village chief wouldn't say that. I would never think that. Besides, our village is quite peaceful now, and just by looking at our village head's good character, you can see he truly cares for the people." "Oh, really? Then why did you hide earlier?" Maybe she was praising too much and lost her sense of proportion. Or perhaps the village chief was simply bored and looking for some fun, so he asked, In an instant, her true feelings were revealed twice, and Li Wanning felt even more embarrassed. She decided to give up and accept it. As long as she wasn't embarrassed, others would be. She explained, I was just thinking in case bandits from somewhere else come here, we should hide first and then send a message. Not every place is as peaceful as ours. She also comforted herself, thinking that flattering others is something everyone does to some extent. To have a good life, you need to flatter a little, and it's best to do it quietly. The village chief then looked at the others. Li Wanning was surprised and said, Lian Xiao, you and the others go back and boil some hot water, then bring over a couple of stools. She relied on the fact that the village chief didn't know what her family looked like. As for the village head, she didn't care anymore. With a half-smile, the village chief looked at Wang Ziyuan. This was unavoidable. When doing things, not everything can be fake. He then started to complain, Village chief, I need to ask for forgiveness from both of you. Our family is just a single mother and orphan. We're not used to farming, so we're afraid we can't pay the taxes or ruin the land. That's why we asked Brother Wang to help us. We will pay him according to the rules, using proper labor, not secretly. Li Wanning guessed that Wang Ziyuan often visits the village, so the village head probably knows what's going on. As for whether the village chief knows, she wasn't sure, but even if he does, it's not surprising. It's easy to understand, just like in modern offices. Who dares to speak carelessly? Accidentally, private words can reach the ears of the leader. Although he is not nearby, he seems to have eyes everywhere. Employees appear to be careful and discreet, but in fact, the leader may already know everything you do. Fortunately, the mayor feels happy looking at the large wheat field in front of him. This is not just a wheat field. It is a big achievement. So, he doesn't plan to argue with her. Let her do as she pleases. Planting more fields can also bring in more taxes. Li Wanning quietly observes the expressions of the two leaders, feeling relieved. She also begins to think more boldly. Should I hire another person next year? Maybe even start a farm here, while there are still 7 years left. Soon, Lian Xiao and Duruo come over to bring chairs and tea. But it's not green tea, it's flower tea. Li Wanning doesn't like drinking plain water, feeling it's missing flavor. Adding any kind of flour makes it taste better. So, in recent years, her family has kept flower tea at home. Over time, she developed her own mix, based on her taste, without any special rules. The cups used for serving tea to the mayor and village chief are also special, bamboo cups. At first, everyone used bowls, but Li Wanning felt it wasn't quite right. Even when drinking tea, it felt like eating porridge. So she encouraged everyone to make bamboo cups. Funny enough, she used to think that the joints of bamboo had compartments. She borrowed a saw from the village chief and cut the bamboo, only to find it was hollow from top to bottom. In the end, she had no choice but to start making them. She cut 20 good-shaped pieces and took them to a carpenter to help make bases. Since she sawed the bamboo herself, she could save some money. The advantage of the bamboo cups is that the tea has a fresh bamboo scent, elegant and tasty. Leaders use bamboo cups, while others use bowls. Because leaders don't work hard and aren't very thirsty, they enjoy tea. Workers, who are sweating from harvesting wheat, prefer to drink from big bowls. Li Wanning's bowls are not enough. Lian Xiao brought all her bowls and kindly also brought a bucket of cold water. After someone finishes drinking, they wash the bowl before passing it to the next person. Watching everyone busy in her field, Li Wanning turns to the village chief and asks, Village chief, can I borrow some bowls and chopsticks? Our family's bowls are not enough, making it hard for everyone to eat lunch comfortably. The town mayor looked at her and said, No need to worry about food at noon. I told them to bring some flatbreads. You just prepare the water. How can that be? We came to help harvest the crops. Even though we aren't paid for our work, it would be rude if we didn't provide food. Duruo, you, and the others go back and get ready. For lunch, we'll have steamed flatbreads with noodles. Cook some extra tomato sauce too. At this time, it was too late to make steamed buns or knead dough for bread. Making pancakes would be too many people, and it couldn't be done quickly. Usually, steamed flatbreads and noodles are main foods, but people don't usually eat them together. However, this way is the fastest. While making noodles, the flatbreads can be steamed in the pot, saving time and fuel. The mayor was about to speak again, but the village chief interrupted. That would be a big help, Madam Lee. Just go to your house and take as many bowls as you need. He then turned to the mayor and said, you can see if Madam Lee isn't in charge of the meals, she might feel bad. Plus, everyone is working hard. If they eat comfortably at noon, they'll be more energetic in the afternoon, right? Mayor, is that okay? Hearing this, the mayor no longer refused and simply said to Li Wanning, thank you, Madam Lee. Since the mayor wanted an answer quickly, the village chief didn't delay. He also brought his son and a cart of oxen to help. They took the harvested wheat to the village's drying yard and called 2 other families to help thresh the grain. The village chief rarely ordered people around, but when he did, no one refused. Most people here hadn't always lived in the countryside, but everyone has relatives. So they knew a bit about rural work. Compared to places without family ties, having a village chief like this was a blessing, truly fortunate. Most people felt grateful. Li Wanning chatted for a while and then started transporting the wheat. She knew she couldn't leave everything to others. With about 20 people working, 2 carts kept coming back and forth. Li Wanning felt she was falling behind and secretly wished she had let the children take a day off. After all, it could all be done in one day. Du Rua and the others couldn't cook that much food, so when the village chief asked 2 families to help, he didn't mention providing meals. But Li Wanning knew she had to be considerate. She couldn't just take advantage of the village chief's kindness. So, when she first sent the wheat to the drying yard, she told the 2 families, sorry, older brother and sister-in-law, because our household doesn't have all the tools, we won't be serving lunch today. Please go home to eat, and once the wheat is all sorted, I will come to thank you. One family was surnamed Wu, with 2 women, one slightly younger and one older, and 3 or 4 older children. The other family was surnamed Zhang, with 1 woman, a man with a limp, and 3 teenagers who looked about 2 or 3 years older than the Wu children. From their clothes and the number of people, it was clear these families were not well off. The village chief seemed to have a plan in mind. Aunt Wu kept refusing politely, saying, no need, no need. Lady Li, please don't be so polite. We are just at home idling, and it's rare for the village chief to ask us to do something. We are happy to help. Sister-in-law Zhang also agreed. Yes, yes, Lady Li, no need to be so polite. It's just a small favor. But no, this can wait. I will bring another cart later. The town mayor is still waiting at the field for the result. While everyone was busy working, Du Rua and Lian Xiao didn't stop. Hong Xiu went to fetch water for a while Du Rua and Lian Xiao kept kneading the dough. There were over 20 people, all seemingly strong. Based on Wang Ziyuan's usual eating amount, each person would need at least a pound or nearly 2 pounds of flour per meal. Including the village chief and the town mayor, that would be at least 40 jin, about 20 kilograms. Most importantly, they couldn't make too little, or someone would go hungry. If people worked hard and still didn't get enough to eat, it would be embarrassing. So, they made a bit more than necessary. They kept kneading batch after batch, working tirelessly. Du Rua watched the bag of flour gradually get emptier and said, luckily, the lady had us grind 2 bags before the new year, or we wouldn't have enough. Lian Xiao smiled and replied, yes, the lady is truly foresightful. They started rolling out the dough to make steamed cakes, then continued kneading more dough while steaming the previous batch. After 3 or 4 rounds of steaming, they prepared the noodles. The 2 kept kneading and working tirelessly. Du Rua, leaning on the chopping board, looked tired and said, I feel like this is even more tiring than harvesting wheat. Red Sleeve, who had just brought water back, washed her hands and said, you go sit down. I'll handle it. Then the 3 of them took turns, determined to take good care of Li Wanning's rear area. Actually, everyone at home was busy. The 3 adults were kneading dough, and the 3 girls were doing different chores. One was feeding the chickens, another was helping to build the fire, and the 3rd was waiting nearby to lend a hand. After kneading the dough for a while, Du Rua said to Lu Yiting, Yiting, go pick some tomatoes. Pick more, we need to make a big pot of sauce. First, let's start cooking the sauce. Lu Yiting, who was waiting to help, responded with an, oh, and took a basket to pick vegetables. At this moment, Lian Xiao remembered something. The town mayor should also be eating at her house, right? Should we prepare some cold dishes? Red Sleeve quickly answered. Yes, make some. Mix some radishes and leafy greens, but make sure to prepare enough so that the wheat-cutting brothers also have some. Then Du Rua called out from the kitchen door, Yuting, pick a few more radishes and some more greens. Everyone hurried to finish preparing lunch. Just before putting the first pot of noodles on the stove, Red Sleeve went to call someone from the field. At the same time, Li Weining was about to load wheat onto a cart. She said, Town Mayor, Village Head, Madam, lunch is almost ready. Please come back and eat. Li Weining was about to invite everyone to come together when the town mayor waved his hand and said, The A team, follow me. The B team, keep working. We'll switch later. Li Weining hesitated but didn't say anything. She seemed to understand what these people were doing, but she was surprised that the town mayor dared to bring so many prisoners out alone. Was he not afraid at all? Since he had such authority, she decided to follow his lead. Whether they went back together or rested for a while, she didn't want to say it aloud, worried it might break their discipline or affect the mayor's authority. The group arrived at Li Weining's house. Red Sleeve had already moved out several tables, which held a large basin of steamed buns, a big bowl of freshly cooked noodles, a half basin of cold radish strips, a bowl of cold greens, and a basin of tomato sauce. Seeing so much food, the mayor nodded to the people behind him. They lined up in order and went to get their meals. Li Weining felt a little dazed, as if she had arrived at a university cafeteria during peak hours, where long lines formed at every window. Seeing that the people ahead of us only took a bowl of noodles and a piece of bread before leaving, Li Weining realized, Come on, everyone, please help yourselves to some cold dishes too. After saying that, she simply asked Hongxiu to serve everyone food and distribute the dishes. Then she gestured politely to the village chief to follow her, leading him and the town mayor to their usual dining room. The steamed buns and cold dishes on the table were the same as before, but there were 2 additional small dishes, one of which contained the stir-fried meat noodles they had made earlier. Once they sat down, Du Rua brought in 3 bowls of noodles. Freshly cooked, please try some, 3 of you. Since they were here to eat, they didn't hold back. The town mayor picked up his bowl, added some tomato sauce, mixed it, and started eating. The taste is quite good. Making such delicious food with simple ingredients shows good cooking skills, he said, complimenting the chef. It's polite to praise the cook, especially when the food is really tasty. The town mayor nodded in agreement. Yes, it's indeed good. Not knowing the local customs, where people usually avoid talking during meals and after, Li Weining didn't speak much. She only occasionally helped serve dishes, and the meal passed quietly. When they finished eating and left, the first group of diners had already finished and moved on to the second round, but there were still many buns left. Li Weining looked at Hongxiu, who shook her head. The big brothers are too polite. I kept telling them to eat enough, but I feel their appetite is much smaller than Brother Wang's. Li Weining then looked at the town mayor, perhaps grateful for the good food they had made, and explained this issue. They usually can't eat enough, only about 70% full, and that's when doing heavy physical work. Normally, they only need to eat half a full meal. Seeing that they were still exchanging items, and since no one was in the courtyard, Li Weining, curious, asked a question she had been holding back for a while. Town Mayor, you're leading so many people out alone. Isn't there a safety risk? Are you worried they might run away? The town mayor smiled, seeming to laugh at her naivety. When they entered the prison, they had already handed over all their identification to the authorities. If they escape secretly, they just become illegal residents. Also, not all prisoners are qualified to come out with me. The ones I bring out are usually those with lighter crimes or nearing the end of their sentences. They generally wouldn't try to escape on their own. And if someone does escape, the punishment will be even harsher. Thinking about it, no one usually runs at this critical time, and without any leverage, the town mayor probably wouldn't dare to bring them out. After everyone had their turn eating, the village chief and the clinic director went to the second house's land. Would you two like to rest at home for a while? Du Rua quietly asked. No, we have some official matters to handle today. We'll come back another day. They left with the village chief. Li Wanning took a step forward and looked at the large pile of steamed buns on the table. Maybe I should tidy up a bit. I'll ask the town mayor if they can take some for the road when they leave tonight. Now that she knew their identities, she didn't dare make decisions on her own. She needed to ask first. In the afternoon, things moved quickly. By midday, there wasn't much wheat left in the field. The town mayor sent 5 more people to help with threshing. Since dinner wasn't at Lu Wanning's house, Du Ruo and the others also had free time in the afternoon, so they all went to help in the fields. Thus, Li Wanning spent a whole day handling a big task, harvesting and threshing. The town mayor's long-awaited task finally arrived. Li Wanning brought many burlap sacks, all prepared in advance because there was a lot of land. They initially planned to dry the wheat, but since they couldn't wait, they packed it into bags and weighed it. The wheat that needed to be dried later could be done at another time. The village chief had someone bring his family's scale. With a slightly excited feeling, they weighed the bags one by one. When the final numbers came out, Li Wanning was very satisfied, and the others involved were pleasantly surprised. Because some of the land wasn't very fertile, even with fertilizer added during the process, the grain yield was affected. From 40 acres, they produced about 6,000 jin of grain, averaging around 150 jin per acre. The town mayor chuckled and said, "With these 2 seasons of winter wheat, how can anyone worry about not having enough food?" Li Wanning, you've made a great contribution this time. Don't worry, I won't forget your effort, Li Wanning asked carefully. Town mayor, do we need to pay grain tax for the winter crops? The town mayor looked at her and said, "You've been holding this question in your heart for a long time, haven't you? Well, I'll kindly tell you, this time, we won't collect any. I'll try to negotiate for the future. But for others, they will be taxed at 30% first." When the children returned in the evening, they were amazed to see all the grain already stored in the granary. They exclaimed, "All done in just one day? We even asked for leave from the teacher today, planning to help tomorrow." Li Wanning smiled happily. "Thanks to the town chief, it was finished in a day. You can focus on your classes tomorrow." Actually, everyone was quite happy. They had prepared for a tiring 10 or 15 days, but it was surprisingly done in just one day. Of course, the work isn't completely finished yet. The grain hasn't been thoroughly dried, so it still has some moisture. Over the next few days, they will need to take it out to dry every day. After drying, the grain can shrink by about 15%, reducing the weight to around 900 pounds. In the end, they should have at least 5,000 pounds of usable grain. After deducting costs, the wheat seed weighs about 800 pounds. Wang Ziyuan's wages and meal expenses total roughly 1,000 pounds. The remaining over 3,000 pounds is pure profit, enough for them to eat for several years. The main reason they can keep this money is because they don't have to pay grain tax. For 5,000 pounds of dry wheat, if 60% of the grain tax is deducted, only 2,000 pounds remain. After subtracting the cost of seed and Wang Ziyuan's wages, calculated over half a year, they're left with about 700 pounds. If the grain tax is only 30%, they could keep an additional 1,500 pounds. So, grain tax is the most important factor affecting whether everyone can eat well. They hope the town chief can persuade the court to leave them some room to survive. Looking around, Lu Buyuan asked, "Are the wheat stalks still not pulled back? Let's go get them now." "Oh, where's Xiao Huang? 40 acres of wheat stalks is no small matter, but it seems there are none in the yard." Xiao Huang was taken away by Brother Wang. "After work today, I brought him 100 pounds. He's worked hard this year," Li Wanning explained. Although they previously said that for every 10 acres, he would get 1 acre's worth of harvest, this time he actually exceeded a few acres. He's been quite diligent, so they just considered it a good harvest celebration. Also, since there's so much grain to dry at home, they should take a little at a time. Normally, with regular wages, each family would need about 10 jin of grain. However, their grain isn't fully dried yet, and seeing the village chief's kindness, they thought it was okay to give a little extra as a token of appreciation. It seems the village chief is kind not only to their family, but to others as well. Thinking further, Li Wanning muttered, "Should we send some grain to the orphanage?" Since we don't have to pay grain tax this year, it's good to show our thanks to the town chief. Everyone knows about the orphanage, which is run by the government. It takes in abandoned or neglected children. Each area has one, and here, there are more children than usual. The children in the orphanage are free to stay as long as they want. They are considered commoners once they grow up. However, children who are exiled are seen as criminals, so some parents secretly abandon their children outside the orphanage, hoping to change their status. But the orphanage isn't a perfect place. The staff can only care for so many children, so not all children grow up safely. Parents who abandon their children take a big risk with this decision. The little wives, who are mothers themselves, feel strongly about children suffering. Now that their own families are well fed, they naturally agree. Madam is right. Donating some grain to the orphanage is a way to thank the town chief and also to do good deeds. Since no one objects, they decided on 200 jin of grain, which would be sent after it's dried. They also plan to give 50 jin to the village chief's family once it's dried, along with some preserved meat. Dinner was simple, hand-pulled noodles and a cold vegetable salad. Everyone was tired, so they ate casually. The noodles were made again in the evening. The ones from midday had already been eaten. Since it was dinner, the leftover steamed buns were shared with the prisoners when they left. The town chief didn't object. Our town chief is truly extraordinary. The families sat together chatting after dinner. They were exhausted and didn't want to do anything else. Later, everyone learned about these people's identities. Lian Xiao said, yes, in the past, those who committed crimes were mostly kept in prison. I've never seen servants take them out to work like this. They finished harvesting so much land in just one day. It would be such a waste if they stayed locked up. Yes, this is like modern forced labor. Of course, they probably don't pay wages now. At most, they let workers earn their own food. Compared to others who survive on a bowl of spoiled porridge every day, this is clearly better for both sides. What an advanced idea. Unfortunately, I didn't dare ask about it. Maybe I could talk to the village chief and see if they could send someone to help during planting and harvest times. After resting for a while and feeling better, Li Wanning took a small cart with grain to deliver thanks. Usually, there are rules against private visits, but Li Wanning thought this wasn't a private meeting. It was an official arrangement through the village head. First, she went to the Wu family. A young woman opened the door and immediately let her in when she saw Li Wanning. Inside, she saw an older woman and 3 or 4 children eating. There was also a young man lying on the bed, probably Wu Desa's husband. They seemed to be eating a vegetable stew, and she didn't see rice or any main food. They didn't seem to want to invite Li Wanning to eat, and they probably didn't have extra food. Wu Desa looked a bit shy and said, "Please don't mind." Li Wanning greeted everyone and took a bag of grain from her cart, placing it on the ground. Thanks to Wu Desa and the older woman for bringing the children to help. Otherwise, we wouldn't know when we'd finish. Here's some freshly harvested grain for everyone to try. From the bag, it was obvious how much grain there was. Wu Desa declined politely, saying, "It's too much trouble. We are happy to help." They exchanged words and the older woman sighed, saying, "Just take it." "Thank you, Lady Li." Wu Desa blushed and accepted it. "Although we haven't been close, I know a little. I really admire Lady Li for managing to get through these days so well." Li Wanning smiled and said, "It's not just me. Everyone in my family is working hard. As long as we all work together, things will gradually get better." Before leaving, she reminded them, "This is the grain we just harvested today. Don't forget to dry it again in the next couple of days." Wu Desa smiled and agreed. As Li Wanning left, she couldn't help but feel that life is really hard for everyone. After leaving the Wu family, she went to the Zhang family. The person who opened the door was one of the young boys who had come to help today. As evening fell, Li Wanning did not go inside again. She handed the grain in the car to the boy and said, "It's too late today. I won't go in. Please thank Brother Zhang and Sister Zhang for me. The wheat isn't dry yet, so remember to dry it in the sun tomorrow." Just as she was speaking, Sister Zhang came out. Seeing Li Wanning and the grain in the boy's hands, she hurried over. "Mrs. Li, this isn't right. We're really just helping out." Li Wanning smiled and said, "I know you're kind-hearted. This is our newly harvested grain. You probably haven't collected yours yet. Just take a little to try it out.
Don't be polite.
If our family needs help again in the future, it will be easier to ask you. Next time, we won't bother the village chief, Sister Zhang kept saying. Yes, yes. If you need help next time, just come to us. Come, sit at our house for a while. Li Wanning waved her hand.
No, no.
It's too late today. Maybe another time. Actually, Li Wanning didn't like these formalities or the overly warm manners. It was clear they were strangers. But people always go from being strangers to friends, and that takes time. After a good sleep, the children went to school and the families started working again. Because Wang Ziyuan had already gone past the town mayor's approval that day, he didn't need to hide anymore. In the morning, he came directly to drive the yellow cart to bring the wheat stalks. The yard couldn't hold that many anymore, and they couldn't use all the grain they brought back. So, when Wang Ziyuan delivered more wheat stalks, Li Wanning suggested, "Our family has enough. Why not take most of it to the field to compost? If the soil gets richer, the harvest might be better." So, Wang Ziyuan started taking the wheat stalks directly from the drying yard to the field. The old pit used for composting was also reused. This time there was a lot of wheat. The grain in their yard wasn't enough to dry, so Li Wanning remembered the village drying yard, which no one had used yet. She said, "Let's take it to the drying yard. It's big enough to spread out." They kept moving the wheat back and forth all morning. After everything was moved, both Jin Xiao and Li Wanning sat there watching to prevent birds from eating the grain and to turn the wheat over in time. It's really not about preventing theft. In Li Wanning's heart, if villagers took a little, she wouldn't mind much. But if they ate the food, she couldn't forgive that. These days, people are often hungry, and even if she had extra love, she would prioritize helping people. Surprisingly, someone did come. Near noon, a bent old woman with a shaky voice came holding a bowl. She was trembling as she approached Li Wanning and was about to kneel down. "Madam, could you spare some grain? I haven't had noodles in a long time. My little grandson is almost starving." Li Wanning quickly helped her up with both hands. She usually had no resistance to people like this. She looked at Lian Xiao and showed sympathy. "Grandma, don't do that. I'll fill the bowl for you," she said. The bowl was big, but how much could it hold? It was clear the old lady didn't intend to take much. Li Wanning took a small bag nearby and filled it with about 5 jin of wheat. "Lian Xiao, take this to the grandma's house." The old woman kept thanking her and, before leaving, turned back and said, "Good people will be rewarded. Heaven sees everything." "Madam, you'll live a happy life in fine clothes." Li Wanning nodded in thanks. Watching the old woman and Lian Xiao walk away, she felt a bit uneasy inside. Li Wanning used to be a somewhat emotional person. She would feel sad seeing old people trembling while crossing the road, thinking she might be like that someday, which made her very upset. Now, she still felt the same. Seeing such an old person coming out to beg for food, even hesitating to speak, carefully holding a bowl, if she were that old someday and had no food, she found it terrifying to think about. When Lian Xiao returned, she was also not happy. "Madam, Grandma Luo only has herself and a 5 or 6-year-old grandson. The others have died. She's very old, and the little one just grows vegetables in the yard. Sometimes, Grandma Luo digs wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain to fill her stomach. At this age, she really can't farm anymore. No harvest, no taxes paid. There's nothing to eat." She sighed. "Let's send some grain there from time to time. No matter what happened before, she's like this now." "It's quite pitiful, especially with a child," Mrs. Lian Xiao said. "Madam is very kind-hearted, but our grain supply isn't much. If we keep helping for a long time." Li Wanning waved her hand to stop her. "It's okay. The old and the young don't eat much." Lian Xiao didn't say anything more. It was fine for now, since things were still better here, but she was a bit worried. This might just be the beginning. Fortunately, no one came to visit in the afternoon. She tidied up the wheat, packed it into bags, and carried it back again. "Madam, will they come again tomorrow? It doesn't look very dry. Although they could now farm, they still lacked some basic knowledge." "It's not dry yet. maybe in 2 or 3 days, depending on whether the sun is strong enough. Sitting there all day was quite tiring, even if they hadn't done much. We won't be able to write stories for several days, Lian Xiao said regretfully. Li Wanning smiled. She thought Lian Xiao was tired from sitting all day, but it turned out she was worried about the storybooks. Just be content. From harvest to drying takes only a few days. If we did everything ourselves, it would take at least 10 days or half a month. Hearing this, Lian Xiao was happy immediately. You're right. The town chief is a very good person. He saved us so much time and effort, Li Wanning added, and we'll probably be busy soon. We need to finish harvesting the fields quickly because spring planting is coming. That was important work. Lian Xiao nodded. Okay, then let's delay writing the storybooks until everything is on track. After several trips back and forth, they finally carried everything in again. Li Wanning couldn't help but miss the time when there were surveillance everywhere. Back then, they could just bag the grain, and there was no need to carry it back at night. After 4 days of back-and-forth work, the wheat was finally stored properly. Li Wanning carefully weighed it, exactly 5,000 jin, just as she had estimated. She didn't stop after drying the grain. She quickly prepared some marinated dishes, both meat and vegetables. Along with the 50 jin of freshly dried wheat, she took everything to the village chief's house before sunset. The village chief's wife saw what they brought and smiled, politely declining. What is this? You've all worked hard, and with so many people in the family. Li Wanning smiled sincerely and said, You know how hard it was for our family to come here. Without the village chief and your help, we wouldn't be where we are today. This isn't anything valuable, but I want to give you a taste. The village chief heard the conversation and came out smiling. Just take it. Lady Li doesn't need to pay taxes this year, and we won't waste the grain we don't eat. The village chief's wife shot him a quick look. Don't forget you're the village chief. What are you saying? But in the end, they accepted it. As a member of the village, Li Wanning, thinking like she did when she was an employee, believed she should report everything promptly. So, she mentioned her plan to donate grain to the childcare center. Oh, the village chief said with a raised tone. What made you think of this? This time, the town mayor brought people to help with the grain collection. He said my family wouldn't need to pay grain taxes, so I thought I should show some appreciation. The childcare center is run by the government, and it's full of vulnerable people who can't take care of themselves. I think donating there is the best choice. Do you think I'm right? Or is there a better way? This is also a small skill for someone working for others to always show a respectful attitude and not act on their own without asking. The village chief nodded. That's a good idea. Those children are indeed pitiful. How much grain do you plan to donate, Lady Li? Li Wanning held up. 200 jin. I wonder if they will mind. Lady Li is kind-hearted. I believe you are the first to donate grain voluntarily among those who have been exiled here, the village chief sincerely praised. It makes sense. With so many women and children who have little strength, being able to buy cattle, hire workers, and afford schooling shows she has some ability and foresight. Would the village chief accompany me? I mainly don't understand the local customs and am worried I might do something wrong, Li Wanning asked, revealing her main purpose. Lady Li, you're joking. You've already done very well. Many men can't compare. But since I need to go to the town tomorrow anyway, if you're ready, I can take you along. The village chief didn't mean to say it that way. He truly needed to go to the town to meet with officials from the justice office. The winter wheat harvest was coming soon. Last time, when they repaired someone died and others were injured. It was impossible for these people to receive compensation, so the village chief wondered if he could apply for some aid or try to get a reduction in their grain tax for this winter, to give them some comfort. Li Wanning didn't know about this, but when she heard the village chief was willing to go with her, she happily said goodbye. This was one of Li Wanning's few ways to survive. Donating grain wasn't just about showing the town leader her family's good side. She also wanted to leave a good impression on the village and the village chief. Maybe in the future, if there were any policies favoring them, the town leader would think of them first. Sometimes everyone being kind to each other was truly the best. The village chief was also happy, not only because Li Wanning's actions made him feel respected and comfortable, but more importantly, because he believed that with Li Waning's donation tomorrow, his application for aid might be approved more easily. Back home, they weighed out 200 jin of wheat. Li Waning looked at the bag and said, "Lian Xiao, pour in 2 more jin." "We can't donate less than what we say we do." Lian Xiao added 2 more scoops. "Now it's definitely enough." "No way it's not enough." At that moment, the children came back. Li Waning turned to ask them, "I plan to donate grain to the nursery tomorrow. Do you want to go?" The children had grown up and should be involved in things that mattered. Lu Buiyuan hadn't spoken yet, but Lu Borli spoke first. "Mother, take the older brother and second brother. I'll take the younger ones to class, and also help record for the older brothers. It won't delay anything." It was enough for the children to carry some things. A long procession would look strange. Since the children were sensible, they happily agreed. Suddenly, she remembered lunch. "Bring some money tomorrow. You can eat at the cafeteria." "I guess they won't be able to deliver lunch to you." "No need, Mother. We'll bring our own food from home. The cafeteria food is expensive and doesn't taste very good. Besides, I see some of our classmates having their families bring food lately." Although she said that, Lu Borli's real thought was, eating at the cafeteria costs more than a book. For the sake of studying in the long run, it's better to save money. Actually, it's only because the family is now better off that Li Waning mentioned this. But it's good for the children to not fear others' opinions and to understand the hardships of adults. There's no need to stop them. At this moment, Lu Yara stepped forward and said, "Recently, the chickens have laid many eggs. Tomorrow, each brother can take 2 eggs." That's true. Last time, when working with Sister Ding's family, they hatched some chicks, and Li Waning's family took 4 roosters and 4 hens. Now, there are more egg-laying chickens and more chickens that can be eaten. However, Li Waning plans that if there are hens wanting to sit on nests later, they can continue to cooperate. Some hens have been laying eggs for over 2 years, and their egg production will gradually decrease, so they can be replaced slowly. Using hens to hatch chicks can save many eggs. Grandma Ding is good at raising chickens, and the mortality rate of the chicks is not high. Last year, they had 16 chicks after a month, so Li Waning's family took 8. Free-range old hens that are not fed commercial feed are sold in supermarkets for over 100 yuan each, but no one can tell if they are genuine. Thinking about the flock at her yard, which will gradually enter her stomach in the coming days, Li Waning suddenly felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She didn't understand why Li Waning's gaze was so bright. Lu Yaru was a bit confused and hesitated for a moment, then said, "Does Mother want to eat too? Otherwise, tomorrow we each eat 2, which is enough. Plus, the chicks will lay more eggs tomorrow." "All right," Li Waning retracted her somewhat obvious gaze, feeling a little guilty inside. "Pure children, you think I want your eggs, but I actually want the chickens that lay eggs." The next morning, Li Waning got up early, drove a bullock cart loaded with grain, and took her 2 sons to set out. When they reached the village entrance, she sent Lu Buiyuan to see if the village chief was ready. Actually, the village chief wasn't prepared at all. He didn't bring anything and simply rode along in Li Waning's bullock cart. When they arrived in town, the village chief told Li Waning to drive straight to the donation office. Li Waning didn't mind, thinking the village chief needed to handle some matters first. But when they arrived, the village chief walked ahead and called out to Li Waning, "Madam Li, donations need to be registered inside. Let's go in and handle the formalities first." Li Waning was very happy that she told the village chief about this matter. In her mind, donating was just about bringing the items and registering, but she didn't expect that the registration process also needed approval from higher authorities. Although this place is called a detention center, it actually shares many services with the local area to save costs. For example, the people sent here and the local residents often do the same tasks. Today, they are handling a donation which in the past was mostly done by wealthy town residents. Very few of the displaced people donated. The person in charge of donations is the same as the one who collects taxes. When he heard that the village chief wanted to donate food to the infant care center, he looked up and saw Li Wanning. He immediately widened his eyes because he remembered her well. She was the most frequent taxpayer among the displaced people, especially during festivals. However, based on how often she paid and the amount she paid, it was clear she was not someone who often evaded taxes. How much are you donating? When will you donate? The staff asked, taking a notebook from the shelf behind him. The cover had 3 words, donation record, and he flipped directly to the page for the infant care center. To the village chief, I am donating 200 gene of wheat. The items are already here, at the door. Li Wanning replied respectfully. Then bring them in. Go over to weigh them there. After weighing, there are 2 ways. One is for us to send someone with you to deliver the grain directly to the infant care center. The other is to leave it here. You can take the donation receipt, and we will send someone to pick it up later. The staff explained the 2 options. Li Wanning looked at the village chief, then told the staff, let's just leave it here. Please help deliver it later. She didn't expect the process to be so simple. Just leave the items here. But for Li Wanning, it didn't matter where the items were placed. Her main goal was achieved. She was very glad she brought her 2 sons along, or it would have been difficult to move the items. She couldn't expect the village chief to help carry everything. After placing the items, they waited until someone announced, the infant care center has received 200 gene of donated wheat, stored. Everyone looked over at this loud announcement, and Li Wanning felt a bit uncomfortable. Then, the staff handed her a piece of paper, which was a donation certificate. It listed details like the recipient, the amount donated, the date, and was stamped with an official seal. Since coming here, Li Wanning has never received such an official document before. After reading it, she handed it to the village chief and also showed it to her 2 sons, as if it were some rare treasure. The village chief smiled and said, since everything is done, Lady Li can go home now. I have some matters to attend to. Do you know how long you will need? I also need to buy some things. Maybe I can come back to pick you up later. Since she had accompanied the leader out, it was natural to see her back. Li Wanning understood this simple reason. The village chief didn't refuse much and said, it probably won't take too long. All right, Lady Li, please come back later to check again. Li Wanning nodded politely, then took her 2 sons and left. I'll take you to the school first. It's still early, so it won't delay much of a class. She hadn't expected things to go so quickly. She originally wanted her sons to show their faces, but they only helped carry grain. But that's okay. She believed there would be more chances in the future. After seeing her sons off, Li Wanning really went shopping. It was the time between finishing the wheat harvest and planting the next crop. She wasn't planning to write stories, so she wasn't busy. She decided to buy a pig's large intestine. She wanted to buy some meat, but was worried that if she carried it with the village chief, he might think her family was very rich. Where did they get so much meat? So, buying pig's large intestine was relatively safe. Not many people were buying it now, so it wasn't popular. She also went to Jinxiu Workshop, handed in some work, and bought a few things to bring back. The owner of Jinxiu Workshop saw Li Wanning and smiled. Lady Li, is your family busy lately? It seems like the work is slower than before. Li Wanning smiled and said, we just finished harvesting the wheat. We were busy earlier and had no time to do other work, so it's been delayed. Please forgive us. The owner packed up their things to take away and said, oh, your family finished so early? I thought someone had poached your workers. I was hoping we'd meet such capable people, but it seems they left not long after. Li Wanning's heart skipped a beat, worried that her secret might be exposed, but she kept a calm face and said, Mr. Lin is joking. Whenever we have free time, we work day and night. We're just afraid Mr. Lin might look down on us and not give us a chance to earn money. In the next few days, things should get a little better. But when it's time to plant corn again, it might slow down a bit. While joking and expressing her wishes, Li Wanning suddenly felt proud of herself. She used to be straightforward, but now she felt she had improved a little. She was a bit proud. After finishing everything, Li Wanning returned to the prison. She thought she would have to wait, but to her surprise, the village chief was already outside. Village chief, you're done? Sorry to keep you waiting. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Li Wanning quickly apologized. It's okay. I just came out too. Have you finished buying everything? Do you want to go back now? The village chief looked happy, probably because everything was settled. Li Wanning nodded. Yes, everything is bought. Follow the village chief's advice, and we can leave any time. After the village chief got in the car, He saw a paper bag in the corner of the trunk. Because it wasn't wrapped well, a piece of pig intestine was showing, and the smell was noticeable from far away. He hesitated for a moment, but decided not to ask about it. He chose to ignore it, but inside, he was thinking, Mrs. Lee and her family are truly kind. They donated 200 jin of wheat without hesitation, yet they are eating things that poor people wouldn't even want. They are very kind. If Lee Wanning heard his thoughts, she would say, Village Chief, that's a beautiful misunderstanding. After finishing the tasks at Lee Wanning's home, other people's winter wheat was also ready for harvest. The school also had a short holiday. So, Sister Ding's family started harvesting wheat, and Du Rua volunteered to help. Last time Sister Ding came to help, she didn't manage to finish, but her good intentions were clear, and she was a bit surprised at the time. Go ahead. When you need to carry things, you can ask Xiao Huang to run an errand in the afternoon when you're done, Li Wanning said generously. Sister Ding's family only had 3 acres of land. With 2 people working, it would take at most 3 days. Wang Ziyuan also went back to harvest his own land. Li Wanning continued working in her own field with the children, preparing for spring planting. Fortunately, Wang Ziyuan had already done some work earlier. On the 40 acres of land, Wang Ziyuan had expanded about 10 more acres over the winter. Seeing such a large area, Li Wanning felt a bit worried. It's really a lot. I feel we can't handle it ourselves. And this year, with Wang Ji's help, it might be difficult to manage alone. Should we hire someone else? Ling Xiao calculated. If we hire Brother Wang again, it will cost an extra 800 to 900 jin a year. For 50 acres, assuming it's all corn, I estimate we could end up with about 500 to 600 jin. Don't forget the promise to give them 1 acre for every 10 acres we plant. That means, in the end, we might only have around 400 jin left, Li Wanning added. But with 2 people, we can take better care of the land. Plus, in the second half of the year, the land will produce more, so we will have a lot more harvest then, Lu Buyuan said, sharing his opinion as he listened to their conversation. That makes sense. The more land we have, the better it is to have more people working on it. Li Wanning's farming plans became more active again. If they hire another person, Li Wanning wondered if she should report it to the village chief. Since they want to plant more land, they will need more help in the future. Doing this secretly might cause trouble if someone finds out, so it's better to be straightforward and clear the way. The village chief's family was also starting to harvest wheat, so she planned to visit them in the evening. It was important to decide early so planting and sowing could start sooner with more help. All day, Li Wanning was a bit distracted. She knew she was going against policies, and besides her own responsibility, the village chief could also get into trouble. It would be best if the village chief could persuade the town mayor. If they could get support from the most powerful people here, it would be fine. But what reason could she give? She guessed the village chief's family had finished dinner, so Li Wanning set out. When the village chief saw her, he thought she must have something important to say. After all, everyone knew they were harvesting wheat these days. If it wasn't a big matter, they wouldn't come to see him. May I ask what brings Lady Li here? He asked, knowing he couldn't ignore her visit. Li Wanning showed her teeth and said, I know you're busy, but I've been thinking about something and wanted to discuss it with you. Usually when someone says that, it's not a good sign. The village chief felt a little nervous, but didn't show it. He signaled her to continue. As you know, our family only has a few people. We can't farm that much land ourselves. Over the past year, we've been hiring help from other villages. Now, since we have more land, 1 person isn't enough. We're wondering if we could find someone from our village to help. This was the first step. She specifically mentioned they wanted someone from their own village. With the village chief's kind heart, he would probably consider this carefully. Next, the second step is to appear weak and reinterpret the policy. I know there are rules that prevent us from contacting each other privately. I believe this is to prevent any illegal activities. But our family is made up of women and children, and we don't have any special skills. So, there's probably no need to worry about that. Although the village head's expression remained unchanged throughout, he was already thinking. As the village head, he didn't want to see his villagers starving every day. Then the third step is to talk about the benefits of this approach. And village head, you see, the court exiled us here partly to increase grain production. So, they collect 60% of our grain as tax. The more we grow, the more we give to the court. This matches the purpose of the exile. So, this plan can be seen as a win-win situation. This was the reason Li Wanning thought of all afternoon, trying her best to come up with a convincing explanation. It might not be perfect or very persuasive, but she believed she had done her best. If the village head refused, it was probably because he was hard to persuade, not because she lacked ability. After explaining steps 1, 2, and 3, Li Wanning looked eagerly at the village head for his reply. The village head didn't speak for a while, then slowly said, "I can't make a decision on this. It's a violation of local rules, and I need the town head's approval." Li Wanning said nothing and continued to watch the village head eagerly. After thinking for a moment, the village head said, "Let's wait a few days. Once we have the total winter wheat grain tax counted, the plan might seem more feasible." Li Wanning agreed. First, because they collected more grain tax, and second, because every household had more food. As the town head, he had to give an explanation to both higher authorities and the villagers. This would likely make him more tolerant of her as the instigator. She then bowed politely. The village head is thoughtful. "I hope you can help with this matter." At this time, the town head was at the dean's house drinking. Since they started planting winter wheat this year, the school had no idea how to schedule holidays anymore. The dean was eating marinated peanuts sent by Lu Buyuan and was complaining to the town head, "Sir, what do you think is the best way for us to take a holiday now? Normally, spring plowing and autumn harvest are the only busy times. Now, with 2 more busy periods, it's hard to decide whether to take a break or not." The town mayor understood the situation well. If too many children stayed home, some people would complain, but if too few stayed, families needing help would be unhappy. The mayor took a sip of wine. "Last year, your arrangements were pretty good. Those who wanted to stay home could, and those who needed to review could do so. Yes, last year was like that, but some people still had opinions about just reviewing, saying it slowed down progress. Last year, some wealthy families from the town politely raised concerns about the schedule." The mayor picked out a peanut. "Don't worry about them. Don't their children need to review too? Or is mealtime more important?" To change the old man's focus, I asked, "When do the students leave for exams? How many are going this year? Are you confident?" Talking about education with teachers, they always go on and on. Suddenly, the scene shifted from a 2-person script to a 1-person show. "Let me tell you, this year we omitted 5,000 words." The mayor happily sipped his wine, leisurely ate peanuts, and relaxed while listening to the director passionately speak. Life was so wonderful right now. Although they didn't get the answer they wanted from the village chief, at least they weren't rejected. The village chief's suggestion was more likely to help things succeed, so overall, they considered it half a success. It's a pity no one has come to help lately. Just their own people are working so hard they might all get exhausted. The main problem is that there are few oxen, only one. Plowing 2 acres a day means it takes 25 days to plow 50 acres. So, they still need more help. Although slow, it's better than just watching. It seems that as more land is cultivated, even Xiao Huang might get too busy. Maybe it's time to find a partner for it. When will there be 1,000 acres of fertile land with herds of cattle and sheep? Li Wanning looked up at the sky, trying to send her hopes to heaven with her mind. Normal ways won't do, so she decided to try some mystical methods. If books can travel between worlds, what can't be possible? 3 days later, Sister Ding's family finished harvesting their grain, and Durua officially returned. At the same time, Wang Ziyuan also came back. Everyone who could work was now here. Recently, the children have been working hard. The 3 older ones stopped studying and spent every day working in the fields from morning till night. As for the 2 younger ones, it's better not to mention. They're mostly just there to fill the numbers at this stage. At noon, everyone went back to eat and rest. Wang Ziyuan didn't want to go, so someone brought his meal to him. "Big brother Wang, should we build a small house here this year? You could rest there at noon, and it would also block the sun in summer," Li Wanning suggested. She realized she should have thought of this earlier. She had seen similar small structures in the fields before. They were surrounded by walls and were small thatched huts for farmers to rest in, which is why she made the suggestion. Lady Li, that's thoughtful of you. Building one would be good and could be used for a long time. Actually, some places nearby already have these structures, usually where there is a lot of land. Sometimes, people stay overnight to guard their crops from theft. However, in the exile village, such cases seem to be fewer. Maybe because most people still have some status from before. Even though their situation has changed, they still keep some boundaries. Big Brother Wang, last season we planted wheat. Should we plant corn this season? Maybe planting one season of wheat and one of corn would give a better harvest. Li Wanning hesitated. She was thinking about the 40 acres they had before and the new 10 acres they just opened. Rotating crops each season can increase yield. But are you thinking of planting corn on all 50 acres, or just 40 acres of corn and 10 acres of wheat? Wang Ziyuan asked, considering the question. I'm not sure yet. The winter crop needs to be all wheat. If we plant 10 acres of wheat now, it means we're planting the same crop twice in 1 year, once in winter and once in autumn. But if we plant only corn, we don't have enough seeds at home and would need to exchange wheat for seeds. Usually, exchanging crops can cause some loss in price. If they plant corn on all 50 acres, they might need about 2,000 jin of seeds, but Li Wanning's family only has about 500 jin. When she visited the town before, Li Wanning asked the grain shop about exchanging corn and wheat. The answer was roughly 10 to 7. So, to get 1,500 jin of corn seeds, they would need about 1,050 jin of wheat seeds. Thinking about it, Li Wanning felt a bit distressed. If we plant only corn, we need to exchange 1,050 jin of wheat seeds. Maybe we should plant only 10 acres of wheat? That way, we'd exchange fewer seeds, and the price difference might be enough to reduce the yield per acre. Occasionally planting 2 seasons in a row probably doesn't have much impact. Also, during summer we have to pay 60% grain tax, so losing crops back and forth isn't really worth it. Wang Ziyuan also thinks it's better to use fewer seeds if possible. If it's 40 acres, about 700 jin of wheat is enough. It's not that Li Wanning is wealthy, it's just that 700 jin is easier to accept than over 1,000 jin. Should we change our strategy? Maybe we should plow the 10 acres of new land again. If we decide to plant wheat, it won't take many days. Li Wanning is worried that if she delays, everyone will think we're planting corn instead. So, the 10 acres of land are given higher priority and are first treated as a Huang's farmland. But when it comes to switching to corn seeds, Li Wanning went home that day to weigh the seeds, planning to go to the town the next day. Seeing how eager Li Wanning was to act immediately, Du Ruo found it a bit strange. It will take a few more days to plant corn. Why is the lady in such a hurry? Right now, the wheat we have is new wheat, unique in the whole town. Although the grain shop won't give us many corn seeds, at least we can choose carefully, Li Wanning explained.
Oh, I see.
You're really clever, lady, Du Ruo suddenly understood. Lian Xiao smiled and said, You just realized? I've known for a long time. That's why the lady always goes east and never west. Du Ruo proudly lifted her chin. Even if I didn't realize it, the lady wouldn't go west if she was told to go east. Yes, unless she can't tell the difference herself. Lady, you should control Lian Xiao. She's so annoying. She's just a big maid, but she can't act like that. I'm also a big maid, Du Ruo complained hurriedly. All right, enough arguing. It's like they're not married yet. Watching these two little concubines bicker, Li Wanning felt a bit of youthful energy again. Although they are not very old, these little maids usually seem very dull, especially when they first arrived, hardly speaking to each other. Now, Li Wanning thinks this is what life should be. Although Du Ruo and the others have always been competitors, at first, as Li Wanning's main maids, they all tried to win her favor and build good feelings with her. Later, she also became a concubine. Although, because of Li Wanning, she didn't dare compete for the favor of the Lord, but in the end, they all had children. As a mother, she was strong. So, whether dealing with Li Wanning or the Lord, they all tried their best to get more, hoping their children would have a better life. Unexpectedly, now that they are exiled here, everyone supports each other. The children are treated equally, no longer needing their mothers to scheme, and their relationships are now more harmonious than before. Moreover, the current lady of the house is straightforward, so everyone's communication and actions are open and honest. Whether doing crafts or writing stories, they work together sincerely. As a result, their relationships have become simpler over time. Compared to the past, everyone is now more innocent, and they share a common goal: to earn money. Every day, everyone laughs and plays, which seems to help ease the hard work of farming. After about 10 days, most of the wheat harvest was finished. Li Wanning kept hoping that the village head would quickly go to see the town mayor. The village head also took this matter seriously. After Li Wanning left, he thought more about how feasible it was. The imperial ban was meant to punish them and to make management easier. But in reality, they couldn't avoid all contact. If everyone went out to do odd jobs together, it was impossible for them not to talk. So, the ban wasn't strictly enforced. Everyone just pretended in public, afraid that one day they might be caught. They waited until they thought the tax amount was ready. Then the village head invited the town mayor to his house for drinks. The town was small, and the mayor usually managed the 4 exiled villages through the village heads. They knew each other well, and inviting each other for drinks was common. Since they planned to drink, they started in the afternoon. But when the mayor arrived, the village head didn't just drink with him. He wanted to show him around the village. Coincidentally, they saw Li Wanning's family working in the fields from afar. At that moment, the family was working and chatting in the field. They laughed so happily that they couldn't straighten up, and when they finished laughing, they picked up their hoes and continued working. Because they are far away, I can't hear what they are saying, only see that they are happy. The town mayor chuckled softly. Their wives and concubines seemed to get along well and look quite happy. The village chief also smiled. Since the husband is gone, there's nothing much to fight over. Naturally, they get along better. Also, it seems that most of the other maids were servants from Lady Li's family, and they've been diligent since childhood. The town mayor is somewhat familiar with these situations. Not every year are there many exiles. Sometimes a large group arrives, sometimes just one family, and some years none at all. For example, that year when Li Wanning and her family arrived, they were the only ones, so the memory is quite clear. That's good. They adapt so well, much better than crying all day and seeking death. If someone really wanted to die, they wouldn't make it so obvious, said the exile arrivals. I've seen all kinds. Yes, I really admire Lady Li. They're living here quite comfortably. It's just a pity for the children. They lost the chance to take the imperial exams. The 5 children studying together is rare in the town, so the village chief genuinely admires Li Wanning. That might not be the case. If they prepare well, and if a general amnesty happens, there might still be a chance, the town mayor said, holding his own opinion. A general amnesty is good, but it's very rare. For families like theirs, living honestly as common folk might be possible, but taking the exams is probably impossible, said the village chief. The imperial exams require a 3-generation family background. Those who have made mistakes usually can't take the exams even if they are pardoned, unless someone influential helps. The results of the exams depend not only on grades. Local officials are often reluctant to pass such people. As they talked, they moved closer to Li Wanning and her family. When they got a little nearer, they saw the children working hard, sweating all over. The town mayor praised, "Their children are really good. They are well cared for." I agree with your earlier comment. They are quite unfortunate. The director also said they are doing well in their studies, especially the 3rd child, who always ranks first in class. Yes, these children are very sensible. They started copying books at a young age. While other kids are running around, they are either working or earning money. As they talked, the village chief started to feel a little jealous. The town mayor wasn't stupid and realized that the village chief's conversations always centered around Li Wanning and her family. Just tell me what's going on. Is it related to them? The village chief flattered him. No wonder you're the mayor. You're different. The mayor looked at him with a bit of annoyance. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't say now, I won't listen later. The village chief pointed at their family. Look, these women and a big group of children bought cattle and cleared a large piece of land in a short time. They're busy just taking care of everything. The mayor looked skeptical. Haven't they already found someone brave enough to help them? The village chief gestured again. From one end to the other, this big area, several acres, hiring just one person isn't enough. They want to find more help, but they're too afraid. This slows down their growth and affects our grain taxes. You're so considerate, the mayor said, clearly aware of the village chief's actions. Recently, he had come to complain about some families in his village not paying their taxes, and now he was openly trying to make the mayor break the law. But don't forget their status. The village chief spoke seriously. About that, I just want to say I can't agree with it. You see, most people working outside are men. Men make mistakes too. As family members, they might enjoy some material benefits, but compared to how life is now, I think it's not a big deal. Stop talking about this, the mayor said, a bit frustrated. Why do you keep revealing everything? Fine, I get it. Do what you want. Just then, Li Wanning saw them and quickly stepped forward to greet them. Mayor, village chief, good day. She also glanced at the village chief, seeming to seek some advice from him. The village chief was gentle. How are the fields coming along? Li Wanning pointed behind her. There's still so much left. The land is too much. We're really struggling to keep up. That was a bit too straightforward. The village chief smiled. You have quite a lot of land. You can find some help so you don't delay planting. Right, Mayor? The mayor looked at him with some annoyance. What do you think I should say? This sounds clear now. Li Wanning smiled and said, You're right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, village head. I will prepare everything early and won't delay planting. I will pay the taxes on time. Once the matter was settled, the village head waved to Li Wanning and pulled the mayor aside. Let's go. We've been out for a while. Let's go back and have some drinks. Li Wanning heard this and called out from behind. You two, are you going to drink? I'll bring some marinated snacks later. I made them myself. They taste good and are perfect with drinks. The two who hadn't gone far heard her, and the mayor said to the village head, All right. The flavor of marinated peanuts is indeed good. Li Wanning, having received the good news, happily called out behind her. I'll go back first to prepare some marinated snacks for the village head and others. When you're tired later, just come back. When it comes to marinated dishes, everyone working in the fields immediately became interested, feeling a bit disappointed that they weren't the ones getting the treats. Li Wanning's marinating skills are really good, and she can marinate many different things. There's a saying that a pot of marinade can be used to marinate everything, which is true. This kind of good thing should be used to marinate some meat or vegetables to send over, but recently she's been busy working in the fields and hasn't had time to go to town. So, there's no meat at home, only vegetables. Peanuts are a must, they're always marinated. They grow in her yard. There are also plenty of eggs at home, which can be marinated. She also bought some seaweed earlier but didn't finish eating it, so that can be marinated too. If not, she can pick some small greens from the yard. They taste good when marinated. The best part is, marinating these things doesn't take long, about half an hour, and it won't delay anyone's drinking. As soon as Li Wanning entered the door, she saw Liu Ro chopping vegetables for the chickens. Rower, can you help me pick some greens? I need a whole plate. Okay, mother. Liu Ro put down her knife, took a small basket from the kitchen, and headed to the vegetable garden. She looked at the sky with some doubt. Mother, are we making dinner now? Oh no. The mayor went to the village head's house to drink. They helped us a lot, so I want to make some marinated snacks to thank them, Li Wanning answered sincerely, even though she was just a child. Oh, I see. Since they helped us, we should thank them. Don't worry, mother. I'll pick the prettiest greens. The young girl is always considered the most beautiful and lovely at that innocent and loving age. Li Wanning didn't hesitate. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she rolled up her sleeves and started making braised dishes. Now that she has cooked braised food many times and has more spices, she's become quite skilled at it. Because the children love it, she sometimes braises a little, using mainly homegrown peanuts, vegetables, and eggs from their own chickens, with only the cost of the seasonings. After preparing the spices, she puts the ingredients into the pot, washing them thoroughly first. Once they are mostly cooked, she adds the vegetables in the last 2 or 3 minutes, then turns off the heat after a brief boil. After about 20 or 30 minutes, the flavors are well absorbed. Seeing that it's ready, she takes the lunch boxes she prepared for the children, fills them with 4 different dishes, and delivers them to the village chief's house. Usually, neighbors just exchange small gifts or food, often sending a child to do so. But to show respect, Li Wanning decided to do it herself. When she arrives, the village chief and the town mayor are already happily drinking. Seeing her, the village chief's wife quickly comes over, a little reproachful. "Didn't I tell you not to bring things anymore? Why didn't you listen?" Li Wanning hands over the box to the village chief's wife, smiling. "Sister-in-law, this is my homemade braised dishes. The ingredients are all from our own family, not worth much. I know you and the mayor are drinking together, so I humbly add a little dish for them." Since coming here, Li Wanning feels her speaking skills have improved. Usually, in such exchanges of cooked food, close neighbors do this kind of thing, so it's common in the countryside. It doesn't need to be like formal gift-giving, with lots of back and forth. The village chief's wife takes the box. They're lucky to have this. "Wait a moment, I'll pour it out." This is a typical way in many households, transferring the food into their own containers and returning the bowls. The village chief then speaks up. "Town mayor, you might not know, but Madam Li's braised dishes are really delicious. One bite, and you won't forget the taste." The mayor looks at him. "Oh, really? Then it must be quite tasty." Unfortunately, the director isn't here. Otherwise, he'd probably point at him and say, "Pretend all you want, but I see right through you." The village chief's wife always took Li Wanning to the village gate. With so many people in the village, she had a good impression of Li Wanning. She was very strong, willing to learn from others, and always stayed positive and optimistic in difficult times, which inspired many people. Inside, the town mayor was enjoying unforgettable marinated peanuts. He thought to himself that drinking should be paired with peanuts. This visit was worth it. Li Wanning was very thoughtful, often giving gifts to others but never thought of giving anything to him. Oh well, it seems he needs to visit the mayor's office and the Exiled village more often in the future. Meanwhile, the mayor was thinking about how to get more marinated peanuts to eat. Li Wanning was also thinking that her marinated flavors were really good. If only she could deliver some directly to the mayor, then she would have a good reason to get closer to him. But after thinking hard, she couldn't find a good reason. Oh well, the timing isn't right yet. She would find a chance later. Despite her thoughts, Li Wanning was in a very good mood. She planned to ask about the village chief candidate tomorrow, believing the mayor probably had someone suitable in mind. As long as she did her work well, she had no other demands. Whoever the village chief was fine with her. She went back and shared this plan, making everyone happy. If there were 2 people like Wang Ziyuan, their work would be much easier. It wasn't that they didn't want to work. It was just that the workload was too heavy and hard to handle. Even if they hired one more person, planting and harvesting would still be tiring. At least shortening the time would help. Everyone was quite easy to satisfy. Li Wanning thought this news was worth celebrating. She suggested, "To celebrate our increased production resources, let's make some more marinated food today." "The marinade is already prepared, so there's no waste," Lu Yaru volunteered eagerly. "Mother, I'll go pick some vegetables. This time I need to dig more." "Isn't it better to dig more?" With so many brothers, 1 chopstick per person, and a plate would be gone quickly. If there's too little, they might not get any later. If the brothers heard Li Wanning's thoughts, they would surely feel wronged. "Little sister, since the lamb meat last time, who dares to compete with you for food? Especially for eating." Thanks to the mayor's help, Li Wanning's family enjoyed a good meal. The next noon, thinking that the village chief was probably sober enough, Li Wanning arrived on time. "Village chief, thank you so much. You've helped us solve a big problem again," Li Wanning said politely, bowing slightly. The village chief rubbed his forehead. "Madam Li, you've explained things so clearly. If I don't help out, wouldn't that be unkind?" Li Wanning smiled sincerely. "Oh no, village chief. We're grateful for all your help. We would never think that way." Then she asked humbly, "Village chief, I need your advice. I want to hire someone from the village to help us manage things. It would be more convenient, but I don't know much about the people." Could you recommend one or two suitable candidates? This request pleased the village chief. He had been thinking about how to suggest someone without being obvious. What do you think of Zhang Zhouang? He walks with a limp, so he might be a bit slow, but he's honest and hardworking. That big brother Zhang? I don't quite understand. Why do you recommend him? Their family seems to have enough labor, and most of the boys are old enough to work, Li Wanning asked curiously. The Zhang family has plenty of workers, but they have an ill mother who needs regular medicine. Zhang Zhouang often goes up the mountain to pick herbs for her, which is why he walks with a limp, the village chief explained. Their life is quite tough. Oh, I see. I thought you might recommend Wu's wife, Li Wanning said, already mentally prepared to accept Wu's wife if needed. The village chief smiled. I was actually planning to recommend Wu's wife. Their family is also struggling. The man in their family was injured this year while repairing and we don't know if he'll recover. But since you need someone to farm, Wu's wife might be a bit less suitable in that area. I want them to have a better life, but I also have to consider your needs, right? In that moment, Li Wanning felt that if she were a man, she would try everything to become close friends with the village chief. He seemed so trustworthy. All right, then I'll go talk to Brother Zhang now. If I need help later, I'll prioritize Wu's family, Li Wanning said sincerely. Their family usually harvests a few days earlier than others, which is manageable. During busy farming seasons, it's good to consider hiring a few extra helpers. The village head naturally enjoys hearing this. Everyone has a hard time. Knowing that Lady Li is kind-hearted, she's just focusing on her own life first. Helping out others around is a good deed and a way to do good. After chatting for a while, Li Wanning said she needed to leave to talk to Big Brother Zhang and hear his opinion. Last time she delivered grain, she didn't go inside. This time, the door was opened by Big Sister Zhang. When she saw Li Wanning, she looked around and saw no one else. She warmly invited her in. Lady Li, come sit with us. Thank you so much for the grain last time. Come in and have some water. Actually, Li Wanning only knocked when she was sure no one was around because she wanted to discuss something. So she went inside. Big Brother Zhang and some children weren't home. Only an elderly woman, probably in her 70s, was lying in the yard on a sunbed, looking like she was in poor health. Her skin looked almost glued to her bones, and her spirits seemed weak. She kept her eyes closed, only opening them when she heard the noise. When she saw Li Wanning, she smiled but didn't speak. Li Wanning also smiled and said, "Hello, ma'am. I came to talk to Sister Zhang. I hope I'm not disturbing you." The elderly woman shook her head weakly and said, "You all do your thing. Don't worry about me." Sister Zhang brought a bowl of water for Li Wanning. "Lady Li, please sit. What can I do for you?" Li Wanning sat down and took a sip of water. "It's like this. Our family has dozens of acres of land, but we can't manage it all. We previously hired someone to help, but now one person isn't enough. We wanted to see if Big Brother Zhang might have time to help us." Hearing about work at the door, Sister Zhang's eyes widened immediately. "Really?" Yes, he works every day." Seeing her eagerness, Li Wanning smiled. "The person we hired is in charge of lunch, and we pay him 1 jin of wheat a day. Since Big Brother Zhang lives nearby, he can eat here or go home. Either is fine. If he eats at home, it's roughly 1.5 jin of food." Hearing this, Sister Zhang quickly responded, "He can just eat at home every day. I'll be cooking lunch anyway." How does the work schedule work? Every few days. There are no specific requirements. Basically, work from sunrise to sunset. When there isn't much work in the fields, help with clearing land. The start date depends on Brother Zhang's schedule. You can come every day if you want, but if you have something to do, you can skip a day. During busy farming times, you must come every day. Li Wanning is worried that if she comes every day, she might not find anyone when she's busy. Sister-in-law Zhang feels even happier after hearing this. Working outside for a day usually costs about this much, and it's not guaranteed every day, so it's unstable. Also, because of his limp, he's often disliked by employers. If there were other options, he wouldn't be chosen. But now, he can stay at home for food and lodging, and as long as he wants to earn money, he can go to work anytime. Isn't that a wonderful thing? Thinking of this, she suddenly looks at Li Wanning with some worry. She wonders if she noticed the limp. Madam Li, last time, I don't know if you noticed, but my husband has a limp in his leg. It doesn't affect his work, just a little slower when moving.
I know about that.
I saw it last time, and when I visited the village chief's house earlier, he also mentioned it to me. I forgot to tell you, but the village chief recommended Brother Zhang. Do you think it will work? Li Wanning wants a final answer. Okay. Even though he's not home now, I've agreed on his behalf. Can he start working tomorrow? Sister-in-law Zhang wishes she could turn back time to this morning and stop him from going out. Sometimes, he doesn't earn a penny all day outside. Of course, I'd love that. We'll wait for Brother Zhang tomorrow. In fact, Li Wanning and sister-in-law Zhang have no disagreement about starting work the next day. Sister-in-law Zhang feels very happy. She can earn enough grain for 2.5 days tomorrow, and she can work every day after that. That's great. Li Wanning is also very happy. She's been exhausted every day lately, like a dog, and now she finally has someone to help with the work. That's wonderful. After finalizing everything with sister-in-law Zhang, Li Wanning goes home. She needs to rest a little before going back to work in the afternoon. Usually, Li Wanning doesn't take naps. She might just sway in a rocking chair for a while. But recently, she's been very tired. Before she even sways twice, she closes her eyes and wants to rest for a bit. When she opened her eyes again, she found only Lu Yaru and herself at home. Yaru, where are the others? Mother, you've been sleeping for a long time. They've already gone to work in the fields. Since you're sleeping so peacefully, I didn't want to wake you, so I stayed here to watch over you. Lu Yaru pointed at the sun, and only then did Li Wanning notice that the sun had already moved quite a bit to the west. All right, maybe that sleepy part of her was acting up again. She raised her hand, yawned, and said, Mother, I'm going to the fields now. Will you come with me? Honestly, although the field wasn't far, Li Wanning felt uneasy thinking about her daughter alone in the yard. It was better to take her along. Lu Yaru looked at Li Wanning.
I've grown up now.
It's fine for me to stay home alone. But if you're really worried, I'll go to the fields with you. Her words made Li Wanning stare at Lu Yaru without blinking. How should I put it? It feels like I've suddenly grown up without realizing it. Lu Yaru was proud and puffed out her chest. I've always been grown up. Well, that gave her away again. In any case, Li Wanning finally took Lu Yaru to the fields. Usually, Lu Yating and Lu Yakin rarely went to the fields. Today, maybe they were worried about disturbing Li Wanning, so she brought them out. But they didn't work in the fields, they just cut grass nearby, collecting food for Little Yellow and the chicks. After sending Lu Yaru to play with her sisters, Li Wanning joined the work. Soon, she saw Brother Zhang limping over with A. Seeing Li Wanning, he called out, Madam Li. Li Wanning was happy to see him. Brother Shi, why are you here today? Isn't it supposed to start tomorrow? Zhang Xingwang smiled honestly. I'm not sure if you know, Madam Li. I worked a little this afternoon so you can see if I'm suitable. If you're not satisfied later, you might regret it. Maybe he had been rejected too many times, so he cherished this opportunity. Soon, there was someone sweating profusely in the field. People who dare to try out early usually have some skills, so the outcome was naturally happy for everyone. They agreed to start officially tomorrow. The wheat harvest was mostly finished, so the children were going back to school. Lu Buyuan felt very happy and said, Luckily, we hired Uncle Zhang again. Otherwise, it seems we would have to ask for help, and you all wouldn't finish your work. Li Wanning smiled and said, What does that mean? It means that heaven has meant for you to study hard and has created all the conditions for you. Don't waste this good fortune. Lu Bachan patted his chest confidently and said, Don't worry, Mother. We will work hard at studying so that in the future, you can talk about us proudly wherever you go. Seeing Lu Bachan so confident, Lu Bohui couldn't help but laugh and said, Fourth brother, it seems like you're the worst among us in school. Lu Bachan's enthusiasm was interrupted, and he looked a bit annoyed. What do you know? I see clear progress in my studies. If everyone was like third brother and always got first place, who could tell if he was improving or falling behind? Lu Bohui glanced at Lu Bachan and then pointed at Lu Boli. Falling behind? Are you talking about third brother? Seeing the look from Lu Boli, Lu Bachan shook his head decisively. No way. Third brother wouldn't fall behind. Fifth brother, why do you always like to talk nonsense? Lu Buhui shook his head. If they weren't brothers, he really wanted to say, maybe you should look at what you're saying now. The next day, when Li Wanning and the others went over, Wang Ziyuan had just arrived, but Brother Zhang had already been working for a while. Li Wanning smiled and said, Good morning, Brother Wang. Good morning, Brother Zhang. Brother Wang, you don't need to come so early in the future. Just come around the same time as us. Brother Zhang wiped the sweat from his face and smiled foolishly. Anyway, I couldn't sleep in the morning, so I came early. Seeing how eager Brother Zhang was, Li Wanning felt even more excited about managing the estate. She thought that not only had she completed her task and earned money, but she also gained a great sense of social achievement. It seemed that finding a job in this story was just as difficult as finding one in modern times. She had just caught a period of economic decline, with many industries in trouble. College graduates couldn't find jobs, and some had to rely on their parents or do physical work. People who had jobs worried about being laid off, and those laid off worried about finding new work. It was a time when everyone was busy but couldn't relax. Having a stable, long-term job was a big advantage that could help many people succeed. Now, Brother Zhang probably feels like he has gained an advantage, but after having it, he becomes more afraid of losing it, so he cherishes it even more. Enough. Since there hasn't been much work lately, I won't try to persuade him anymore. Soon, he will understand that Li Wanning's words are not just polite talk. Actually, Li Wanning and the others don't usually go to the fields to watch over things. They only deliver meals at noon. The work in the fields depends entirely on Wang Ziyuan's initiative, and it will be the same in the future. After working hard together for a few more days, they finally plowed the land again. In 2 or 3 days, they can start planting, so Li Wanning decided to take a break. Lian Xiao, Dural, let's rest tomorrow. We need a couple of days off before planting corn, which will keep us busy for a while. Li Wanning feels exhausted after these days. She looks worn out. Lian Xiao and Dural are not much better. Because of their status, they felt too shy to complain before Li Wanning did. Now they finally have the chance to speak up, to relieve their fatigue. Then I will cook something nice for everyone tomorrow to help us recover, Duro offered. Recently, not only has it been tiring, but their meals haven't been as good as before. First, because of ingredient shortages, busy every day with no time to buy meat. Second, because the cooks are too tired to cook properly, just making do with quick meals. It's a double hardship. Tomorrow, I'll go to town to buy some meat, and we can mix it into filling for dumplings, Li Wanning said. She's craving good food after a period of poor meals. Her body has been through so much hardship, so her mouth still needs some comfort. Li Wanning's idea of rest isn't just for her family but for everyone. Brother Wang, Brother Zhang, the work in the fields is almost done. We've all been tired for a while. Let's take a break tomorrow, paid leave, and the grain will be distributed as usual. The 2 men wanted to refuse, but Li Wanning smiled and said, in a few days, when planting starts again, it will be tiring. Rest at home tomorrow to gather strength. There are many tasks waiting for you too. Hearing this, they couldn't refuse anymore. They decided to enjoy the paid leave. On their day off, Li Wanning and Lian Xiao went to town to sell meat and buy seeds. They carried grain onto the cart. Seeing that it was already quite a lot, Li Wanning asked, how much do you think this weighs? Evergreen looked at the still unloaded goods and said, about half, around 400 jin. Maybe we should split it into 2 trips? 1 trip might be too much at once. Li Wanning nodded. That's what I was thinking. It's not far to go anyway. Let's do it in 2 trips, or we can ask the grain shop if they can send a cart to help. Just as they finished packing the grain and were about to leave, Lu Yiting handed them a bag used for carrying embroidery and small items. Mother, this can also be delivered now. Li Wanning was surprised. It's finished? She knew they had been exhausted lately and hadn't been working on this at all. Even Hong Xiu was busy all the time, working from morning to night, sometimes even going to the fields. Lu Yiting looked a little shy. My sister and I did it together. Li Wanning took out 2 items to look at. Wow. Tinga and Chiner are already so skilled? It's hard to believe. Her open admiration made Lu Yiting blush a little. But Li Wanning was truly surprised, not because they finished it, but because they took the initiative to complete this secret project on their own. In the past, she would ask boys to study hard, copy books, and work in the fields. But she never set any demands for the three girls. She felt that girls in ancient times had a hard life, with no free days, and their marriages were as risky as hitting the jackpot. Even a girl who was relatively good in many ways often faced difficult family relationships, especially with mother-in-law and daughter-in-law issues. But no matter whose problem it was, as a daughter-in-law, she had to endure and tolerate. The saying, 30 years as a daughter-in-law before becoming a mother-in-law, summed up many women's fates. So, she wanted to give them more freedom before they married, as long as family conditions allowed. They could do what they wanted. However, these three girls were surprisingly sensible. They understood the difficulties adults faced, so whether in daily life or busy farming seasons, they always found something to do. When everyone was busy, they wouldn't be idle. And now, they quietly took on a big task. Most importantly, Lu Yiting probably knew the family's financial situation better than anyone else. She knew many things even Lu Buyuan didn't. Every time Li Wanning received her share of the profits, she would openly talk about how much was divided and how much silver was left in the family. Therefore, Lu Yiting knew that her family could at least maintain a basic standard of living, but she still worked so hard that Li Wanning was surprised. These three girls are probably the kind of children who come to repay kindness. All good children. My mother went to town today to buy you some tasty food. Along the way, Li Wanning and Lian Xiao talked about the children. From the oldest to the youngest, each had their own traits, but they were all filial and sensible. Heaven has been kind to them. They directly took the grain to the grain shop. Young man, last time we agreed to exchange wheat for corn. I brought some today. Please take a look. The clerk at the grain shop opened 2 bags to check. He thought they were fine, not mixed with inferior grain, and signaled the assistant to move the grain inside. Li Wanning quickly asked, "Young man, this is about 400 jin. We want exchange for 800 jin with half still at home. Can someone deliver the corn and also bring back the rest? Our home is in Lufangxi village, not far. This grain shop is run by the government and has a dedicated delivery team. Usually they handle grain taxes, so it's not a big deal." "All right, let them go with you." Seeing their quick agreement, Li Wanning quickly told Lian Xiao, "Stay here and watch. I'll go deliver the goods and buy some things. We'll meet at the village entrance later." She hadn't been to Jinxiufang for a long time because she was busy in the fields. The owner was happy to see her. "Finally done? It's been a while." Li Wanning smiled and handed over the items. "Yes, we have a lot of land. When busy, I don't have time for anything else, so it's delayed a bit." The owner packed up the things and asked, "How much did you bring this time?" "The usual amount." Li Wanning thought that planting corn would take quite a few days, and with the 2 children, they couldn't do it too quickly. "Let's take the same amount. But soon we'll be planting corn again, so delivery might be a bit later." The owner smiled. Farming is important. But when you have free time, do it quickly. Everyone's busy and supplies are a bit tight. Supply shortages mean business is good, Li Wanning praised. "Only you can say that. It's better if business is booming. Everyone can earn a little money." The owner handed the pack materials to Li Wanning. "Yes, at first, our family was able to survive mainly because we got materials from the boss. Without that, we wouldn't have made any money, and it's hard to say if we could have made it through the first year." Li Wanning took the items and once again expressed her thanks to the boss. The boss waved his hand and said, "As long as you don't mind earning a little less." Li Wanning smiled and replied, "If I could make big money, I wouldn't care about small profits. But if I don't have the ability to earn big money, then small earnings are fine. If I can't make large sums and I also look down on small ones, that's really dangerous." When she said this, the boss almost wanted to praise her. His summary was very good. Many people come here asking about this, and if they think the earnings are too little, they stop. But after a while, they come back wanting to do it again. If there are no other more profitable businesses, it's better to start with small earnings. Doing it gradually and thinking while working doesn't interfere with anything. Although daily income is just a little compared to sitting around doing nothing, it's much better. Of course, Some say that choosing the right direction is more important than effort. But which direction is correct? You only find out after trying hard. Sometimes, efforts may not meet expectations. But if everything stays in the idea stage and no one puts plans into action, success will never be reached. So, many motivational quotes around us can be helpful, but some are just for reading and not for acting on. After leaving Jinxiu Lane, Li Wanning went to the meat shop again. The meat shop owner was very happy and said, "Madam Li, it's been a while since you came. What would you like today?" Li Wanning pointed to a piece of pork belly. "Just this piece." Since she was making dumplings, she wanted a mix of fat and lean meat for better taste. So this time, she didn't specifically look for leaner meat. The owner said curiously, "Madam Li, your choice of meat is a bit different today." Li Wanning smiled and explained, "This time, it's for making dumplings. A little fat is good for flavor." "Oh, I guess this piece weighs about 3 jin." He waited and said, 3 jin 2 liang. Thinking that this amount was enough for dumplings and that she could buy some lean meat to stir-fry, she pointed to another spot. "Please cut me a piece of leaner meat here." "Sure." The owner felt satisfied. He casually picked up a large bone and said, "This is a gift for you." Li Wanning thanked him with a smile, wished him prosperous business, and hurried off to the meeting point. Before long, they saw Lian Xiao driving a cart in front, with another cart following behind. Both carts were fully loaded. Lian Xiao was very happy when she saw Li Wanning. "Madam, I heard we are going to use this as seed grain." The shopkeeper replaced it with the best batch, which is a new variety from other places. It produces more than ordinary seeds. They specifically selected these for planting. Each grain is big and full, with a high germination and survival rate. Before, we could plant 7 or 8 seeds in a hole, but now 4 or 5 will do. The harvest might also increase. Li Wanning was pleased to hear this. The quality of seed grain directly affects the harvest. Their family has a lot of land, so an increase of 10 jin per mu could mean hundreds of jin more corn. As for why the grain shop was so generous, it was because it was run by the government. They often looked for new high-yield varieties to promote, hoping people would plant them. But many families kept their own seeds and didn't buy from the shop, so promotion was not easy. Finally, they managed to exchange so many seeds at once. Shouldn't they share this good news? Every 10 jin more per mu means the court gets 6 jin extra. So, overall, this was a win-win situation. The grain shop manager was very happy. They promoted so many seeds at once, and Li Wanning was also pleased. The ordinary seeds were exchanged for high-yield varieties. When they got home, the shop assistant asked Li Wanning, "Madam, where should we put the harvested grain?" "We can put it directly in your storage to save you the trouble of moving it." Maybe because they saw Li Wanning's family had no men, the shop assistant was very thoughtful. Li Wanning told Du Ruo to open the warehouse door. "Please put it there." The assistant nodded and called another helper. Each carried a bag into the room. Li Wanning and Lian Xiao quickly carried a bag too. It was a bit heavy, so Du Ruo hurried to help. The assistant saw this. "Madam, you can leave it to us. We'll do it quickly." Li Wanning didn't want them to do all the work, so she insisted, "It's okay. A few of us can carry it. It might be a little slower, but it will be faster overall." His words were a bit complicated, and the assistant thought for a moment. Soon, they finished moving everything. Du Ruo brought 2 bowls of water. "Thank you both so much. Otherwise, we would have taken a long time." The assistant smiled. "You are our customers. It's our duty to help." Li Wanning secretly admired the excellent service attitude. She didn't know who had instilled it, but it was truly exceptional. Not to mention now, even in modern times, although efforts have been made to promote good service in various industries, some government workers still feel superior and look down on others, making it very frustrating to get things done. Of course, this refers to a few individuals. Most people are still patient and gentle. Earlier, when Lian Xiao said the goods were good, Li Wanning hadn't seen them yet. Now that the others had left, she finally opened the bag and took a look. Sure enough, as Lian Xiao said, each one was big and full. Perhaps because they were selected, their sizes and shapes were quite similar. They looked good at first glance. As for the rest, she would wait until harvest to make a final judgment. "Never mind. Those are future matters. For now, she focused on the present. She handed the handmade materials to Hongxiao and the meat to Duruwa. Wrap the dumplings with pork belly and fry the leaner meat with some salt and set it aside. The two took their things to place them, and Li Wanning called Duruwa again. We might not have enough for making dumplings. Later, let's make some with chive and egg filling too, mix the two. Of course, the meat was the tastiest, but eggs weren't bad either. Unfortunately, the kids could really eat a lot now. Each one had about 30 dumplings. Li Wanning herself only ate about 20, and that was after a lot of work. That day, everyone tacitly agreed not to do manual work, but to help out by making dumplings together. Even Lu Yaro put down her chopping knife and came over to join everyone. After 3 years of training, she could now fold dumplings quite well. While wrapping dumplings, the atmosphere was very warm and harmonious. Li Wanning casually asked, "Do your little chickens still lay eggs every day?" Lu Yara thought for a moment. "Some don't anymore. Some chickens seem to lay 2 eggs every 3 days. Oh, are they still like that, or did they used to lay eggs every day?" Li Wanning asked while wrapping. Long ago, they mostly laid 1 egg a day, sometimes skipped a day. Lu Yara knew her chicken's condition better than anyone. Well, some chickens might have been laying eggs for 2 years now, and after their peak laying period, their egg production might decrease gradually, Li Wanning said, feeling it was good to inform her in advance. "But 2 eggs every 3 days is quite a lot, Mother," Lu Yara replied. "In the future, the hens might lay eggs every other day, or even every 3 days. Li Yaro became anxious upon hearing this. "Then we won't have enough eggs. Maybe Grandma Ding can hatch some for us." "Hatching chicks is possible," the mother said, "but if those old hens lay fewer eggs later, raising them might not be worth it." The conversation was gradually leading to a conclusion. "Should we sell them if we don't keep them?"
Li lloró Blinka.
"But I feel a bit reluctant. We've raised them for so long." After thinking for a while, she finally came up with a good idea. "If they stop laying eggs in the future, maybe we can eat them." Li Wanning was surprised. She had just felt sorry for them, but now she was asking about eating them. Li Yaro bit her lip. "I do feel sad, but if we sell them, I won't see them again. If I eat them, they will become part of me, so I will still feel connected to them." All right, Li Wanning thought she had learned her lesson. Kids really can't be guessed. After resting for 2 more days, Wang Ziyuan said the corn could be planted. Everyone decided to start spring planting the next day. Lu Buyuan asked Li Wanning for her opinion. "Mother, tomorrow we will ask the teacher for leave, and the day after tomorrow, we can start planting corn." Li Wanning tried to plan the best way to work. "We now have Brother Wang and Brother Zhang digging holes. We can split into 2 groups. If 2 more people sow seeds and 2 fill the soil, it should be the fastest." Looking at the family members, including herself, 4 adults and 3 girls, they all instinctively counted the people. Qiao said, "If we split into 2 groups, it seems we still have some people left. The children probably don't need to ask for leave. We can try it first." Yuting also said, "Yes, Mother. Let's try with us first. If it's too busy, the brothers can ask for leave later." Duro added, "Miss and second miss can plant the seeds. That job is lighter. With us, it should be enough." Li Wanning also calculated. "It's not a big problem if the girls don't go." Yuting was very proactive. "Mother, let me go. Every time you all come back exhausted, and we stay at home feeling bored. We're now living on a farm. What farm girl doesn't work in the fields?" Li Yakin also agreed, saying, "Yes, let's go." Seeing how eager they were, Li Wanning didn't refuse. Since they are all part of the family, it's good to help out. The hardest part of planting is probably digging the holes, but 2 older brothers will handle that, so the rest should be easier. The girls all joined in, and Li Wanning naturally wanted her sons to feel involved too. She said, "Instead of attending the last class tomorrow like before, you can come back early and help plant for a while. Let's try this for 2 days first. It's right to encourage them to study well, but they shouldn't think that only studying is enough. If every time they ask for permission to help and are refused, they might start to feel that they don't need to be involved and can ignore these tasks. The home belongs to everyone, so everyone should participate in chores." Skipping the last class was the best way last time, and it can be used again now. The next day, Wang Ziyuan and brother Zhang started digging holes early in the field. Soon after, Li Wanning brought everyone to the field. To help Lu Yaru and her friends walk together, even early in the morning, Lian Xiao helped chop a lot of vegetables for the chickens. They divided into groups according to yesterday's plan. Li Wanning was in charge of coordinating to make sure everything went smoothly. Lu Yiting and Lu Yakin carefully prepared the seeds. Lu Yaru watched eagerly and wanted to help, so the three sisters took turns. Their small hands were delicate but quick. Duruwa and Hongxiu followed behind, busy filling the holes. Li Wanning looked at Lian Xiao and said, "Maybe we should add one more group. Yara's group is doing pretty well. We might as well make full use of everyone." Lian Xiao picked up a nearby and said, "I'll dig the holes." Li Wanning didn't compete with her. "You go ahead, and when you're tired, I'll take over." By noon, Duruwa went home to cook. Lu Yiting took over filling the holes, and Lu Yaru replaced her to help with planting seeds. As the slowest group, Li Wanning and Lian Xiao had given up on rushing. They took their time, one digging holes, the other planting seeds and filling the holes. To save time on cooking, they steamed many buns the night before. At noon, they just reheated them and made a big pot of stew. It doesn't matter what kind of vegetables they are, they pick whatever is available in the garden. The lady said that each vegetable has its own nutrients, and eating a variety helps maintain a balanced diet. So when everyone is tired, they all need good nutrition. After lunch, everyone rested for a while. Then they fed the chickens and cows with grass and poured water for them, continuing their work. Around 4:30 p.m., the children came back. Seeing so many people, Li Wanning quickly organized. "Tinger, you take your two younger sisters home. Boli and Xiao Si Xiao will handle planting the seeds." The three girls had already worked all day. Although their task wasn't very tiring, it was still a long day. Seeing more people, Li Wanning hurriedly told them to go home. Lu Yiting and the others were indeed tired. They didn't usually do much exercise, but today they had walked a lot. So, they responded and went home. "Boli and Buching, come over here. Lian Xiao, let's split into two groups. You and I will plant seeds behind, filling the soil." Having an extra group would make things faster, so they split up. Lu Boli took the from Li Wanning. "Mother, let me do it. I can dig too." Of course he could, since he had done this before. He was a little younger then, but now he was already a 14-year-old boy with some strength. Li Wanning was tired herself and didn't want to argue. Over there, Buching also took Lian Xiao's. "Auntie, let me do it." Lian Xiao wanted to refuse, but Li Wanning said, "Just let him do it. Maybe they're stronger than us now." Following his son, Li Wanning and Lian Xiao watched the boy swinging his. Suddenly, they felt that although only 3 years had passed, the child's growth seemed to have reached a new stage. After 2 more days, everyone found that their work was going faster than expected. The children should be able to finish planting without needing to take special leave. Every day for lunch, they had steamed buns made by Lu Yiting. In the morning, Du Ruwa had kneaded the dough early and set it aside. By the afternoon, when Lu Yaru returned home, the buns were ready. The girls made the buns together and prepared extra for dinner. They didn't really rest, they just switched tasks. A few days later, Li Wanning felt completely exhausted. The only way she could relax was by looking at the wheat she had recently planted, which was now sprouting. The tender, fragile-looking young shoots seemed to possess a magical strength, filling her with a sense of vitality. Finally, on the afternoon of the 5th day, after planting the last seed and covering it with soil, everyone stood by the field, gazing at the hopeful land. Their hearts were full of satisfaction and anticipation. Li Wanning sighed. "It's finally done. Now, we will rely on Brother Wang and Brother Zhang." Wang Ziyuan and Zhang Jiwang were not good at talking, but they nodded in agreement. "Madam, the planting here is finished. We won't come back for a couple of days. We'll go home and lend a hand." Li Wanning naturally agreed. Zhang Jiwang was okay. He had many relatives, so working in the fields wouldn't slow him down much. Wang Ziyuan, however, was different. His mother couldn't do farm work, so it was all on him. "All right. If you need to use the oxen, just borrow them," Li Wanning reminded. Wang Ziyuan was now able to speak up for himself, but Zhang Jiwang might still feel shy.
No worries.
In a year or so, everyone would get used to it. After planting the fields, Li Waning's family returned to a peaceful, happy life. They went to deliver handmade crafts every few days, and later bought some ink, paper, and brushes. They had recently received the first quarter's share of the profits, 10 taels of silver. Li Waning asked for a silver note. The shopkeeper urged, "Madam Li, when will the new storybook be ready?" "It's been a long time," Li Waning smiled. "I've been busy with the farm lately. We just planted a few days ago, so I haven't had much time. The next one is in the works." The shopkeeper nodded and asked cautiously, "Honestly, writing storybooks is faster than farming." Li Waning didn't argue. "It's true, the profits from storybooks come quickly, while farming involves paying taxes and hoping for good weather." But even so, farming was still very important to Li Waning. She was willing to make sacrifices for it, like with crafts or storybooks. She didn't want to say this directly, so she gave another reason. "We have to meet certain planting requirements. If we don't plant enough, it won't do. Plus, having enough grain at home makes us feel more secure. We'll speed up our work." Thinking about the court's rules, the boss had nothing more to say. The requirement of 3 acres per person was a bit much, but it allowed the court to collect a lot of taxes and grain. Forget it, anyway. No matter what Li Waning did, the court was the one who benefited in the end. Most of the money earned from the storybooks also went to the bookstore, which was run by the government. Still, he wanted to encourage her further. Madam Li's stories are very fresh and popular with the audience. Everyone is asking you to write a few more. Now is a good time to keep the momentum, and recently, the bonuses have been increasing each time. Honestly, Li Waning was completely satisfied with the earnings from her storybooks. She understood her boss's intentions and also wanted to write more. For her, this was the easiest way to make money. She nodded and smiled, saying, "I'll start writing when I go back today. I already have the story in mind, and it won't take many days to finish and send it over." Hearing that she had the story ready, the boss felt relieved. It seemed Madam Li valued her storybooks just as much as he did. Even while working in the fields, she was thinking about stories. Li Waning hadn't lied. She really had the story ready. She planned to write The Legend of the White Snake this time. She loved this story because every summer vacation, she watched The Legend of the White Snake. She especially liked the scene where the white snake turns into a woman's head and coils around a pillar. That scene was deeply imprinted in her mind. She wanted to share the joy of this story with everyone. She thought about writing the story and remembered a joke from the internet. It said that Bai Sujin was the most enviable woman. She had her child and went to Leifeng Pagoda, and when she came out, her son was already a top scholar, without any need for tutoring. But that didn't happen in ancient times because women back then usually couldn't help their children with homework. She simplified the story and told it to her concubines. They were all captivated. Such mysterious and magical stories had a strong appeal, especially to women. And this story involved a lot of love, faithful and unwavering love, which everyone longed for but rarely found. Everyone listened intently. Sometimes they cursed Fa Hai for being heartless, and other times they wondered how silly Su Xian was to be so easily deceived. They held their breath during tense moments and smiled warmly during sweet scenes, completely immersed in the story. Seeing this, Li Waning knew she had a hit on her hands. Definitely a blockbuster. Because this is quite long, Li Waning decided to split it into 2 volumes. First, it wouldn't be too thick, and second, it could also build some suspense for the readers. One day, Li Waning's family was discussing the story when the village chief came over. "Madam Li, come with me to the town. The town mayor wants to see you." Li Waning was a bit surprised. I wonder if the village chief knows what this is about. As the highest official here, could the village chief really be in charge of her small matters? The village chief shared his thoughts. Considering the time, the town mayor should have reported the winter wheat situation. I wonder if there will be a reward this time. Li Waning breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was good news. They couldn't have done such a big thing and not get rewarded, or worse, be punished again. With this guess, their mood improved a lot during the walk, and they chatted casually. Li Waning was very curious. What kind of reward could they get? It couldn't be a full pardon, could it? If she had a choice, what would she want? She had many questions in her mind but couldn't come up with a satisfying answer. When they arrived in town, the village chief took her directly to the mayor's office. Although she had been to town many times, this was her first time visiting the mayor. Before entering, Li Wanning tidied her clothes a little. They were patched but clean and neat, and she felt confident. Besides, the mayor wasn't a stranger. Someone announced their arrival, and they were allowed in. They bowed politely, and the mayor signaled for them to sit down. Looking at the village chief, Li Wanning asked, "A while ago, after we harvested the winter wheat, I reported the matter to the court. Now, the court has issued a commendation order." He paused, noticing that both of them were listening carefully, eager not to miss a word. The mayor seemed unexpectedly pleased. "The emperor agreed to our proposal to only pay 3/10 of the taxes. From now on, our living standards will improve greatly. As long as we are willing to work, we won't go hungry." Li Wanning seemed to sense his happiness. Also, the emperor has reduced the per-person land requirement. If we plant 2 seasons each year, 2 acres per person will be enough, the mayor added, highlighting the second key point. This was good news. Clearing new land was hard, and with high grain taxes, farming alone couldn't feed everyone. If they went to clear land, they couldn't work elsewhere, and if they didn't, they wouldn't have enough to eat. It was already tough enough, and there were penalties for not completing tasks. Now it has been changed to 2 acres, which should be much better. The village chief nodded. This is also good news for all the exiled people. Seeing that they listened carefully, he added, "Because planting 2 seasons is something we discovered here, but it can be promoted in many places. To reward us, we can keep 10% of the grain tax in the future. Remember, they are just a small town. Before, they could only keep half of the tax, but now it's doubled. This means the town can start building more facilities gradually." The village chief's smile grew wider. He clasped his fists and raised them slightly to the upper right. "The emperor is truly kind and wise. It seems that no dynasty has ever had such a policy." The town mayor nodded. "Yes, although we are a place of exile, the emperor hasn't completely given up on them." Li Wanning was listening carefully, feeling puzzled about why they stopped talking. "Are there no more details?" While thinking, the village chief was excited and suddenly remembered the main person, Li Wanning. He said, "I don't know," and looked at Li Wanning. The town mayor hesitated and said, "As for Lady Li's reward, the emperor did not specify. He only said it should be handled at discretion. If you achieve great merit, there may be additional rewards." Li Wanning understood. It meant her reward was managed by the town mayor. She didn't expect to be pardoned just because of this, so she wasn't too disappointed. Suddenly, she felt both the town mayor and the village chief were watching her. She thought she should say something, or the atmosphere might become awkward. "Well, I don't know, Your Honor. How do you plan to handle this at your discretion?" she asked cautiously, not wanting to seem too demanding or too timid. The town mayor asked, "Does Lady Li have any wishes?" Since she had to ask, Li Wanning decided to speak her mind. She tentatively said, "Could my family's taxes be halved?" She knew that exiled people's taxes were twice those of common folk, which was very hard. If her taxes were halved, her family could live better, and they would stay here for several more years. Hearing her request, the town mayor relaxed. It wasn't an unreasonable demand. It seemed Li Wanning was quite sensible, not making excessive demands, and he had full authority. He nodded and said, "All right, as Lady Li wishes, from now on, all taxes will be halved." Although her family owned a lot of land and seemed to want to expand farming, compared to many other families in the town, they were just a small part. It wasn't a big deal. Li Wanning was surprised and happy. Actually, she had misspoken. She originally meant to ask for a halving of grain taxes. She didn't expect all taxes to be halved. That meant they could pay half for books, crafts, and small trades. This would increase their income by about 50%. She was so happy. Everyone was satisfied. The town mayor kept the grain tax, the village chief got a top school admission for his child, and Li Wanning achieved more than she expected in her taxes. On the way back, Li Wanning couldn't hide her happiness. The village chief felt a bit sorry and said, "Lady Li, You don't need to force a smile in front of me. Huh. Li Wanning was surprised. The village chief advised her, you haven't been long in trouble. The emperor probably can't pardon you immediately. Otherwise, it might look like changing orders frequently. Li Wanning now understood the reason. It turned out he thought that her great achievements deserved better rewards, but he was afraid she might feel uncomfortable and didn't dare show it. If it had been the original Li Wanning from the old story, who had fallen from a high position and then had a small chance for a turnaround, she might have felt upset if her efforts didn't lead to much change. But she was different. She had never lived a lofty life before. She had always worked hard and lived carefully. To her, paying taxes was a basic duty of a citizen, and she could accept it easily. She only paid too much before. She smiled and said, Village chief, I am really satisfied. Everyone I've met on this journey has been kind, and no one has taken advantage of me. Now I can pay the same taxes as the common people. Things will only get better in the future. The village chief believed that with their family's hard work and unity, they would improve even without this effort. He encouraged her at the right time, saying, take it slow. As long as you try, things will get better. Look at you, starting with nothing, and now you're doing well, all in a short time. People's lives can change a lot, and sometimes a big opportunity is just ahead. Li Wanning agreed, yes. The emperor has already promised that if we achieve more, we will receive other rewards. The village chief smiled but didn't discourage her. For something to be considered a true achievement, it must benefit both the country and the people, like planting 2 seasons of crops this year. That's not easy. Even in the entire court, it might take many years to accomplish such a thing. What he didn't know was that Li Wanning already had another idea that could become a great achievement: block printing. She hadn't revealed it yet because it was a big project. It could greatly reduce the cost of reading and writing, and in the long history of the world, it would be a revolutionary step forward, especially for a dynasty. Right now, she couldn't afford to make money from it, or it might bring danger to her family. So, she needed trustworthy people. For now, the village chief and the town mayor seemed good, but she still needed to observe whether they were reliable enough to risk her life and family. Anyway, her plans had already become complicated, and her life was quite fulfilling. If she didn't have to worry about her children's upcoming marriages or exams, she thought she could enjoy this peaceful rural life. Li Wanning liked this simple country life very much. There is still some time left, so we can wait a bit. If after 10 years, our family still cannot be properly cleared of the false accusations, we might consider how to take this matter out in a proper way as our next achievement. Maybe it could help us gain a normal path for the children's exams. Even if they cannot take the exams, becoming commoners would be fine too. In fact, this way, others wouldn't have much to say, but it would be a pity for the third child's talent for studying. He has been eager to succeed since he was young. Sigh, having a very ambitious child at home can also be quite stressful. When Li Wanning returned home, everyone was eagerly waiting. They didn't know what she was called away to do. Although Li Wanning said it was nothing special, maybe a reward, everyone was worried. What if it was some other trouble? And she was gone for half a day. The family grew anxious, and their work was affected because they couldn't sit still. Li Wanning is the main pillar of the family. It's hard to imagine what the house would be like without her. Later, even Xiao stood up and said, I'll go to the town and wait there, see if I can find out anything. Fortunately, before she left, Li Wanning came back. Everyone immediately gathered around her. Madam, what exactly happened? Why did it take so long? Madam, are you hurt anywhere? Madam. Stop, let me have a sip of water first. Li Wanning raised her hands to stop their questions. Mother, here you go. Lu Yiting had already been holding tea nearby, waiting. Earlier, the 3 concubines moved too quickly, and she went to pour water, but didn't get close enough. Li Wanning took the water from Lu Yiting, feeling comforted. She gave a look of approval. Our Yiting is such a thoughtful and careful girl. Then she started answering the questions from the concubines. She didn't hear everything clearly earlier because it was chaotic, but she guessed what they asked about. This time, it's about the reward for the 2 seasons of crops. Although our status can't be changed now, from now on, all the taxes for our family will be the same as for commoners, halved. She finished and observed everyone's expressions. Duruo was very happy. Halved? That means we can keep 60% of each season's grain. That's great. Yes, Li Wanning nodded. Halved for everything? Ling Xiao asked in disbelief. So, the handmade crafts we made, the books the children copied, can their taxes be halved too? Yes, Li Wanning nodded again. Hongxiu was also a bit excited. The sachets and paper cuttings we sell, can they be reduced too? Exactly, everything can be. Seeing everyone so excited, Li Wanning finally felt that this was a normal reaction. Maybe the village chief and the town mayor thought too complicated about them. Actually, they are quite easy to satisfy. Just a little reward makes them feel hopeful and happy about life. The three girls were also very happy nearby. Lu Yuru smiled very sweetly. Li Wanning saw this and asked, Yuru, are you so happy because you're thinking that when we have more money at home, we can eat meat every day? Mother, Lu Yuru, whose feelings were exposed, called softly. Now, the little girl was growing up and knew some things couldn't be said out loud. It's enough that everyone knows. Li Wanning suddenly felt a bit nostalgic. Children are more fun when they are young. Innocence is so beautiful. It's okay, that's the truth. I also want to eat meat every day. We work hard to earn money to live well. Eating what we want is also a sign of a good life, Li Wanning said, making her words gentle to Lu Yuru, who looked a little shy. Hearing this, Hongxiu suddenly remembered. Oh, we've been so busy lately. We haven't made many sachets this year. The Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon, and we need to start making them. Let's do all the crafts now. The money we make is quite a lot. In the future, just 2 rows of netting can earn 3 coins. Ling Xiao also sat down at her place busy talking. Duru found scissors and red paper. The paper cuttings from last time are almost sold out. I'll cut a few more. The next market day, we can sell them. Their value is much higher now. The 3 concubines each busy themselves. The 2 girls also sat down to make netting. Lu Yuru and Li Wanning exchanged glances and then went out. I'll go feed the chickens first. When I finish, I'll ask second sister to teach me how to make netting. Seeing everyone around busy, she felt a bit out of place. Forget it, she thought, and took a netting to start working. Money, earning it with her own hands, should be done as early as possible. Otherwise, when she needs it, it might be too late. The room suddenly became quiet. After a while, Li Wanning looked up and asked, Do you feel that something is wrong? Li Wanning couldn't quite say why, but she felt that the house had not been this quiet in a long time. Everyone looked at each other and asked, Something feels off. After a moment, Lu Yuting softly said, We were still writing in our storybooks and forgot to discuss the plot. Everyone suddenly understood. So that's why. Usually, the house is very noisy, and now suddenly quiet, it feels different. But today, since Li Wanning was called away, everyone felt a bit uneasy and stopped talking. Then, when they heard the good news about tax cuts, they got excited and just wanted to do some work quickly to pay less tax, forgetting about everything else. Even if other jobs paid less tax, they still didn't make as much money as this. So, everyone eagerly started discussing again. In the evening, after the boys returned, before anyone could speak, Lu Yaru told the good news to her brothers. The 3 older brothers understood and tried to hide their feelings a little, but Lu Boli was so happy that he felt his school situation was a bit more secure, and he smiled widely. Lu Buhui, who was a bit younger, was usually well-behaved in front of his brothers, so he didn't say much. Only Lu Buchan jumped up excitedly and said, Really? Then we can sell more things and earn more money. You don't know, during festivals we sell a lot of silver. Every time we go to the market, we can save half of what we spend. I feel so sad when I see how much we spend, but now, for the same amount of money, we can keep half of it. He looked at Li Wanning with shining eyes and said, Mother, let's go sell things at the next big market. I really look forward to it now. Li Wanning smiled slightly. She thought the happiest person about this was the 3rd brother, but it turned out the 4th brother was even happier and was eager to start his small business. It seems the 4th brother is interested in selling things and doing business. Unfortunately, She didn't know much about this. Thinking about the characters in the books, it seemed she didn't have anyone in her network who was into business. Maybe she could let Lu Buchan learn slowly, and perhaps he could be useful in the future. It might be more accurate to say he would definitely be useful in the future. Even if the truth is later revealed, the Ho family's estate still has some businesses and properties to manage. Relying only on wages isn't enough to support so many servants and social connections. Each official's family usually has shops or similar ventures, and managing them well can bring in more income. Therefore, management skills and abilities in this area are very important. Making money should start from a young age. Li Wanning noticed that since learning that taxes had been halved, everyone's enthusiasm had increased. The excitement of the concubines was not only shown by their slightly longer working hours, but also by their daily reports on the crops when they brought food to Wang Ziyuan. It's hard to believe. They grow a little every day, so gradually that the eye might not notice, yet they describe it with such enthusiasm. The girls' enthusiasm is also shown by their longer sitting times. Even Lu Yuro has started learning to weave, and she has already mastered the simplest pattern. Recently, after feeding the chicks, she no longer chats with them all the time. The most she says is, "You play by yourselves, I need to go earn money." As for the boys, the 3 older ones don't say much, but they leave even earlier in the mornings. The 2 younger ones, pouting and reluctant to get up, dare not resist due to their brother's authority. It's obvious, getting up early means more time to study. Li Wanning both wants to see this and hopes to see the opposite. She feels she needs to make some adjustments. So, after dinner at night, she held a simple family meeting. Instead of speaking directly, she asked a question. "What do you think we are earning money for?" Actually, she was more interested in understanding the children's views on money than in the adults' opinions. She started with the eldest, looking at Lu Buyuan. As expected, the eldest son did not disappoint. "I hope that when we have money, I can achieve something and make our family prosperous. Although it may not be as great as our ancestors' achievements, I want to at least come close." Good. Having been influenced by the teachings of the 2 generations of Marquis Jin Nan, we won't judge this child. Lu Buqing considered himself second. "I don't have big dreams. I just want to have a lot of money so that our family can live well. Even if it's not perfect, I want to be able to buy what I want without hesitation or worry." This is the kind of freedom Li Wanning wants to achieve. But from modern times to the story, after working hard for so long, she hasn't even gained the simplest freedom at the market. It's too difficult. Just mentioning the word freedom makes it seem out of reach for most people. In comparison, Lu Booli simply said, "Take the imperial exams and stand out." Being able to stay firm in one's beliefs and keep moving forward in one direction since childhood, Li Wanning doesn't want to judge much because she feels they are from different worlds. Lu Bochen chuckled, "If I had money, I could do whatever I want. If I didn't want to study, I wouldn't. If I didn't want to farm, I could hire someone else. If I wanted to do business, I could. Anyway, I have money." Seeing him proud and shaking his head, Li Wanning even had the strange feeling that he was already very rich. Well, that's her wish too. Having money doesn't always mean doing what you love, but it does mean being able to choose not to do what you dislike. Lu Bo Hui looked a bit confused. "If I had money, my little sister wouldn't have to feed the chickens, and our mother and aunts wouldn't have to work so hard every day. We could hire many people and live the way we used to." Yes, he was talking about you instead of us because he was still young and was controlled in many ways. He liked his current life because everyone just took care of the big picture, and he could do as he pleased in other things. He enjoyed this kind of freedom. Li Wanning wanted to sum up, but she noticed Luya Ro hesitating. She smiled and said, "The 3 girls, tell us your thoughts. Why do you think we need to earn money?" Luya Ting stood up and said softly but firmly, "At first I thought money could buy pretty jewelry and nice cloth. Then I thought money could help us eat well. But now, I think money might save our lives. Without money, our fate would be in others' hands." Hearing this, she seemed still shaken by recent events and hadn't fully recovered.
Li Wanning comforted her. "It's okay, Ting."
With our current situation, we can pay for various chores in the future. Don't worry. Then it was Luya Qin's turn. "I don't want a lot of money. As long as I can feed us, buy books for my brothers, and buy candy for my little sister, I will be happy. This is a caring child. Li Wanning thought she should explain a bit more. It's right to buy things for your older brother and sister, but remember, you should also buy things for yourself. If you don't treat yourself, your brother and sister won't want to use your money either. Only when you're happy can you help others. Seeing that she seemed a little confused, she added, think about it. If your money is only enough to buy one sugar sculpture and you give it to your sister, will she eat it? No, you should buy two, one for each of you. That way, it's sweeter, right? This was easy to understand. Lu Yakin nodded. Yes, then we should earn more money, be good to ourselves, and also be good to our family. That's right. At this moment, Lu Yaru patted her chest. With me here, don't worry. Second sister, I will earn a lot of money. In the future, just tell me what you want to eat, and I will buy it for you. Lots of it. We can all share and enjoy together. Li Wanning smiled and nodded, then said, You all speak very well. But no matter why we earn money, we shouldn't forget our health and family. It's good that everyone worked hard before, but we also need to rest. Girls, don't spend all day thinking only about earning money and neglecting your health. Boys, you shouldn't just study hard and work tirelessly. You need to take care of your bodies too, and not stay up too late. In short, earning money is a long-term effort. It's not something you can achieve in a day or two. Everyone should think carefully about finding a balance between earning, living, and staying healthy, using a way that can last a long time. Everyone listened and nodded thoughtfully. The family meeting ended happily, and under this new idea, their family continued to live happily and harmoniously. After everyone finished talking, Li Wanning smiled and said, What you all said is true. Money can improve our lives and satisfy many desires. But we earn money not just for that. Money can make life better, but the most important thing is that our family is happy and healthy. If taxes are reduced, life will be easier, but don't push yourselves too hard. For the girls, don't overexert yourselves when doing chores. Sometimes you should go out and have fun. For the boys, studying is important, but you also need to take care of your health. Don't stay up too late and ruin your body. In summary, earning money is a long-term goal. It's not something you can achieve overnight. Everyone should think about balancing earning, life, and health, and find a way to do this steadily and sustainably. Everyone listened carefully and nodded thoughtfully. Li Wanning hopes that everyone has a positive attitude toward working hard to earn money, but also doesn't lose the true joy of life because of being too busy. Life finally returned to normal, though everyone was still diligent, which was within Li Wanning's comfort. By mid-April, the students who took the imperial exams this year returned, marking a big success, 6 students in total, with half passing. This included the 4th and 5th places from Lu Buyuan's class and 1 student from another class. Lu Buyuan and Lu Boiqing were doing okay, but Lu Borli felt a little disappointed, though not very obviously. Li Wanning paid no attention to this. She had already said everything that needed to be said. Many things require one to think them through on their own. Compared to last time, things were much better now, which was a sign of progress. Unexpectedly, Lu Buyuan said to Li Wanning, Mother, the dean asked you to visit the academy tomorrow to discuss our future study plans. Really? Okay, Li Wanning replied, feeling a bit strange. What other plans could there be for studying? Isn't it just progressing year by year? Could there be something else? She had no children before and hadn't experienced talking with teachers, but she knew from her colleagues' experiences that some issues involved children fighting, skipping homework, or skipping classes. Usually, it was chaos, not good students being called by their parents. She didn't expect that now, with her good student children, she would experience this herself. It felt quite new. Of course, the last time she caused a scene at the school didn't count. She was just angry and acted out of character. The next day, Li Wanning tidied herself up. To maintain the image of a good parent and to make up for her previous behavior, she went to the academy with her children. It was early in the morning. Since the classes hadn't started yet, she brought some tea eggs and steamed rice cakes as breakfast for the dean. They arrived early, following their usual habit, and found the dean on the school sports field. Li Wanning raised the box in her hand. Dean, I brought you some breakfast. It's still warm. Please try it later. The dean saw the box and happily came over. Mrs. Lee, let's discuss this at the academy. Since they were talking about the children's studies, Li Wanning wondered if they had a say in the matter. She asked, which children are involved? Can they participate together? The dean looked back at the children lined up in order and pointed to the first three. These three, let's have them come together. So, Li Wanning and the dean walked side by side, followed by the three children, heading toward the dean's office. Since they were there, as a parent, Li Wanning thought she should ask about her children's performance at the academy to show she cared about their studies. She hesitated before asking, I'm not sure how my children are doing here. Are they getting along well with others? Are they friendly with their classmates? The dean glanced at her. Most parents ask about whether their children study hard, pay attention, and complete their homework on time. Her concern was a bit different. Thinking for a moment, he considered that her children had already ranked in the top 3 of their class 3 times, and another sometimes received awards. It seemed unnecessary to ask about typical things. He looked at the children again and spoke carefully. Your children are doing well in their studies. They are neither too close nor too distant from their classmates. Now they're starting to interact more, and their relationships are okay. Li Wanning understood. After all, families like theirs didn't look down on others, which would be wrong given their exile status. Good grades help children make friends, so her children were gradually getting closer to others, hesitating at first, but trusting that over time, their charm would win more friends. By the way, Wang Hui's, the boy who lost money last time, seems to get along well with your children now. Oh, that boy. He's a good kid, but he was a bit naive before, Li Wanning commented. They arrived at the office and took their seats. The dean looked at the 3 children. A few days ago, 3 children from our academy passed the child scholar exam. Your wife probably knows about it. Li Wanning nodded. My husband mentioned it. The dean looked a bit regretful. If your children had taken the exam, they would likely have passed without issue. There was nothing more to say, and he knew they couldn't take the exam now. Fortunately, the dean didn't wait for her to respond and continued. Children who pass the child scholar exam will be promoted to the next level. Although your children didn't pass, their knowledge should be enough. If your wife agrees, I will transfer them to the child scholar class. Li Wanning understood clearly. It was probably like moving up from elementary to middle school. Those who didn't pass stayed behind, and those who did moved on. But the director didn't arrange it directly. He called her here for some other reason. So she politely asked, what do I need to do after the promotion? The director replied, after moving up, each class will have fewer students and the requirements for the students will be higher. So, the tuition will also increase accordingly. Could it be because there are more students? That's why the director looked a bit troubled. She asked cautiously, yes, the increase is expected. Do you know how much it will be? The director held up 3 fingers. Each person needs 3.5 taels every half year. If it was just one child, the director wouldn't worry much. 1 year, that would be 2.5 taels, which most families could manage with some effort. But Wanning's family has 3 children. With this promotion, it's 3 taels a year. The key is, she thinks all 3 kids are good, so she worries Wanning might have to choose. All 3 children were eagerly watching Wanning. Okay. If it's time to move up, then just do it, Wanning said simply. She quickly calculated. The tuition used to be 25 taels a year, now it's 31. And it's probably more expensive as they go higher, which is why many can't afford to study. Actually, I think, The director had prepared a lot to persuade her, but Wanning agreed so quickly that he was a bit surprised. When will the promotion happen? How much silver do I need to pay now? I didn't bring any today. I'll have the children bring it tomorrow, Wanning said straightforwardly. The director asked, if you pay now, it's half a tael per person. Are all 3 moving up? He was worried he might have misunderstood, so he asked again. Wanning hesitated, feeling unsure. Did she hear correctly earlier? They can all move up, right? The director nodded, and Wanning nodded back. Well, she didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The director looked a bit unreal about it. Wanning thought to herself, could it be that the rules of the story can't be changed? Just when I think I've saved some money on taxes, something else comes up to spend it on. Is being poor just part of my nature? The children's promotion to the next grade didn't cause much fuss in Li Wanning's family. Although it cost a bit more silver each year, only the 3 children who spent money on things felt a little anxious. The others were confident. Even Lu Buxin didn't pay much attention to this. He only checked now and then how much incense pouches everyone had made, and he gave some advice based on how quickly they usually sold. Now, 2 people were hired to work in the fields, so the children didn't need to go outside during their rest time. They stayed at home studying and copying books, which made them seem like diligent older students. However, even though the children studied hard, they didn't get the results they hoped for in the first exam after moving up a grade. Lu Bolai shyly handed 10 coins to Li Wanning and said, "Mother, I didn't do well this time. I only got 3rd place." Lu Buiyuan and Lu Boying had empty hands and lowered their heads, saying, "Mother, we're sorry. We didn't do well this time." Li Wanning thought these 3 children were too worried. She smiled and said, "It's normal to feel a bit uneasy the first time. Besides, I never asked you to always get good grades. As long as you do your best and stay true to yourselves, that's enough." The children still looked unhappy, so Li Wanning asked, "Can you tell me why you think you didn't do well this time?" Lu Buiyuan thought for a moment and said, "It's because I'm not used to the way the new teacher teaches. It's a bit different from before." Lu Boying shared his opinion. "We've copied the old lessons many times, so they're easier to understand. But we haven't copied the new material, so we don't understand it well enough." Lu Bolai had his own view. "In this new class, there are not only our old classmates but also some talented students from other schools. Because of all these reasons, we fell behind." Li Wanning nodded and said, "If you know the reasons, you should work on fixing them from the start and try to adapt well. But remember, our country has many talented people. If you get 1st place in one area, it doesn't mean you're the best overall. Only one person can be number 1, and most people can't reach that. So, don't be too obsessed with it. Since there will always be someone better than you, just focus on doing your best. Compare yourself only to who you were yesterday. If today's you is better than yesterday's, then your time wasn't wasted." Looking at Li Wanning comforting them and recalling the past in the capital, where a classmate failed an exam and was chased around the street by his father wielding a stick, Lu Bolai was unsure whether this was due to differences between father and mother or a fundamental difference in their ideas. Could his mother's words be interpreted as, "Today I am richer than yesterday. Today I am closer to my goal than yesterday. Today I am stronger than yesterday"? It seems quite reasonable. If you improve a little each day, over time, you will naturally become a better and more outstanding person. In other words, future success depends not on momentary gains or losses, but on persistence over time. Once he understood this, everyone's mood improved. Li Wanning once again advised, "When you copy books now, focus on the useful ones for you. You don't need to copy the familiar ones just to earn more money. Remember, we've already spent a lot on your education. Our main goal is to help you learn. As for your allowances, don't worry. For now, our family can still manage. You know we pay half the usual taxes, which is not a small amount for us. Just focus on doing things that benefit you. If needed, we will ask for your help." Although they are young, they are surprisingly mature. If they are mature, they still see problems from a child's perspective. Such a confusing time. Looking at the other 2, since they are young, they don't think too much, and they have no obsession with learning or status, so they are happy in a simple way. Thinking of this, Li Wanning decided to ask about their exam results. For these 2, it's important they know she cares about their grades. Otherwise, they might completely slack off. She raised her voice, "Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, come here." Lu Bo Chen, who was outside running around, and Lu Bo Hui, helping Lu Yaro chop vegetables, both came to Li Wanning. "Mother," they said. Li Wanning asked, "How did you do this month?" Lu Bo Chen held up one hand and flipped it back and forth. 10th place. "Good, keep working hard," she said. For Lu Bo Chen, 10th place was a good result, so she praised him. Lu Bo Hui lowered his head. 8th place. For Lu Bohui, his recent performance was not very good. Sometimes he could even get 3rd place, but suddenly he dropped 5 spots. This made him worth asking about. Li Wanning asked directly, "What's the reason?" Lu Bohui still lowered his head and said, "Maybe I didn't study hard enough." "All right, Even though he didn't do well, he was honest. Li Wanning felt a bit embarrassed to scold him. She said, "Since you know it's because you didn't study carefully, what should you do next?" They worked well together. Lu Bohue blurted out, "Study hard." "Okay, then it's settled. From now on, study well. If there's something you don't understand, ask your brothers. You have 3 brothers, choose anyone. Your classmates must be very jealous of you." Although she wanted him to study hard because he was a good kid, she didn't want to be too strict. So she ended with something that would make him happy. Sure enough, Lu Bohue was very proud of this. He asked, "How did my mother find out?" "Many classmates in our class really envy my 3 brothers. The key is, all 3 of them are so good at studying, and I can ask them anything I don't understand." Lu Bachan, standing nearby, weakly said, "5th brother, if I'm not mistaken, you should have 4 brothers." He was thinking to himself, he might not be as good at studying as his 3 brothers, but surely he wouldn't be disowned for that. These days, if you don't do well in school, you might even lose your right to be called a brother. Lu Bohue didn't argue. He said, "I didn't say I only have 3 brothers, but our classmates do only envy me for having an older brother, a 2nd brother, and a 3rd brother." That comment was a bit hurtful. Lu Bachan said angrily, "Isn't it just about studying well? Wait and see. Next time I get a good grade, I'll tell everyone in class. I'll make them envy you for having 4 good brothers." Although his grades were average, his thinking was clear. He said, "4th brother, your grades are your own. It has nothing to do with me. Whether they envy you or not depends on your results, not what I say." During her time, a popular term was /youth, meaning people who, besides their main job, also did side jobs to earn extra money. She used her after-work hours to do various side gigs. Although she didn't make a lot of money, she earned some small income. Every bit of money was small, but she saved it all in a special bank account. Over days, months, and years, the small amounts added up to a little fortune. It was this small wealth that gave her peace of mind during a tough time when many industries were struggling. No one knew when they might lose their jobs, and everyone was anxious and worried, surrounded by negative news. Having some savings made her feel secure. Even now, she could barely get by on her dividends, but she still didn't miss any small business opportunity to earn money. For example, she still set up a stall at every market. She started preparing for the Dragon Boat Festival 2 months in advance. Now that taxes were lower, she felt some things were worth trying. Since she loved dolls since she was young, she would buy one as a reward whenever she saved enough money and did well. She was very familiar with these. She wanted to make and sell some dolls. This would be a unique business. So, she happily picked up a pen and started drawing. Usually, she didn't use a pen, so people didn't know what she was drawing and gathered around out of curiosity. After looking for a while, no one could tell what it was. Seeing their confused faces, she picked up the paper and asked, "What is this? Can't you tell? Does it not look like something?" She looked around, and everyone looked puzzled. After a while, Lu Yaru asked hesitantly, "Is it a little cat?" "Clothes, it's a cute little bear." Li Wanning was a bit disappointed. Her chibi-style little bear was not recognized by anyone. "Really?" Lu Yara looked just as confused as everyone else. Hongxiu looked at it for a while, then took her brush and quickly drew a few strokes. When everyone saw it, they suddenly understood. "Oh, that's what it is." Li Wanning leaned over and saw that it was exactly the same as what she had drawn. Very upset, she said, "Do you think Aunt Hongxiu's paintings are very different from Mom's? Aren't they pretty much the same?" Even with her mother's gentle influence, Lu Yara couldn't say they looked exactly the same. So she politely replied, "Mom's paintings are more realistic, while Aunt Hongxiu's are cuter." Li Wanning was even more unhappy. "My paintings are realistic, but you all don't recognize them." Seeing Lu Yara look a bit embarrassed, Li Wanning laughed and said, "Just kidding. I know my own skill. I can only capture some features. But our Hongxiu is really talented." Besides the little bear, Li Wanning also drew a puppy, a chick, and a rabbit. Of course, she needed Hongxiu to help translate her drawings. Not knowing much about the market, she decided to try making a few first. If they turned out well, she would make more. "Let's make a few of different sizes. We have enough cotton at home, and we just need to buy some fabric," Li Wanning said. thinking it should be fine. Their family grows cotton every year. They use some themselves, and the rest is enough for this project. They started right away preparing materials to make the dolls. She went to the fabric shop to pick out the needed cloth, then cut and sewed. At this stage, Li Wanning mostly watched. Of course, she was the kind of observer who could give helpful suggestions from time to time. After a few days of effort, the first batch of dolls was finished. There were adorable little bears, clever rabbits, and more. It was obvious that everyone would love them just by seeing how the girls held onto the dolls tightly. Girls naturally love dolls. So, this Dragon Boat Festival, besides sachets and mugwort, the new dolls were officially introduced. The smallest could be held in the hand and played with, while the largest was about 1.5 feet tall and could be hugged. The small dolls were filled with cotton, and the larger ones had some useless fabric scraps in the middle, with cotton on the outside. They wouldn't be squeezed flat with a little pressure. The unique dolls quickly caught many people's attention, especially children who held their parents' hands and refused to leave. "What's that?" "It's so interesting," people asked curiously. "This is a doll. You can hug it to sleep or play with it," Li Wanning explained happily. Many people came to buy, so the sachets sold quite a few. Small and medium-sized dolls also sold some, but the large ones were a bit expensive because they used more fabric and cotton. One cost 60 coins, so only one was sold. The cost was still a bit high, and after paying taxes, the profit was quite small. In the end, the event drew a lot of attention, but we didn't make much money in silver. However, other items sold very well during the Dragon Boat Festival. Since the school was on holiday, the children came out to help. The day before yesterday, they cut some mugwort, and early on the day of the festival, Lu Buiyuan and Lu Boying went to the mountain to pick more, and then took it directly to the town. This year, mugwort was the best-selling item. Their family sachets are quite famous now. Although others are copying them, theirs still look the best. Many people have bought from them for several years in a row. After a day of selling, besides paying taxes, they earn enough to make 1 or 2 silver coins just on the festival day. Plus, over the past few days, they set up stalls every day, selling sachets and other small items, earning more than 2 taels of silver in total. They packed the silver into small bags of about 1 tael each. Li Wanning summarized and reflected, "I think our dolls are not suitable to sell here. These items should be worth more. This is just a small town, and not many people are willing to spend that much. Today, everyone helped with selling, and they all learned a little about the business." They finally had a new idea, but it seems it might fail quickly, which made them a little disappointed. Li Wanning smiled and said, "We've earned so much silver these past few days. Why be unhappy? If one way doesn't work, we try another. There's always a path we can take." She then encouraged everyone again. "Actually, we can still make a few small dolls. Today, they sold out, didn't they? They just aren't as good as we originally thought. The small dolls only cost a few coins. Many families are willing to spend money to make children happy. Since these items can't be eaten or drunk, only wealthier families are willing to buy them." "Oh, they can't eat or drink. Then why not sell things that can be eaten or drunk?" Li Wanning slapped her own head. She was silly. Not to mention that in this era, when resources are scarce, even in modern times, the best business in shopping malls is still food and drinks. So the main thing is to sell food and drinks. Talking about food, there are many options: steamed small cakes, marinated dishes, and for drinks, Sister Ding already buys tea. To avoid competing with her, the best choice is to sell milk tea. That way, we can attract all kinds of young women, young wives, and even the men who love to drink. "How about we sell marinated dishes?" Li Wanning suddenly suggested, seeing that everyone's mood hadn't fully recovered. "Marinated dishes? That sounds good. Many people like to eat them," Lian Xiao supported first. Hong Xiu quickly added, "The ladies' marinated recipes are very tasty, and the ingredients are quite common. I think it's a good idea. We can start small, make just enough for our family, and if we can't sell them all, we can keep the leftovers for ourselves," Du Rua suggested. Lu Yara chuckled. "Actually, I think we can make a bit more. It's unlikely we won't sell any." Lu Bakshan gave her a thumbs up. "My sister is right." Li Wanning looked at them. "Yes, we should make more, or else we'll run out of food if everything sells out." Lu Bakshan grinned. Mother, I've always hoped our things would sell well, and I've been working hard for that. Alright, thinking about how hard he's been working to sell things, I'll let it go. Indeed, marinated dishes often include eggs, peanuts, potato slices, and seaweed, common ingredients. And with the season of abundant greens arriving, raw materials are no problem at all. A pot of marinade can be kept in cool water and stored in a shady place for 2 or 3 days. So, the decision to sell marinated dishes was happily made. Next, we needed to think about milk tea. Do you know where we can buy milk or goat's milk? Li Wanning asked. Although she often went out, she hadn't really looked into this. Everyone looked at each other, unsure. Unexpectedly, Lu Bokshin spoke up again. Mother, why do you want goat's milk? It doesn't taste good. A classmate of mine has a family with dairy goats, and they brought some for us to try. I almost vomited after one sip. Li Wanning suddenly felt happy. See, talking and sharing can be good. Can you ask your classmates tomorrow where they live and if they sell their goat's milk? If they do, I'll buy some. Li Wanning nodded in agreement and covered her mouth again. Mother, isn't the goat milk for us to drink? Li Wanning smiled and said, Of course it's for you to drink. Otherwise, why buy it? It's very nutritious. If you drink it, you'll grow taller quickly. Lu Bochen immediately regretted it and tried to resist. Mother, drinking goat milk gives bad dreams. I'm not lying. It really tastes terrible. Everyone laughed, and Lu Bochen felt like he had been tricked. Li Wanning thought it was sometimes fun to tease children. No matter how worried Lu Bochen was, her questions were answered. The next day after learning the address, Li Wanning went there with Xiao Huang and brought a bucket, just in case there was milk that day. Lu Bochen's classmate, who raised sheep, didn't live far from Li Wanning's home, about 6 or 7 miles. They rode Xiao Huang, and soon they arrived. When they got there, they saw groups of white, moving balls from afar. Li Wanning was happy. Delicious lamb meat was nearby. As they approached, they saw a woman milking a sheep. With her hand movements, fresh sheep milk flowed into a basin, which looked very relaxing. After milking one sheep, she lifted the basin and poured the milk into a big bucket. Li Wanning stepped forward to greet her.
Hello, Mom.
I am Lu Bochen's mother. I want to buy some sheep milk. The woman looked up and smiled. Oh, you're Bochen's mother? Yesterday, my son Xiaohui came back and said you wanted to buy sheep milk. He asked me to give you a discount. Haha, maybe Bochen and Xiaohui told each other. They seem to be good friends, Li Wanning said casually. Talking about children often helps mothers bond. Two unrelated mothers could chat happily, especially since they were classmates. Soon, they talked happily. The woman was in a good mood and said, Since I can't finish all this sheep milk, I might as well give you some to take home. Li Wanning felt the conversation was going well and quickly declined. That's not right. I plan to buy it regularly. If you say that, I won't feel comfortable coming again. I'll buy as much as needed. Our friendship is one thing, business is another. The woman was a bit surprised. You want it regularly? What for? Sheep milk has a strong smell, and many people can't stand it. Li Wanning hurried to say, It's okay. I have my own way to handle it. I plan to make some food to sell, and earn some money to support my family. So whatever you sell to others, just give me the same amount.
Please don't be polite.
Hearing her approach, the older sister felt more at ease and gave a price. Our sheep's milk isn't always abundant throughout the year, but most of the time, it's available. I don't know how much you need. She looked at the wooden bucket brought by Li Wanning, which could hold about 30 to 40 jin, and pointed to it. This bucket costs 20 coins. Li Wanning calculated in her mind. One bucket of milk is about 30 jin, with some loss after boiling, but there will also be additions. Even if she boils 25 bowls, plus other ingredients, the cost is around 1 to 1.5 coins. Selling at 5 or 6 coins, after paying 1 coin in tax, she could earn 2 or 3 coins. If sold at the school gate or in places with many girls, it would definitely sell well. She paid quickly, placed the milk on the cart, covered it, and said goodbye to the older sister. The sister hesitated a bit, then called out loudly behind the cart, Wanning, come earlier next time. We can chat more. Li Wanning waved her hand back. Got it, sister. Unexpectedly, just buying sheep's milk led to meeting a big sister, and Li Wanning even felt more comfortable chatting. This seemed to be the first time Li Wanning had proper interaction with someone outside the exiled group. She was a bit worried, afraid of being seen. Thinking about the rules that exiled people can't communicate privately, she carefully considered her words. The older sister wasn't in exile, so maybe those rules didn't apply to her. She really couldn't stand these strict rules. If she ever became the main female lead in a story, she would change these rules so everyone could interact freely.